after you.
Hello, everybody, flooding in. How is everybody doing on this fantastic Thursday, everybody? I'm late. I know I'm late, but we're here now, and we are doing a React Day today. Surprisingly, normally we only do React Days on Fridays and Sundays. The reason we're doing a React Day today is because tomorrow we are doing the Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge, as well as ranking the 20 most popular beers in the world, 4 of which come from China that I had to order here. But, yeah, hold up. Dude, I need, like, tooth floss. I'm about to text Brooke. Hold up. Can you bring me tooth floss? Anyways, sorry, I was just eating. That's why I'm late. But, yeah, no, we're doing reacts today. We got a lot of videos we're going to be watching. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge, 20 most popular beer brands. A lot of, you know, idea-based content this week, not as much gaming. But then Saturday we're going to be doing Beerio Kart with Zusi as well in person. And maybe some other random like Switch Sports or random games that we're going to play each other in. Sunday's going to be React Day. Monday, we're doing all of Assassin's Creed, that stream. Or not all of Assassin's Creed. We're going to be doing Assassin's Creed all stream. It'll be like a 5-hour Assassin's Creed stream. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday, we're going to be doing Schedule 1 next week. That's dropping, I think, on Monday. So we're going to be playing it on Wednesday. Thursday next week, we're going to be doing Stalk 2. That drops. Some other horror games. Maybe Squirrel Stapler, because you guys asked for that. Next Friday's reacts to the Parkinson's charity stream. Dub in the chat for that. I ended up getting the front page moved from tomorrow to next Friday because I think that front page on a charity stream would obviously be better than just a random hot chicken challenge stream. Even though it is, you know, an idea-based stream, I think it's better to have front page on a charity stream so we could raise more money. Next Saturday's Block Wars, and then we're going to go from there. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, /shop, games, /appetite, find most of the videos that I watch and the games that I play. Poopy for the sub, appetizing, JP, Bat, Barry, ZMD, Skittles, Rusty, King, 6, Big, Gray, Dummy, Fox, Alex, Blaine, Bradley, and Omni for the sub. But yeah, little rundown of the videos that we have today. We have a lot. You guys sent this video in a million times. 11-year-old's prank ends in a felony charge. I haven't watched a body cam video in a bit. Then we have this video is about Playboi Carti. I wasn't even going to watch this today, and then I saw that Degenerosity literally just dropped, so we're going to be watching that. How internet brain rot destroyed Gen Alpha, the first attack on the Twin Towers, a brief history of energy drinks, and then we have one semi-philosophical video, why your brain blinds you for 2 hours every day, and then we are going to be watching a video of somebody that watched, or some sort of, you know, Christian, not influencer, but Christian YouTuber, that made a response to my video about why I don't believe in God. So that'll be interesting. Also, I gotta say, this is not going to be the start of a rampant my response, his response, my response, his response. I'm cutting it off after this, okay? I'll put that out there when we watch the video, but I will watch his video and respond to it. I have not seen it yet, but every time I do this, it starts a chain of him watching my response to his response, and then me watching his response to my response to his response. I'm not doing that. I'm watching that video that he has. I'll give my counterpoints, and then we're done, right? I will say most of the people that were, you know, watching this video that disagreed with me were still very respectful. There were some people that told me that I had a low IQ and that I was stupid, arrogant asshole. For saying that I don't believe in God. I think those people have emotional bias that they bring into the argument, and I don't think that they are mature enough to have a discussion about whether or not God exists. They also said I was arrogant, which makes absolutely no sense because I don't hold myself higher than anybody else. I think I stop existing when I die. So how the fuck are you going to tell me that I have a higher sense of self-importance and that I think I'm a genius? Because I don't. Anyways. Mods, can we ban the kid that's spamming lag? 72 for the 3. Totally and Watcher and Dizzy for the sub. Mr. Angels for the 3. Killing People with Stone Stream. Wen, Joe's for the 5. Yo, give it up, dude. Yo, give it up, bro. Mere Angels, thank you for the 3, man. I appreciate the 3. It's not funny. It's actually, I don't even think anyone thinks it's funny, right? It's not like a dead meme that you're dragging. It's just not even funny. Joe's for the 5. You remember when I was the one guy who said I'm trying to donate every stream in June? Yeah, Will and Y2 for the sub, Poopy and Appetizing for the sub, and for the sub, Cam for the 3, Fart Penalozy. But yeah, we got a lot of videos we're going to be watching. Probably a 4.5-hour stream if I had to guess today. Tomorrow we're going to be live at like 4:30 as well. I don't know how long tomorrow's stream will be. It'll just be however long both segments take. We're going to be trying every sauce flavor from Dave's Hot Chicken. I think there's 7 different spice levels. Me and him are going to be doing both. Probably rating them on taste and then also on spice level. And then I'm assuming, if I had to guess, we're going to probably be doing Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge from like 4:30 to like 6. And then probably like 6 to like 8, we'll do the beer review. So it'll probably be 3.5 hours tomorrow, maybe 4. I don't really know. It's just however long the segments take. And then same thing with Saturday. We'll just fucking run it for a bit. Pluto for the sub. But yeah, it's the first IRL collab that I'll be doing. 360 for the 3. That isn't a vlog. I've done IRL vlog collabs. Today's my birthday, and who cares about people's religion as long as you're respectful, we never truly know until we die. And for the sub. And happy birthday, 360. Hope you have a good birthday. But yeah. Oh my God. Do y'all floss on the daily? I only floss when I have it stuck in my teeth. But I have this gap in between my 2 teeth here. And there's always food in it. So I'd be flossing that shit like after every meal. And it's so annoying. Because it just stays there. There was one time, this is gross. There was one time where I didn't floss for a few days. And then I finally did. And I like flicked out a piece of asparagus. And I was like, wow, I haven't eaten asparagus in like 3 days. And it was gross. Yeah. You should floss. If you don't floss, I also use a water pick, which does like the same thing. Do you brush your teeth? Yeah, actually too hard. My gum line's receding. You can see, you see how it's white right there? My gum line's receding because I brushed too hard. So I got a softer toothbrush. Dude, I had no idea. I thought you brush hard as and that's good for you. So I used to get a hard bristle brush and I'd be like just going at it. All right. Apparently you're just supposed to do like stupid like twist brushes. I don't know. I hate soft toothbrushes though. I feel like it doesn't get all the stuff out. A-Chip and Mr. Krabs for the sub, Pluto for the sub. Doesn't that hurt? No. My gum line's receding. She's like, do you have sensitivity to like cold stuff? I'm like, no. I don't know. That's just wild. Start a crypto scam? Yeah, planning on it, dude. I got something cooking in the books. Bartcoin to the moon. No. I'm never starting a cryptocurrency. I've had multiple people try to get me to start cryptocurrency. Because I know even if you don't do scam or not scam crypto, like you can make money making like a valid crypto coin, but it's just too volatile, bro. Even if I could make a crypto coin and be like moral about it, and then somebody else could just invest a lot at the start and rug pull it. Like it wouldn't be like a creator rug pull, but theoretically, if I started a fucking crypto coin, one of you guys could put like 10 grand into it and then just wait for it to blow up and then fucking rug it. And you would make a shitload of money. And so I'm not doing that. HF for the sub. Because the majority of people in cryptos just lose money. So I'm not doing that. Opinion on people split. What the fuck does that mean? And it's sketchy? Well, that's the thing. Is you have to start it on some like whack-ass website and you're like, invest in my coin. I had a coin. Through Rally. But I never promoted it. And I used to invest my own earnings back into my own coin, which would get me more weekly rewards. And then I just ripped all the money out of it and put it in fucking Ethereum. This was 4 years ago, though. They were like, you could promo it. I was like, am I required to? They went, no. And I went, good shit. And then I didn't promote it. Ever. I literally, it just sat there. Nobody invested into it but me. You're a scammer? Oh, I didn't mean to, but like, because originally when it started up, it was when like crypto was like a big thing and like NFTs were on the rise and nobody was really worried about scams. But I was still like, I don't really know if I want to promote this to my audience. And then I just didn't. You scammed yourself? I didn't invest any money into it. They just basically gave you a coin, and then I just, like, made some money on it. And then the fucking coin crashed itself, and the website shut down. Screeny and Bree for the sub. Scully and HF for the sub. But, yeah. Let's lock in, dude. First, what are you playing today? We're not doing gaming today. We're doing reacts on a Thursday because tomorrow and Saturday are collabs with Zeusy. So we have less gaming this week. We're doing gaming on Saturday, me and Zeusy. But tomorrow we're doing, like, event-type shit. I've been sitting on, like, 18 different... It's actually, I say 20 most popular beer brands. It's the 18 most popular beer brands. And 4 of them are from China. I think it's Snow Beer, Xinxiao, something else. There's a Soul Beer, which is like a Mexican brand. Something else. I don't know. There's a bunch of bands. Or a bunch of brands. But yeah, first video. Screen Z for the sub. Lock in, chat. 11-year-old's prank ends in a felony charge. What prank could they have pulled that got them a felony charge at 11 years old? Do you think they killed somebody by accident?
So there was a text.
Should I scan this video? I don't know. It's an EWU body cam video, and I feel like they're really good at blurring shit. So I doubt it.
Text message from someone saying they were behind a car. Their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind.
Oh, they prank called the police.
The car.
Everything on your phone is telling me that you made a phone call 911.
But I didn't talk.
Because you did something stupid.
Valid crash out from the father. Valid crash out from the dad there. You know, normally if it was like a prank call to a pizza place, I'd be like, you know, that's a little different. Valid bug out there.
On July 26, 2023, dispatchers in Volusia County receive urgent 911 text from a driver who claims to be following an armed kidnapper's van on the interstate. When they trace the phone, however, they learn the messages are coming from a residence in Port Orange, turning a plea for help into an unexpected lesson in consequences.
God damn, yo, they arrested her? Nah. Oh my God. Bro, do you think she had there's no way she served time. They probably did this as like a thing, like a stunt, and then released her. There's no way.
You this right now, you're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
The following report
Bro, do you think her friend got her to do it? That's like fucked, dude. I would stop being friends if like your friend peer pressured you to do it.
is based on official police records, and the footage has mostly never been seen before until now. It's just after 9:45 a.m. when 911 begins receiving texts.
Joe, we watched this. Bro, like, motherfuckers, this literally came out 5 days ago. We have not seen this.
From someone named Lily Lee Cohn.
I have never seen this.
She claims to be following a kidnapper's van on the interstate, and updates are still pouring in. Volusia County deputies, multiple area police departments, and a helicopter join the urgent
Bro, they got a heli?
search. When they fail to locate the van, a deputy tries calling the phone number that's been sending the text messages.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi. Is this what's your name? Can you hear me? Hello? I'm trying to reach the person I called 911
She didn't think they'd actually call him back. Oh, fuck.
on. Yeah, can you hear me? Oh, shit.
Send her to Alcatraz? No, that ain't gonna help. Bro, you remember Beyond Scared Straight? That shit, like, doesn't work. Isn't that, like, a proven thing that it did not work at all? Like, they did, not like a test group, but statistically, like, showing a kid prison and being like, this is how bad it is, isn't going to change them. I mean, she's also just a dumb kid. You know what I mean? It's different from, like, her actively, like, selling drugs or something. Like, most of the kids on Beyond Scared Straight got arrested for, like, assault and robbery. She's just, like, making a very stupid prank call. What's Beyond Scared Straight? They basically would send juvenile, kids to prisons, right? And they would scare them straight because they were off the beaten path. So it would be like, it would cut, and it would be like a guy, and it'd be like Jeremy, and he'd be like, yeah, I fucking set frogs on fire. Yeah. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and what?
Stop. You're ruining the moment. Thank you for the two. Yeah, what?
Why do you have 2 jars? Like,
2 jars? Why are you making it sound weird? I have 2 glass mugs. That's for tomorrow when we do the beer review. I just set it up early. Why do you have 2 jars? Anyways. When you're on Beyond Scared Straight, it would cut to a guy. It'd be like Jeremy or fucking whatever their name was. And they'd be like acting all hard. Like, oh yeah, I rob people. I sell drugs. I don't give a shit. My mom can't tell me what to fucking do. And then it would literally just be like, they'd pull up to a prison, and it would be like a guy that like killed like 5 people. And he'd walk up to the 8-year-old and be like, hold my pocket. Hold my pocket. And the kid would start crying. And he'd be like, this means you're my bitch. Hold my pocket. And he'd be sitting there crying. Just fucking walking around. It was basically entertainment to me. It was making kids cry. It was making juvenile, like, you know, crime offenders cry for entertainment, but it was like written off as like, we're scaring them straight. No, it was just it was to make people laugh. There was one where it was like, this kid was like 15, but he was really short. And I remember it was like this fucking like 6'5", 250, big ass guy grabs this kid by the shirt and just pulls him up on the fucking wall. And the kid's just sitting there like, like full panic.
Please leave your message.
They have no idea what to do.
For 3.
That's going to voicemail. It says, RP confirming they are in a blue Jeep. Victim is in a white van. They can see they are being restrained through the windows. At the turnaround?
A new text message comes through, including a detailed description of the suspect, who's described as having
This looks like fucking random code shit. I can't even. What is this?
brown hair and blue eyes.
How is she behind him? She's seeing this happen, and she knows what color eyes he has. That's weird. Brown hair and blue eyes, but she's behind him. Like,
maybe she was like saw the incident or saw witnessed the kidnapping, or I mean, like, how would you even be following them and know any of this?
Yeah, RP confirming they are in a blue Jeep, victim in a white van. Of course, it's a white van. Like, it just.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying this by any means, but it's just.
Yeah.
I've had calls like this before.
Their suspicions about the text
You think they took her phone? The parents?
messages are all but confirmed when a GPS trace on the phone comes back to a resident.
Yeah, probably for like 2 years, dude.
In Port Orange, indicating the texter is not traveling on the highway as they claimed. Deputies quickly head to the residence to investigate.
Hey there, how you doing? Is this your...
Dude, I remember I used to have the first phone I ever had. What was the first phone you guys ever had? Oh, God. This is going to make me sound like an unk. I already know you guys are going to be like, oh, the iPhone 8 or some shit. First phone I ever had, this was when I was like 6. It was like, it wasn't even really a phone. It was a little green... It was a phone. It was a little green thing. It only had 5 numbers on it. The middle was the police, and then it was like 4 numbers that you had to have pre-programmed. And it was just like I had it on me for emergencies, right? And I remember whenever I'd have the phone, I'd be staring at that shit, and I'd be like, dude, what if I accidentally press that red button? So nervous about it all the time.
Resident, sir?
It says.
Do you have a daughter or a child at the home named...
It was a leapfrog. I don't know what it was. Green phone with 4 buttons. Oh my God. Yo. This is the phone that I had. I didn't think it would be that easy to find. I've never looked this up. This is the phone, right? And then I remember, dude, why is that button so fucking big? I was always so scared I'd press that shit. And it was like literally like it was like this small. Like it would barely even cover your, like it wouldn't even fit. You could close your whole palm around it and nobody would know you had a phone. And then the second one I had was a slide phone with keyboard. But it was a vertical slide phone like this. This was the second phone I had, and I remember I was in middle school. I was probably in like 5th or 6th grade. I was probably in 5th grade. Actually, it might have been 4th grade, so elementary school. And I would text my friend on it, and he had an iPhone, and he would respond. I've said this before. He would respond so fast. Mine actually wasn't even like this. This has a full keyboard. Mine was like A, B, and C were on 1, and then D, E, F were on 2, and you had to press it like 3 times to get over to it. Oh, it was fucking terrible. But that's where shorthand text, like, got invented. That's why people would type LOL and shit, because it would take so long to be like, that's hilarious.
By Lily Lee?
No.
No?
Anybody home?
Yeah, my wife, my kids. We just got home from.
I had a landline. Y'all ever use a rotary phone? Remember my grandparents had one of those. The ones where it would be a hand crank and you would go, that shit sucked.
Pennsylvania.
It would literally take 30 minutes. Not 30 minutes. It would take like a minute to dial a phone number.
I have an Ava and a Mikey.
Ava and a Mikey?
Yep.
One Delta 5.
Would you like to see them?
The deputies follow him to his house, where he informs his wife what's going on.
There was a 911 call?
Yeah, so somebody called in, or well, they texted.
Sorry, I'm in my pajamas.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Someone texted into 911 that someone was getting kidnapped and they were on the interstate, but then when they went and did like a location on the phone, the address was showing up here.
As their daughter Ava steps into the garage, her phone rings.
Bro, oh fuck. Oh my God.
The deputy answers it, leading to a shocking conclusion.
Hello? Hold on. Who's this?
Volusia County Sheriff's Office.
All right, cool. This is Deputy Asby, the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, good. You got her.
Yep. All right.
Oh, okay. Is her dad home?
Yep. I got both her parents here.
Yeah, we're gonna ask the sheriff to go away in a second.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
They turn to the girl. Now we have to cut your hands off. Oh my God. Imagine that. Dude, she'd be like, it's a part of the rule. You like flash a book. You're like, oh, hold him out. Just brings out like a rusty cleaver.
What happened? I'm so.
Let me see this phone.
Yeah, so all these other numbers. So there's a phone call out to 911.
There's a phone call out to
Yep.
911? What time?
That's her
There's one
call.
right
That's
here.
her calling it.
There's 911 again right there.
This phone was called.
These numbers calling back in are no caller ID.
You did.
Well, there's 3 different times that 911 was called out from this phone.
9:30 a.m.
Yep.
That was the initial.
At 9:30 in the morning, bro, rolling out of bed doing this shit. I thought it would have been like fucking like not nighttime, but like noon, 9 in the morning.
call.
Twice.
I don't know why that's shocking to me. I don't know. That just seems weird to do it at 9 in the morning.
I didn't mean to call that because I.
Probably got dared. Dude, that sucks.
But you did.
Reports show that the number belonging to Ava dialed 911 at 9:30. When asked where the emergency is, a female identified as possibly a juvenile responded, "I'm sorry, I dialed the wrong number." The same phone number
Dialed the wrong number. Most numbers are like however many digits.
would later begin texting 911 to report the kidnapping.
When did. I'm just so confused. I'm sorry. When did you got a message about an interstate?
So there was a text message from someone saying they were behind a car.
Could I call this
Who
back?
was kidnapped.
That's
Their friend was kidnapped from a Chick-fil-A in Palm Coast, and they were on the interstate behind the car.
What time is this?
This
Today?
is like, yeah, this is today. This
Oh,
is
we
actively
got
going on
home
right
at
now.
2:30 in the morning.
Okay.
So we were here the whole time since 2:30. We were on the interstate coming home from.
everything's showing
Pennsylvania.
that.
I don't think she's understanding what's happening. I think she's thinking that the police are insinuating that like they were a part of some sort of like kidnapping situation. Like She's like, he understands what's going on. He's like, my daughter prank called them. She's like, well, no, we were on the interstate at like 3.
Slovenia.
Right.
Bro, no clue. Literally, like, what?
We showed up here like 2:10, 2:15.
Okay.
And we went to bed.
But these 911 calls
For this morning. You were calling 911?
Oh, now she's getting it. Now she's getting it.
Don't look surprised. You did. You
Did
did
you
it on your phone.
Did they say anything to you? No one said anything to you?
Oh my God. Yo, he putting the fear of God into her. Nah, that look, bro, look at their faces. Oh my God. This is like when you're like, yo, 8 years old, you got one of your parents looking at you like this, you're like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, I think I'm gonna die.
To you?
Did you say, Ava, you have to explain what happened here. Something's going on. What did you know?
Oh, he's trying not to crash out.
You know.
Mikey, go inside. Ava, get your shoes on. Come out here.
I didn't hit him.
Wow, so calm. So calm.
You're not in trouble. We just need to know what happened.
Yo, being Mikey right now, so clutch. Being Mikey right now, Mikey's like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit, something's going down. He just boots up. See, this is right. You boot up the Wii. They don't probably have a Wii. This motherfucker's probably playing on like a Xbox Series X, PS5.
Trouble. We just need to know what happened.
Remember those days, dude? Booting up a Wii. Start playing PS2. Crash Bandicoot. You hear them fucking grilling her.
I need to know and understand because this is like weird.
Because we got to make sure that there's not somebody that's being kidnapped on the interstate and we're trying to find them. And
Open your mouth if you said something on the phone.
I didn't say anything.
Everything on your phone is telling me that you made a phone call on 911.
But I didn't talk.
Imagine she's like, I need a lawyer.
While one deputy heads to her cruiser, she greets officers from the Port Orange Police Department who have just arrived at the scene.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Oh, I was just trying to make heads and tails of that damn call. There's so many notes in it, my God.
Yeah, we're trying to figure it out. We're with the parents and the daughter, and I guess the daughter did have. We pulled.
Where is Volusia County?
Let the call log, and
is that Florida?
She did call 911.
He probably said in the beginning. I wasn't fucking paying attention.
So the whole armed kidnapping thing and all that stuff is bogus, or?
There was no text evidence when we looked through it, so I don't know if she.
Oh, that's Texas. That's not Texas, bro.
Deleted it real quick, or if it's like through an app.
This don't look like Texas.
Yeah, it seems.
I played GeoGuessr, buddy. Okay.
It's probably just this wedding thing. She's like 10 years old. So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
While Ava's parents demand an explanation, deputies prepare to Mirandize the 11-year-old, who has yet to
Red sand? Yeah, red sand. Are we in Brazil? Red sand, red sand.
fully grasp the gravity of the situation.
You just lied to the police and mommy and daddy. You just lied to everybody.
You have 3 shots here on stupidity.
Tell them what you just said to us.
Open your mouth. I'm telling you, open your mouth.
She's going to read you something, and then we're going to ask you some questions. What's your name?
Are they about to read her Miranda rights?
Ava. How old are you, Ava?
All right, Miss Ava, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have
She ain't understand that shit, bro. No point in telling her that. I like
the lawyer present during any questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you.
She's in like 3rd grade.
Before my questioning, if you wish.
We're reading her rights. Because you did something stupid.
Right.
Let me explain something here, okay? You can cry about this. What you've done here is a felony, okay?
Yo, Corky Plains, thank you for the fucking 25 gifteds, bro. Dump in the chat. Thank you, we got a sub. Thank you for the 25 gifteds. Corky played 7076. Whispan TV for the sub. Jarzy for the raid. Ryan for the sub. Cam for the 3. Why does Everest not post your videos anymore? I have my own VOD channel. Next for the 5. Never Goes Who I got paired up for College World History. Isaiah from high school. My partner is a celebrity. No joke, his name's Isaiah. It's probably not the Isaiah I know. Spin Baz and New for the sub. Sick and Curse for the sub. Alejandro for the 1,000. But he's almost 4 years of VOD viewers are by. Mean for the 3. March BS performing at Disney World, continually sitting on a bus for 26 hours. Oh, God. Scully Brain Screen for the sub. A-Chip and Mr. Krabs for the sub. 360 for the 3. And Corky Plays, thank you for the 25 gift. It's Panda for the sub.
It's a felony crime, and you probably had
She makes a break for it. Oh my god.
20 law enforcement
Full dash.
officers at least, a helicopter, and all running with lights and siren on high speed to try to apprehend or try to stop a serious forcible felony from happening. Do you know what happens if one of those officers crashes and gets killed on the way to responding to something?
Would she get charged with that? Like, how does that work for somebody that's like literally 10 years old? Yeah, but she would probably just have to go to juvie for until she was 18.
That you did as a joke.
Somebody said she's reaching. I see her hand. Stop.
So you.
Oh my god, if they tased her, that would be fucking crazy. That wouldn't even be funny. I would be in shock if he was like, she's resisting. Like, it's like not a 10-year-old that you could just be like, dude, stop.
Better take this serious.
Under pressure from both her father and the deputy, Ava offers an excuse for her actions, which doesn't sit well with the deputy.
Ava, you need to tell the exact truth. I don't want a story. I don't care what it is. I want the exact truth.
You can't make this go away by being quiet. The only thing that's going to happen to you is you're going to end up in a pair of handcuffs going to our juvenile facility. I'm not going to mince any words with you. That's a very distinct possibility of what can happen here today. Don't look at your mother.
I can tell he's trying to be nice, though, right? I can tell he's trying to be nice because he's recognizing that it's like somebody being stupid. Because at the end of the day, yeah, I will say the one thing is a lot of cops are more lenient on people that are younger. Like when you're a teenager, normally it's when you're a teenager. This is a very used case of she's like 10 years old, bro. But still, it's like the recognition of like, you know, you're being a dumbass.
She didn't have any part in this. This was all you.
Yesterday, I beat my brother. He said something about my brother. It's made me talk about it, and then I ended up
I like intrusive thoughts.
doing it today and doing all this.
Was he part of planning this with you?
Yo, just full shift the blame to Mikey. Oh my god. Mikey's on the game right now. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, it's Mikey. It was his idea. Mikey's like 5. Mikey's in diapers. He can't walk.
No, he just said it, and I...
What did he say?
He said, what's 911?
This is your brother?
Yeah, he said it this way. You want to get him?
Well, we can, when we're done, will you go wait a minute?
And then I said, no, we can't. And then maybe I have an idea this morning, and then I just...
So you're trying to blame this on your brother?
You could ask him.
Was he with you when you made this?
Brothers, no way. What grade are you in when you're 7? He's in like 1st grade. Or like he's like that's not kindergarten. Oh, that's 2nd grade, yeah.
Call?
No.
Okay, was he with you when you made these texts?
No.
Okay, then you did this. You were on your own for this. And if your brother's 7 years old, you're not going to blame your 7-year-old brother for this. This was all your...
Yeah, because she's old enough to be dumb. She's old enough to be dumb enough to do that. I don't think Mikey would even understand how to go about doing this. Like, Mikey can't come up with a story.
Decision. Okay.
To call 911 to say what? What did he say to call 911?
Just call 911. You could ask him.
So can I ask?
What if he told you to go up on the roof and jump off the roof?
Oh god, I hate when people say that though. No. See, no, that's. Oh, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you jump off the bridge with him? Like everybody's heard that shit. Oh, you're just gonna copy your fucking friend now? Oh my god.
Do that?
No.
So what's the difference?
Deputies will soon discover the startling truth behind Ava's fabricated story. For now, Ava's mother raises concerns about recent questions.
Well, they said startling truth. She was stupid and called the cops for fun. Like, that's what she did.
Questionable activity on Ava's phone, but it does little to impact the situation.
So I have something really weird with that phone. When we first got that, there was...
Bro, saying the hashtag free Mikey.
The phone kept ringing non-stop. Ringing in to me. And I was picking it up, and there was like people talking, and like I'm like, hello, hello, and like nonstop, like I mean, every 4 seconds there was a call coming in with random numbers, and I didn't know them. And I was saying block contact, block contact. Like as soon as the trick got that phone number,
Okay,
almost
well,
like
you just said
this.
that
has nothing to do with what went on today.
Questions about her intentions lead to a harsh reality check from the deputy.
What the fuck was the mom talking about? That she was just getting random phone calls when this happened?
Who forces Ava to consider the possible consequences of the false report.
Yeah, she was getting spam called.
What were you planning on happening out of this?
Literally nothing. Literally nothing. Just going on about her day after.
Well, what did you think was going to...
Bro, I never did this shit, but I remember when I was like, I said this, when I was like 8, I was in Florida, and there's a lot of shark attacks there, and I swear to God, I was like 7, 8 years old, and I went, there's a shark in the water, as loud as I could. And I got grilled, bro. I'm so serious. I don't know. I thought it would just be fun. Because, like, in my head, I was like, there's obviously no shark in the water. Right? But to everybody else, you know, they're not me. But I didn't know that. So I was like, yeah, I'm 7 years old. I'm just going to be like, hey, there's a shark in the water. Bro, I didn't talk the rest of the day. I remember getting grilled so bad. I was just sitting there like that 1,000-yard stare, just like. Literally, in my mind going, fuck, dude, that was so stupid.
To happen when you said somebody was kidnapped.
That's funny, though. It's not, bro. It's not. In hindsight, it's funny how stupid I was. But, like, bro, people die from that shit.
Somebody had a gun. What did you think was going to happen? Well, did you have any thoughts about how much of the law enforcement resources in this area you were going to take up by doing that? I probably never thought of that, right? Did you think of the men and women that have families at home that are driving 90 or 100 miles an hour with their lights and siren on, trying to save somebody who's a victim of an armed kidnapping, that they could be involved in a traffic crash and be seriously injured or killed?
And then this is where Sam Pepper steps in and then does one of the old YouTube prank videos. They do a fake kidnapping.
Because you wanted to make a joke? Does that seem funny to you? Would that be funny if that happened? Because I can tell you that would be even more serious than what you're looking at right now.
You physically see your father walk up to sheriffs, military, everybody, thank you for your service. And then you do like this?
Though it wasn't captured on camera, reports state that Ava admitted to getting the idea to prank 911 from a YouTube challenge.
What fucking YouTubers is she watching, bro? That's a YouTube challenge. What YouTubers are doing that? I'm not doubting that she's telling the truth there, because there are some crazy-ass YouTubers. But, like, that's not... What the fuck?
And a deputy...
Sam Pepper. Stop. No. Sam Pepper didn't do that. Sam Pepper just did, like, dumb, like, fucking fake kidnapping pranks. She fell for the clickbait. Jack Doherty wouldn't do that.
He attempts to get more details.
Where was this video that you saw? Where was it? On YouTube?
Jack Doherty would. I don't think Jack Doherty would do that. Jack Doherty's a dumbass. I don't think Jack Doherty would do that.
Remember who the creator was or who the poster
Have you seen his videos? Jack Doherty's old videos?
was, what it was about?
Jack Doherty used to do that? No, he didn't.
What do you mean by all of this?
No, he didn't. I know you're lying to me. Now you're going to get me to Google this shit. There's no way Jack Doherty did fucking calling the police pranks. Jack Doherty calling the police pranks. Fart spray in public.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Guys, we have the buds over here, IVP. And
Kids are on there, and I want it now.
Oh no, your kids aren't on there. Your kids weren't even facing it.
What shirt is bro wearing right now?
Your kids aren't on there. Your kids weren't even...
Why is this shit so low quality? Oh.
Even facing it. I blurs every face out. It's not a big deal.
I don't care. I want it off of there, and I want...
Isn't that great?
Daddy's rich!
I gotta stop watching. I gotta go stop watching Dak.
This as in what?
What did she say? Goes Chick-fil-A.
So it was a video about the Palm Coast Chick-fil-A. That's it. That's all the video was about? Gotcha. So, yep. So you saw a video that somebody made about how fun it would be to
Oh my God. I'm like actually understanding now why YouTube age restricts some of my videos. Because you know how I'll just randomly like pan out stupid hypotheticals and it's like clearly a joke? There could be like a 10-year-old that just doesn't think it's a joke. And it's just like so like monotone. Oh yeah, like taking notes.
Call 911 or text 911 and say that somebody's got a gun, somebody's trying to get hurt. You thought it'd be fun to recreate that. Is that what you're telling me?
Like the dead possum? No, that's not a joke though. That would be fucking hilarious. No, I'm still so serious. If somebody walked into a nightclub with a dead possum in their coat jacket that they picked up off of like roadkill, and then on a bass drop just threw it into the air and it landed on the dance floor, that would be so funny. That would be, I don't know why I think that would be so funny. It would just, dude, it would be like an instant room clear. Everybody would be, and it would just be confusion. Everybody would be bewildered because everybody's drunk. The last thing you're expecting to see in a nightclub on like the 10th floor of a building in like a casino is just like a dead possum from the woods just on the floor. You'd be like, what the fuck? It would literally just be pure confusion.
Okay.
However, Ava is about to realize an apology won't be enough to escape the consequences.
Test it out? Yeah, problem. I don't think you would be able to sneak a dead possum into a nightclub.
Meanwhile, one deputy reveals that he was able to reach Ava by phone just before their arrival. And
duffel bag? Bro, if you pull up to a club with a duffel bag, they're immediately going, yeah, you're not bringing that in. I don't even need to know what's in there. You pull up with a suitcase, and you're like, what are you, sleeping here, dude? Get the hell out of here.
And got a less than friendly response from the young girl.
How old is your average view base? Like 16, 17? People watch me between 13 and 28 on analytics, generally.
27 minutes, she lied to the dispatcher.
Obviously, there's outliers that are older and shit, but...
I'll take her over text, and then when I caught her up, she told me to F myself and stop responding.
No, wait, the 10-year-old said that?
Like, got her caught up. Like, hey, you know what's up? The jig's up.
That's when she started deleting more text messages.
Based on Ava's statements, deputies decide there's enough probable cause to arrest Ava and prepare to take the 11-year-old into custody.
No fucking way.
Here, Amanda. Here, stop. Hey.
I'm just saying this. She can't sit in a dentist's office, so that's why I'm saying
Deep breath.
I'm not ready for those temper tantrums when I'm a parent one day. That noise is so upsetting to me. She's resisting. Chat, stop. What's crazy though is any other cop body cam video, they would have tased her. Like immediately would have been like, you're resisting, and they would have gone and fucking face planted on the ground. They would have just jumped on top of him. Anyways, no, dude, I'm gonna have to like literally dissociate when I hear that noise. Oh my god, just this screech.
Listen carefully. Don't make this.
She's gonna come out there. No, she'll be out there.
They're not actually gonna keep her in jail, bro. Imagine she hits the craziest line we see in every cop body cam video. Wait! Moment of clarity. Could I hit a vape? Real quick, do you have a vape? Wait! Do you have a cigarette?
So stop.
I'd be like, what?
Listen to me. What's your Ava? Ava, stop struggling, okay? They're not going.
Wait, why did somebody say burrito? Oh my God, what is burrito? What does burrito have to do with? Why do I know that? Why do I know that? I remember there was a streamer I was going burrito. Why did I do that? What is that from? Oh, the Bonobo video. Yeah. Where the Bonobo had a whole wall of like random symbols that he knew, and then there was just a square that just said the word burrito. Burrito.
Yeah, they're not going to hurt you. Listen carefully.
That was the funniest video I think I've ever seen. I love Xiao Ma.
Carefully what's going to happen here. No one's going to hurt you. You're going to sit in the car for now, okay? If you go somewhere, what it's going to involve is taking pictures, taking fingerprints, and then they're going to call your parents to come and get you. So don't make the situation any worse. They'll be up shortly after that.
Go in the car?
No, you can't go in the car.
You can cuff me if you have to.
It just can't happen.
Oh, well, that's a good dad. That's a good dad. That's a good dad.
I'm telling you this right now, you're going to take this as a lesson out.
Nah, that's a good dad. He said, I'd come with you. You could cuff me if you have to.
11 years old, that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
Ava is placed into the back of the police car, where her father delivers a few hard truths.
I'm just warning you, you're not going to sit for a couple hours. They're going to be bringing you into a building, fingerprinting you, doing all sorts of stupid for your stupid. Your life just changed, kid. Over a phone call, your life just changed.
Minutes later, the reality of the situation continues to have an emotional impact on her parents.
She'll be fine.
For her right now.
There's no way they... Oh, my God. Do you think they're going to keep her there?
Stop stressing. This is the best thing for her because she...
Oh, yeah. No, they need that. They need that. Well, because she hasn't... It's like a wake-up call.
It sucks for us. I work my off with you to keep this kid doing stuff normal like we did as kids, and this is the she does.
According to a statement from the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, 11...
It is crazy how people have changed like that. Like, your parents probably, like, would light poop bags on fire in front of people's doors and stupid shit. Like, ding-dong ditch. And now kids just do, like, oof, like, literal, like, federal crimes.
11-year-old Ava was charged with making a false police report.
Jack said I still do that.
Concerning the use of a firearm in a violent manner, a felony, and misuse of 911, a misdemeanor.
Dude, I remember I used to just break shit in the woods. That's all I would do. We already had told stories where I used to collect bottles and stuff. I remember I used to just break shit, bro. I used to just take... Dude, I look back at it, I'm like, I never chopped a tree down because I didn't have the fucking strength to do it. I remember I used to just walk into the woods with an axe and just start smacking trees. That was fun as shit. I remember waiting to get home from school so I could just go fucking hit trees with an axe or a stick or some shit. I used to climb trees all the time. I'd make little forts. Bro, that was badass. When you find a fucking nice-ass tree, you remember finding a nice-ass tree where it was like not like a staircase, but it was really easy to climb, and then it had a little chill spot. You just fucking post up there. And I remember the whole time I'm like, dude, next time me and the guys play Manhunt, I think I'm just going to instantly win. I'd plan it out. I wouldn't tell anybody about the spot either. I'd be like, yeah, this is my shit.
Demeanor. After being processed at the Family Resource Center, she was later transferred to the Volusia Regional Juvenile Detention Center in Daytona Beach, Florida. An experience she...
Until you see the ants? Yeah, no, or until you see some fucking, like, weird animal or a bird or some shit up there. You're like, oh! You fucking jump down.
He is unlikely to forget. We requested more information about her case from the Volusia County Juvenile Court.
Literally a spider, and then I never return. I see a spider I'm talking about how I'm going to plan to sleep up on that tree one night, and then I see a spider up there. And I abandoned that place. I never go back. I never look back.
And they said nothing is releasable.
Nothing's releasable. I would say, realistically, she might have, like...
2000.
I don't know, gotten some stupid community service, but she's like 10, bro. They're not going to do that. Oh, God. When I was 15, I called 911 to give them the old refrigerator running joke, hung up. 3 minutes later, there were 6 cops at the driveway. I was grounded for 6 months. Dishing out taught love, yet still waiting to get himself cuffed in order to go ride with jail. Someday she'll realize how great of a dad he was. That's what I'm saying, bro. Lord, go attitude with the dispatcher. She said, don't fucking call again. Made me realize why the mother said her being arrested the best thing for her. Father's visible discovered disappointment makes me feel like I failed him. What? Brother's going to have some major trust issues with his sister for framing him. Nah, bro, that's literally just sibling shit, dude. That is innate sibling shit. Just trying to pan off any responsibility to the person that is closest to you. Is just going, yeah, no, that wasn't me. Aaron, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds, bro. Righty and Concy for the sub. T-Buddy for the 3. Power Cells under the stairs. I'm on for the sub. Turtle for the 3. Got pulled over for going 16 to 40. I have to go to court. I'm 18. How do I tell my parents I'm so nervous? Should I just go and not tell them? No, you should. I think it's that big of a deal, dude. You're probably just going to get points on your license. I would say you should tell them. Jill for the 3. Kind of realize they're reading her rights and arresting her to make her truly realize how the situation is. She's not going to be let off that easy just because she's a child. Turtle for the sub. Flight for the sub. Olive for the 3. Being a trans person in America is hard right now. I love your streams. Takes my mind off a lot of things here to go. Well, thank you for the 3. And I'm sorry you're dealing with that. Flotus and Glint for the sub. Check for the sub. Flight for the 5. For the 3. First time donating. Great content. Thank you for the 3. Your laugh sounds like Lego Batman. Neo and V-Rex for the sub. People say that all the time. Yeah. Does my laugh... I gotta look up Lego Batman laugh.
You mean Alfred the Butler with 2 T's? 2 T's?
Yeah, it does. Like, I will say, yeah, my laugh is just like Lego Batman. It depends how funny I think something is. Because there's like a chuckle. You know how you have like 4 different laughs? You have like a bass laugh, then you have like a wheezing laugh, then you have a really loud laugh, like a crying laugh. It's how funny something is. H for the sub. It's how little you can breathe changes your laugh. Okay. Lock back in next video. This video is about Playboi Carti. Generosity just uploaded this shit. Lock it in. What's the posting today? I'm posting on the main end of gaming. Today we're doing reacts because tomorrow and Friday I have, or not tomorrow and Friday, tomorrow and Saturday I have collabs with Zeusy. Dave's Hot Chocolate Challenge, rating the most popular beer brands in the world tomorrow with Zeusy, IRL. Saturday we're doing Beer Yo Kart, some other random shit. Sunday's reacts. Monday, Assassin's Creed for like 5 hours. Tuesday I'm off. Wednesday we're doing fucking Schedule 1 because that shit's dropping next Thursday. We have Stalk 2, some other horror games. Next Friday's the Parkinson's charity stream. We got front page for that. Hopefully we could raise like 3-4 grand. That would be fucking sick for Parkinson's. Parkinson's Foundation is the name of the charity. Pasty for the 3. Got pulled over, got 68 and a 30. My friend's dad was a cop, so I got off with a warning. Yeah, dude, you're lucky as shit. 72 for the 3. All right. Lock in. This video is about Playboi Carti.
After years of waiting, after years of anticipation, after many delays, a scrapped album, and so many fit pics, the hype for Playboi Carti's next album was immense. And since his last album, Whole...
I really do believe that a lot of the people that glazed Playboi Carti's album had so much anticipation for it, and maybe they do like it, but it definitely did not meet a lot of people's expectations, but you still have to pan towards that person because, you know, Playboi Carti's a lot of people's favorite artist, and so they glazed the shit out of it for their own self, you know, not self-worth, but it's hard to confront your artist making a mid-album if you've been looking forward to it for years.
Lot I read, I saw in real time.
I'm not skipping.
His fan base grow from a fairly regular base that would appreciate his music to a group that worshipped his very existence. And I would sometimes take part of that, but not for no reason. Ever since his last album, you can hear his influence from a lot of up-and-coming artists. This album started a new wave of rap, which is crazy to think about because it seemed like everybody, including his fans, hated his album on its release, but now it's considered by a lot of them as his best. From then on, Carti has been looked at as a musical genius. But the delays for his new album, I Am Music, did cause a lot of us to lose hype and hope for this project ever releasing. People would call him a liar, a false prophet. People felt like they were duped by the singles he was.
I don't know, bro. It ain't that serious. I didn't even know that motherfucker was coming out with an album until literally the day of the release. I'm also just not a Playboi Carti fan.
Because they thought the album would never come out. Then
actually, no, I knew. You know how I knew? I knew the Playboi Carti album was coming out when Ron would not stop talking about it at the Rainbow event. He would go, Carti drops tomorrow. Some stupid shit. He would just repeatedly be like, the Carti album? Yo, you guys listening? Literally like every 10 minutes.
And many of us came to the conclusion that we left Carti in 2024 when he didn't drop the album that year. Then he said the album was dropping that Friday, and the hype instantly came back. I mean, we had the bald British guy confirm it, so we know it's really happening.
If you're going to play Backyard Baseball again, there's a secret character you get out holding shift and clicking the robot toy in the main menu, load up the game. It only works on pickup games, though. Maya of the sub.
Thank you, Carti. I never doubted you for a second. And after, of course, a few more delays, having dudes wait all night on the album that ain't even released until the next morning, he finally dropped I Am Music on Friday. His first album in almost 5 years and his first collaboration album ever with DJ Swamp Izzo. And the number one question is, did it live up to the hype and is it good? I liked it. I mean, it's magnificent. I ain't never heard music bless my ears like this before in my life.
It's just glazing, bro.
But I do have some thoughts. Let me tell you everything I liked. First, there's energy in both vocals and production throughout the entire project. I can imagine almost every song on here being hype at concerts, which makes the album.
Yeah, but that's not telling whether or not it's a good song. If you could have a good vibe with, I feel like a song should be good if you're alone. It being great in a concert setting is an add-on, right? But I could sit alone and listen to other rap or rock music or something, and it could be enjoyable at both. But if I'm only like, oh, I'd only enjoy this if I was in a fucking crowd of 5,000 people and the bass is blasting so loud that I could barely fucking hear myself think, I don't know. I just think the first song, what is the first song we were talking about this shit? The first song in that album, bro. That beat. No. Like, even at a concert, I'd be like, dude, what is playing right now? Pop out.
A fun listen. Songs like K-pop, Toxic, Crank, Coca-Cola Knows are all exciting songs for me. And the intro track, Pop Out, I wasn't too into it on a first listen. I was low-key thinking, why is this the intro track?
Bro, yeah, it sound, no, I'm not, it don't even say, why do people say first listen, second listen? Like, you gotta understand it to like it. I feel like you should immediately understand, not necessarily understand the music, but I feel like first listen, you're gonna know whether or not you fuck with the song.
The beat sound,
and when I hear, it's like, dude, it literally sounds like you're just scratching a whiteboard or a chalkboard.
It's like an alarm clock. But after a few more listens, it has grown on me. And I'm not gonna lie, this might be my favorite song on the album. I'm being so for real. This song is just pure.
No, I can't, bro. I'm trying. I'm not even just trying to be a different. I'm trying to get into it. No.
Pure hype. Second, the features on here are stacked. There's The Weeknd, Young Thug, 2 Future features, 2 Lil Uzi features, 3 Travis Scott features, and 3 Kendrick features, which I'm surprised he's even on here, let alone being on 3 songs. And I'm not here to talk about the hypocrisy of Kendrick wanting to be on this album while dissing Drake being a deadbeat dad, while at the same time being featured on an album with one. Those are valid criticisms, but I'm just here to judge the music. And I like every song Kendrick is on. Backdoor, he don't do anything crazy, but the song is supposed to be a vibe anyway, and that it is. Good credit, just overall slaps. It's a hard track, especially Kendrick's verse. He's spitting rhymes and tweaking at the same time. And when he said, Carter, my evil twin, Carti, my evil twin, bro, that's just funny. How can you hate? And him on Mojo Jojo, he don't spit a verse, more like he's just introing the beat drop, but I still love it.
Yo, Carti, I need that Back to the Future. I need that extraterrestrial PP, Carti. Give it to me. Just like that, Carti. Just like that.
When I heard Kendrick say that beautiful poetry, I felt that in my dick. Travis and Carti on Philly also goes hard, although it sounds like a Travis Scott song featuring Carti. I still enjoyed it. Like Wheezy with the first ever SpongeBob feature, sounds like pure happiness and joy. I get all giddy when I hear it. Charge them hoes a fee. Future, Carti, and Travis coming back together on the track Sense Type. One of my favorite.
I don't know, bro. I feel like, I don't want to say this is just glaze, but obviously your music taste is purely subjective, right? And I have some crazy fucking music taste. But I don't understand the hype of Playboi Carti. I really don't. I've been trying to like understand the drop and like why people fuck with it so much, and it's just and I'll talk to people that like it and they're like, yeah, the beat, yeah, the lyrics, but I'm just like, I disagree because at the end of the day, I feel like I don't like that style of rap where it's just so loud, energetic, but I can't understand what they're saying. Like, I like a lot of artists that have energetic rap. Like, I really like Denzel Curry. I really like fucking, dude, I don't know. I'll listen to, like, anybody that's energetic, honestly. Like, or even hard rap, but it could be, like, big beats, dude. Like, Boss Man D-Lo, dude. Like, I've been playing Mo Chicken, which is just, like, what's the name of the fucking song, bro? Like, it's a good song. Listen to Rather Lie. Bro, this is the one with The Weeknd. The Weeknd carries this. The parts where Carti's singing aren't as good as The Weeknd's. Like, if I'm listening to this song, I'm listening to this song because of The Weeknd. The beat's good, though. I'm not saying the beat is actually bad on all of his music. I'm just saying I don't like Playboi Carti's music that much. I just don't think it's a style that I fuck with.
Favorite songs of last year. I don't feel the same about this track, but it's cool. Lil Uzi's features were nice too. Even though he only plays on 2 tracks that are only a minute and a half long, he gave a nice verse on Twin Trim.
Yo, another thing, dude. Can we start making songs like 3-4 minutes long again, bro? That's a lot of the reason why I like rock music too. And I do like, there are a lot of rappers that do, you know, fucking 4 or 5 minute songs still. Even if it's like 2.5, that's still chill. Like Big X does like a lot of, you know, almost 3 minute songs. But if it's like a minute long, it's immediately over.
In a verse on Jumpin' that sounds like an elementary school rhyme.
It sounds more like a sample.
And I don't mean that as an insult. It's a fun song. And the song We Need All the Vibes with Young Thug and Ty Dolla $ign is such a good song.
10-minute songs? No, that's too much. I think like prime length for a rap song that I like listening to is like 3 minutes. Like 3 minutes flat.
Summertime song. I can already see myself walking at the beach or pool listening to this song.
Yeah, like Dave Blunt's, bro. Can't put down the cup. Prime example. Chat, who's going to catch him when he crowd surfs next concert? You see he's going to do that? He said next concert he's crowd surfing.
Feeling like the man. The features on here really elevated the album for me. I'm a fan of all of them. With that,
that's like really dangerous. That's like really dangerous. I'm not making fun of like him for his weight or anything. I'm just saying that's very dangerous. He's like borderline 600 pounds. If he jumps off of a stage into a crowd of people, he could kill someone.
Combined with Carti,
Like he could actually, like if they don't, if the first 3 people that hold him buckle, somebody's dying.
his energy and the cool production throughout most of the tracks, this album is almost great. Almost. I like the album, but there are things that hold it back for me. First, other than the songs Good Credit, Pop Out, and Crank, there are no other songs I would say I love on here.
But that's not even Playboi Carti's problem. I think that's just like most, not all, because I know people are going to be like, oh, the fucking, Kanye graduation era. Like, most albums have mid-ass songs. That's the problem with releasing 30-song albums, is most of those songs are going to perform bad. Not like bad in the sense that, they're just full flops, but there's going to be like 4 or 5 songs that do really well, and the rest just do terrible.
A lot of likes, but not much love to give. And I have to say, I think the album is a little bloated. And songs I formerly loved before the album release were low-key ruined, like Hood by Air and Evil Jordan. Look how they massacred my boys. Evil Jordan now has a minute-long intro that sounds like those TikTok edits of the song. And when the beat is about to drop, he adds this ugly-ass snare in a Roblox gun sound effect, killing the beat drop of the song. This song did not need all of this, bro. Save that intro for the concerts. Then Hood by Air is also ruined by the unnecessary
Bro, that's a problem with a lot of rap, though. You're listening to a minute-long intro. Dude, 20 seconds. 20 seconds and cut it. Like, I love, where is it? 2 a.m. by Big X the Plug, 33-second intro, and it's too long. And I'm just like, yep, all right, let's start singing. Let's start getting the song going. All right. Start the song there. That's like the one complaint. The rest of the song's fire. All right, lock back in. James for the 3. Love your videos. When I go to the Good Cave, you say hi, Grace. You're like, go put up for the 3. Catching filing a lawsuit. Zom for the 4. How do you feel about JFK files? People going crazy over it. I haven't really looked into it. Mighty for the sub. Zom for the 3. Asking the same question. Slow for the 3. Listen to Molly by Vote Tobias. I'm gonna let us do another song right now. T Buddy for the 3. Craig's the best song. Saturn for the sub. Buddy for the 3.
Snare in his intro and throughout the whole song, bro. Why was the snare added? I don't know. I love the original versions of this song way more than the album versions. This snare is added in a lot of songs. Most of the time it's not bad, but those 2 songs, it sticks out like a sore thumb. The song Opium Baby sounds like it was straight made using a soundboard. Not just that, it don't even sound good.
Bro, what's that song with Future that does that? Oh my God, what's that song with Future that does that? And it has the same loop on track, and it's all I can fucking hear when I listen to the song. Oh my God, is it Type Shit? No. This. Where it goes, he was once a thug from around. That's all I hear. In the entire, like, bro, cut that shit off. Why do we have that on It's a Tough Song? No, Like That's a really good song. No, I'm not going to say the song's bad. I'll still listen to it. I'll get over it. But wouldn't the song be better without that shit on repeat for the entirety of the fucking song? I would be like, cut it out. Bro. I'm vibing, right? He was once, he was once, he was once, he was once. Like, I don't need, fucking, why do we have that playing? I don't know. That could be an outtake. I just focus on it too much. I do. I understand that's not a good take, but holy fuck. That's the one problem I'd have with that song. And it's used in a million other rap songs. Not a million. I've heard it in like 2. Yo, that is really a good fucking song, though. That is really a good fucking song. What other songs do some shit like that? The only other one I'm thinking about, it's not even a rap song. Don't Fear the Reaper. There's too much cowbell. There's too much. It's a little toned down there. It's not as bad because it's in the back, but it's like, get rid of the fucking cowbell, dude. We don't need more cowbell.
Might sound good.
You just got somebody in the back. Dude, SNL did a skit on that shit where there's a dude in the back going, and you're just ringing that shit for the entire, it's a 5-minute song.
For schizo memes, but nowhere else. And although I do like Crush, the song sounds like one long intro. The song feels like it's building up to something grand, something magical. Then it never happens. The beat drop was underwhelming. Travis is just doing ad-libs the entire time. Then Carti drops a short verse, and after that, the song is basically over. And I'm disappointed. When I heard that snippet Carti dropped, I was like, yep, this is about to be the best song on the album. Just to be hit with 3 minutes of build-up. I'm also a little disappointed that he didn't add Backrooms or 2024 on there, even though it's 2025, but I still like the song. He did add the songs on his album to his website, though. And all you have to do to listen to them is pay $8 in this economy? Thank God for SoundCloud. This one hurts, but I can't not talk.
Bro, people use SoundCloud still. Y'all use SoundCloud, bro. I feel like I haven't seen somebody talk about that shit since motherfuckers wanted to be rappers in high school.
About the alleged AI use of rap.
And they'd rent out, bro. I remember the kid. Yo, I feel like every high school has a kid that wants to be a rapper, and they'll film like a music video and rent out a BMW for like the day. They'll like not even lease that shit. They'll rent it out for a day with like a drop top BMW. Just sit on that shit and be like, yeah. And it'll be like Big Boozy on the track. I'm like, bro, that's your rap name?
Rather lie and find. Now, many people are speculating it to be AI because his vocals sound very off on those tracks. I have yet to see no great evidence of these 2 tracks being AI yet. None of this is confirmed, so I'm not gonna pass it off as fact. So, you know what they say. Ignorance is bliss, so I'm gonna still be bumping Rather Lie until this is confirmed. Outside of those complaints, yeah, I like the album. When listening to Carti, I'm not expecting anything groundbreaking nowadays. I'm expecting music that would make me want to break the ground. And the album delivers that for a lot of it. There's a lot of tracks I like, but there's also a lot of tracks I'm just like, for. Y'all gonna hate me for this, but if I were to rate every Carti album out of 10, it'd be like this. His self-titled an 8.5. Dial It, a 9. I love almost every song on that album. Whole Lot of Red, a 8. And I would rate I Am Music a 6.5.
Oh, hell no!
And that's him being nice, bro. He's just trying not to get shit. Like, so serious, bro. If you hear him rate 8, 9, 8.5, bro, he wants to rate that shit like a 5.
Hang him! Hang him!
Okay, wait a second. Even when I don't compare it to the rest of his albums, after all, comparison is the thief of joy, I would still rate it the same. I think it's a fun album.
I mean, yeah, you can say comparison's the thief of joy, but at the same time, you expect whatever an artist comes out with, you're not gonna expect their best, but you're gonna expect a level that they should bring to the table from their other popular music.
But most importantly, I think this is a concert album. This is an album that's meant for the people to go crazy to at his performances. And I
think that's another problem with like one-hit wonders. Is number one, yeah, they obviously don't really know what they're doing, and they had a little bit of luck mixed with some talent, but also no real direction. But when you have somebody that releases a song and it insta blows up, they're at such a high, threshold that now everybody's expecting the rest of their music to be hits. And they're going to come out with some shit that's like mid, like all rappers do. But since their first song was great, everything else in comparison is going to look fucking terrible. Jello? Yeah. I don't know. I've been seeing a lot of people shit on Jello too, because he'll rap about like gang shit and stuff like that. But didn't he grow up in like, not Beverly Hills, but like he never lived that is what people are trying to say.
Believe it at least.
I don't know the validity on that, but
at least achieves that. Like, I watched that Rolling Loud performance on Sunday. His set list was lit. And do I think they lived up to the hype? Honestly, I'm satisfied. I've been blue-balled up this album so many times that I'm just glad it's here. And it's not trash. Yeah, that's all I really have to say. I had fun with this album. I know I can't get lit to Beethoven like the way I do with Carti. The Bussy, on the other hand, Carti gotta sit down for it.
Bro, what's that one classical song where it goes? Tell me. Chat. What song is that? The 1738 classic, Cat. The Hill, the Hall of the Mountain King. There's no way that is the name of the... That's a fire song, though. Yo, you know an underrated ass song, Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean. I will unironically listen to Hans Zimmer music for fun. This shit. Yo, and it just builds the whole time. What fucking instrument is this? An organ or some shit? And the dude with the tentacles is playing it? This shit's tough. And it still builds. Look, it's going to build even more. Any heavy instrumental shit like that is fire. Like, what's the one, Protectors of Earth? Bro, I used to listen to this shit in high school. I used to think this shit was badass. Wait, get to it? All right, I gotta stop. Next. Oh my god, what did I just do? Hello? Oh, I thought I just tabbed out of everything. Everything disappeared for a second. I freaked out. Okay. Next, James for the 3. What's your favorite type of cheese? Provolone. Viaddle for the 3. Black Billy Max, making decent music like YouTube. Last time was a great song. You should listen to it. Not for the 3. Did you know that Papa Meat makes music? No, I did not. 242 and Fank for the sub. Shen for the sub. Sin for the 3. Thoughts on Coldplay's Feeling Like Falling in Love, last part of the song? I'm not listening to any music right now. Little for the sub, Mighty for the 3. Swap is for the sub, up for the sub, or Mighty for the 3 says, I don't even know what that means. James for the 3. New for the 10. Hanuman Kind, Run It Up, React, please. No, I've listened to their songs before, though. Yo, as I said, 4 people just asked me to listen to individual songs. I am going to play this video. I'm not listening to any music. I said it like 10 minutes ago. Thank you guys for the donos, but I'm not, like, it becomes a thing where people just repeatedly go, oh, listen to this song. What about this song? What about this song? What about this song? What about this one? You would really like this song. Listen to the last verse on this song. What would you think about this song? So I'm not doing it. I just say no. Right? Thank you for the 10, but lock in. I've listened to Hanuman Kind, though. He had, like, a viral TikTok song. How internet brain rot destroyed Gen Alpha. Catherine, what's up?
We cannot raise a generation of kids that are this tuned out, that are this rude, that are this violent.
I teach 7th grade. They are still performing on the 4th grade level.
People have been sharing videos of their children literally having meltdowns after taking the iPad away from them.
What's wrong?
I want an iPad.
There's too much stimulation for kids today. That's the problem, is they don't fill that void through their own imagination anymore. They just get that information given to them. The shows we watched as kids were, didn't you already watch this? Bro, are you the same motherfucker that said the other shit? This came out, again, 5 days ago. Just like the fucking body cam video when some jerk-off told me I watched this shit. This came out 5 days ago. I didn't do a fucking react then. I've not seen this. No, I've never seen this. I might have seen videos different about Gen Alpha being brain rot, but not this. Part of the problem is there's so much stimulation for kids today, and I feel like what were shows that you watched when you were a kid? I'm not saying like Nickelodeon Disney shows. I'm saying like kid shows, like Max and Ruby type shit. You remember that? Anybody remember that? Like Dora? Yeah, it was like very elongated, instant gratification content. You would tune into it, tune out, play with your stupid toy, tune in, tune out. Kids today are like glued to the fucking screen because it's just so many cuts every 4 seconds, so it's just constantly giving them something to watch. Yeah, Curious George, fucking, what's the one? I hate this show, but it's the one with the hamsters, and they go, the phone is ringing. I fucking hate that show. What's that show? Little Einsteins is another one. Wonder Pets. They're good shows, but they're not good enough, which is what makes them good, right? They're story-driven shows where you have to pay attention to understand what's going on. It's not something that's just going to glue you to a screen. Caillou? I didn't like Caillou.
As a 12-year-old, the internet taught me too many things I shouldn't know. It has completely ruined me, and I have serious mental health issues. This is just one of the many horror stories about brain rot destroying Generation Alpha.
That is not something unique to Gen Alpha in any way at all. I think that is unique to all of us, too. Or not unique. I think that's relatable to all of us. Anybody that lived during the internet era could have access to effectively unlimited information.
It's gotten so bad that
it's not just, Gen Alpha's dealing with that problem. We dealt with it too.
The Oxford Dictionary made brain rot the 2024 word of the year. But although everyone is complaining about brain rot, most people still don't understand what it is exactly or how much damage it's causing. Today, we'll break it down like never before and show with...
What would you say, chat, what would you say brain rot is? Low attention span, useless slop that provides momentary gratification, but hindsight nothingness. The low taper fade. Low taper fade's brain rot, but that's not the problem with, like, what kids are consuming. Like, low taper fade is a meme that is, I would say, primarily consumed by Gen Z. I think Gen Alpha brain rot is, like people that actually watch Skibbity Toilet. People that genuinely watch Cocomelon. People that genuinely, like, are in tune with those fucking stupid trends that we get clips of and we're like, oh, this is funny, but they're actually, like, consumed by it.
Proof how brain rot is destroying an entire generation. So my goal this year is to give you guys double the amount of videos without sacrificing quality. And to do that, we got to keep growing. So 75%
subscribe to Visual Adventure.
Of you guys aren't subscribed, and it would mean the world to me if you did. And I promise to give you more fire content. The disturbing rise of brain rot. Brain rot is the idea that exposure to certain content can turn you into an idiot. It's based on the belief...
Okay, I don't know why I think that's funny, but the image they
content can turn you into an...
The image they used.
Idiot. It's based on the belief that the internet is rotting the brains of kids who spend too much time watching...
Oh, fuck no. Is this real? No, this kid's playing Minecraft creative PE. Number one, that's the biggest problem we got going on here, okay? Get this kid in survival Minecraft, make him fend for his fucking life. What the hell are we doing? This kid's playing creative, just spawning in fucking creepers and witches and shit. Boring. And he's dual scrolling on... He has a WWE ring, his phone, and an iPad with Minecraft PE on it at the same time.
Videos online.
Gen Alpha content's some of the most incoherent brain dead I've ever seen in my life, okay? Like, I can physically feel my brain cells frying every second I spend watching them.
But this isn't just some theory. A mom saw it happen to her own sons. When the boys were toddlers, she would play videos on...
You know what they gotta do, dude? I don't know if this is relatable. I used to watch Animal Planet so much as a kid, and some of it's pretty graphic. Okay, I remember being 6 years old watching a lion eat another animal. I'll kill it, right? It would maul it. There'd be, all right, there's a lion coming in on its prey. And it would fucking literally take it out. I would watch it rip its fucking organs out. But I honestly think It wasn't traumatic for me then. I remember being 6 years old and being like, wow, fascinating. Because I thought animals were so cool. And you're learning something, right? So it's still engaging you, but you're also like, wow, now I know about fucking zebras. And I know more about how they survive in the rivers they have to cross where they're flooded with crocodiles and there's lions waiting on the other side.
On her iPad to keep them calm and entertained. It worked so well that she started calling the iPad Peace in a Pocket.
Sometimes you have an important phone call or you've got a parent-teacher interview or whatever that you just can't be interrupted in, and it's so easy. It's peace in a pocket.
But that peace...
Yeah, I look back at, like, my childhood, and I remember having an iPad mini, but I was a little bit older when I had one. I was probably 10, but kids today get iPads when they're like 4. And I think that's part of the problem, is they don't know how to have fun without that shit. And so you're introducing it too young to where they're incapable of recognizing, what do I do without this, right? They're reliant on it. I think you giving your young kid an iPad isn't a problem if they understand what to do without it. But if you have your kid that's 4 or 5 years old and he's just like doom scrolling on fucking like games and just random shit, the second you take it away, it's like his world's gone. That's his world. He lives in that fucking universe.
Peace didn't last. By the time her sons were 9 and 7, they were exhibiting disturbing behavior. The boys didn't want to do anything except watch videos online and play games. They didn't even want to go to school or do homework. And when she tried to take the screens away, this happened.
And they would become sort of aggressive and throw tantrums and that sort of thing if they played for ages and ages.
Bro, that's kind of why I hate, like, not kid-friendly content. I'm not saying kid-friendly, like Queso is a family-friendly streamer. And he has a wide array of people that watch him, and that's fine, right? I don't like kid content on YouTube where they're, like, family-friendly, but the adults act like they're kids. Not Ryan's World. You know how Ryan's World, his parents will act like fucking toddlers and Blippi and people like that? I fucking hate those YouTubers. Because it's just, you're panning it. Give them something to watch that's not just like stupid, right? You're entertaining them, but you're not providing anything. And obviously you're not like learning anything from watching a Queso stream. But he's like captivating, right? You're watching him for hours on end. He's providing like some sort of gain. Like you're getting nothing material. You're getting nothing sociable out of watching fucking Ryan's World and Blippi. Like they're teaching you stupid shit, yeah, but they do it in such a way that's just like they're talking to a wall.
Ended her story with a warning for other parents.
There is something about it that changes their brain.
Nick A30. I don't think Nick acts like a kid. He just doesn't swear. I'm not talking about Nick A30. Nick A30 does family-friendly content, but Nick A30 isn't brain rot. Nick A30 does stupid kid shit, but he's not brain rot, right? There's this separation there. Preston Plays is starting to go to brain rot territory. I used to watch him when I was a kid. I don't know. I think the best example that we have of brain rot from when we grew up is like Minecraft YouTubers. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Like Sky Does Minecraft was brain rot. That was our brain rot. Jelly, Kwebbelkop, what's his name? Not Sunny V2. What's his fucking name? Sunday. Shit like that. Like you could probably ramble. I could go bar for bar on Minecraft YouTubers for the next 2 hours. I could sit down and talk about Minecraft YouTubers I watched when I was a kid and Markiplier fucking 7 Days to Die playthroughs and shit like that for fucking days, right? My point is, though, that we had a level of brain rot, but it was a mixture. Now there's just only all kids consume today is just bullshit. I don't think that I don't think you should give your 4-year-old an iPad. But if you are, make them filter in and out specific things. They can fucking watch Cocomelon for a little bit, but then have them watch something else.
She was absolutely right. Researchers found that too much screen time physically changes kids' brains.
One result that keeps showing up, parts of the brain related to reading.
Okay, I don't know what this was, but my mom tried to explain this to me one day. She said, I have no idea what it was. She said when I was a kid, it was like some, not sensory deprivation, but when I was, you know when you're sitting in that ball when you're a kid and you can't walk and you're like sitting in this cradle that's like standing and you kind of bounce around and you have little like stupid play toys and shit. She would like cover not my face, but my surroundings with like a black wall or something. I have no idea how to explain this. She was like, I read in a book that if I like covered your visual perception to like nothing, that it would help your brain develop. I don't know what it was. Wait, covering your kids' perception with black to help them learn. I don't know what. Oh my God. I don't know. I have no idea how to describe it. I would have to ask her. I'll bring it up another day. It was a science experiment. I don't know what it was.
Language and decision making.
Not sleep. It was like sensory deprivation, but it enabled me to like full focus on specific things. That's what it was. If she wanted me to focus on something, she would like wall me off. Because I'm stuck in this cradle. But there's so many things around me that I want to learn because I'm a dumb kid that has like a fucking developing brain. So she would like wall me off to where I could only look at the shit in front of me, and then you're forced to figure that out. So it basically like makes you, it's effectively making your kid focus because they have nothing else to look at.
Are often weaker in kids who have more screen time.
This shrinking of the brain is what we call brain rot, and by the time parents notice, it's already too late.
What's wrong?
I want an iPad. I really want an iPad.
One mom shared a story about her 7-year-old daughter who got an iPad for Christmas. No one realized how addicted this girl was.
I don't know how I'm going to be a dad, bro. Like, obviously it's a whole learning curve and shit, bro, that is so annoying. That's like, they're like getting upset about that. Like, obviously, bro's like 5 years old, but I'd be like, bro, you're really tripping about a fucking iPad right now. Like, that would be my response. That, like, I'd be like, yo. And I'd try to reason with him, but he's 5, so he's not going to fucking understand me. I would be sitting down and be like, yo, dog, shut up for a second. It's an iPad. Why are you crashing out, bro? And he's going to be like, but I want it. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a deal, right? And then he'll calm down. I don't know why I think that would work, but I feel like it would. It definitely won't. It definitely won't. They'd probably be like, and they start snotting all over themselves.
Was until her birthday party. The house was full of guests, presents, and cake, but none of it mattered. The girl did not talk to any children invited and spent the entire party playing Roblox on her iPad. Generation Alpha.
Wait, what?
The house was full of guests, presents, and cake, but none of it mattered. The girl did not talk to any children invited and spent the entire party playing Roblox on her iPad.
That's fucking crazy. Was it her? It was her birthday party and she just sat on her iPad the entire fucking time?
Generation Alpha is defined as those born from 2010 to 2024.
Bro. No. That means some of you guys are in Gen Alpha. I thought Gen Alpha was like 2013 or something, like 2014 and up. Bro, that means like a good 500-600 people in my chat are Gen Alpha. Because that's like 15-year-olds.
From 2010.
It's 2012. I think it's like a different consensus depending on what website you look at.
10 to 2024. From the moment they could hold one, these kids had iPads in their hands. That's why they've been hit the hardest by brain rot.
She knew exactly how to start it up. She knew from the get-go.
From the moment she wakes up, Violet Bolton can't wait to get on her iPad.
There are about 2 billion.
You know what they just got to show him? That fucking maze video where that weird thing scares you. You know what I'm talking about? Where they'd be like, oh, do you want to play the maze game? And your friend would be like, yeah. And after you complete level 3, it jump scares you. And then they would just never go on the iPad again.
Billion Gen Alphas living in the world. What happened?
I was so scared of that when I was a kid. So scared.
When these brain rot kids step into the real world. iPad kids. Studies show that kids who spend too much time online are more defiant and rude to their parents. A perfect example of this happened on a flight from Germany in August 2017. A mother and her
Bro, the shit that pisses me off is when a kid's having a tantrum. You ever been to, like, it's always at an Applebee's, bro. It's at an Applebee's or a Chili's. And a family's out and you could tell they just don't care about their kid. And their kid's just, like, actively having a tantrum and they're just not doing anything. They're eating, they're just ignoring the kid like it's a fucking smoke alarm that needs to be changed. Just like a beep, and it's like the kid's actually just like, and they're just like, so anyways, what do you want to do after this? You want to go bowling? And I'm like, dude, shut your kid up. Like, stop your kid. Can we please get your kid to not do that? It's different if they have like a genuine like medical issue or something, but 99% of the time it's just a kid crashing out.
Her child boarded the plane, and right away you could tell this was an iPad kid.
Bro, another story. I had an iPad. This was when I was in high school. I had an iPad kid sitting behind me. He was probably 7, and he got bored, and he started kicking the back of my chair. And I remember looking back and him looking at me, and he went and stopped for like 5 minutes. I look back, the mom's asleep. He starts doing it again. Dude, I forgot about this. He starts doing it again. So I fucking look behind, like I'm on window aisle or like window seat. So I look in between the cracks and he sees me again and I go, and I just stare at him for like 10 seconds. Full stops. Doesn't do it again. Scared the shit out of him.
The moment they sat down, the mother asked the flight attendant to turn
I was probably like 15. I remember I was like, I'm just gonna scare this kid
on the Wi-Fi so her child could use their...
That poor kid, he wouldn't stop kicking my chair, dude. I'm not even talking like, oh, his knees were against it. He was going like this. Like full fucking like kicking. Like my fucking chair, dude. Like stop.
iPad. We don't know if the Wi-Fi was turned on or not, but as soon as the plane took off, all hell broke loose.
The passengers describe an 8-hour flight from hell with non-stop and nerve-jangling screaming and fussing. They even...
All right, this is going to be a bit of Schadenfreude. It's going to be a bit of Schadenfreude. But Schadenfreude is when you feel joy from other people's pain. When I'm in the back of a plane and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm like seat 35B and I'm middle row and I hear a kid crying in the very distance, but I have my AirPods in and if I hit the dum, it goes noise canceling and I can't hear him. I just go, in my brain, I go, because I know the people that are right next to that kid are not having a good time. I know the people that are right next to that kid are like, oh, you get on a flight and there's a fucking kid crying next to you. Oh, it just ruins your day. Like, talk about ruins your day. Now I'm sitting in the back of the plane. I'm like, oh, I got the worst seat on the plane. Full swap. I got the best seat on the plane. I'm far away from that kid that's going to cry for 6 hours.
Covered their ears to drown out the 3-year-old.
No matter what.
Oh my God. Yo, if I'm sitting next to them, chat, you hear this noise nonstop?
They even covered their ears.
You're right next to the mom that's like holding the kid that like will not stop crying. How long until you like freak out? I'd give myself like an hour. I would give myself an hour where I'm just sitting like, just like slow breathing, and then I'd be, I'd hit the fucking the like flight attendant button. Kid's gotta go. You see that door there? Open that hatch. Whoop! No, I'm not actually advocating for that. I'm not saying throw the kid out of the plane. But I would be mad. I would be mad for sure.
To drown out the 3-year-old.
No matter what anyone did, the child wouldn't calm down.
But he was climbing all over the chairs. He was just screaming, would not let up. He was running up and down the aisles.
Some people...
Yo, that's the guy. This is the guy they interviewed. This bro's sitting 12B. Just sit middle seat right next to the fucking kid crying.
On the aisles.
Some people say the solution is simple. Punish the kid. Spank them. Take away their devices. But
I'm not spank them, bro. If the kid's crashing out. I don't know. What do you do? Because he's not like an infant that's crying because he hasn't had food. That's different, right? If you're a like 1-2-year-old and you still shit your pants, you can't talk, you can't walk, you can't do anything. Tape? You're gonna tape your kid's mouth shut? You gotta hit him with that mom stare. That's what you gotta do. You gotta put the fear of God in your kid's eyes from a young age. You know that mom stare where they're like, you know they're not going to hit you, but it's like you're in tough shit. But if does a 3-year-old understand the mom stare yet? Where they're like, that's the mom stare. Where it's like, you're fucking around. You don't know your mom's mad at you. You hit a fucking like, you hit a quick turn to look, and they're just like in the corner. You're cooked. You're like, fuck, I'm going to die. I'm going to get killed today. No.
what happens when the kid isn't small anymore? Like this 15-year-old Gen Alpha boy who is 6 feet tall and 270 pounds.
What?
15-year-old Gen Alpha their devices. But what happens when the kid isn't small anymore? Like this 15-year-old Gen Alpha boy who is 6 feet
see chat, some of y'all are Gen Alpha.
Tall and 270 pounds. In September 2022, his mom allegedly took away his phone as punishment. In retaliation, he destroyed the entire house.
I don't care.
Bro, what? I'm disowning my kid.
I don't care.
Bro shattered everything, flipped the fridge. Literally took everything out of the fridge, fucking shattered it, and threw it onto the fucking island. Over his phone.
Desperate for help, his mother started
A GoFundMe? Bro.
Started a GoFundMe to raise money for repair.
But then the kid could just do it again. I feel like the way you gotta stop him at that point is his friends clown on him. Because, like, his friends aren't going to be like, yeah, that's chill, dude. You destroyed your house because your mom took your phone. They'd be like, bro, what the fuck?
But when people started criticizing her son for being spoiled, she tried to change the story. She posted another video saying her son was mentally ill and that his meltdown wasn't over a phone, but the internet wasn't buying it. They thought she was only saying that so more people could feel sorry for her and donate. But this kind of aggression from kids is everywhere now, even in schools.
I've had a student throw chairs at me and shoes because I asked them to get their math book out, but they didn't want to.
And nothing triggers aggression fast.
Bro, that's just like some different shit, man. Like the whole respect your elders type stuff. There would be times where I would like, you know, make jokes with a teacher or something. I never understood when my classmates would like straight clown on a teacher though. Like that's like just rude. It's not even funny. Like when a sub shows up and they're just like an asshole to them. I remember there would be subs showing up and we would act like we were different people. Like I would say here for somebody else because they didn't know who we were. So we would like fuck around like that. But that's like harmless. You're not mentally taxing that person. But just like cursing out your own teacher, throwing a chair at them, shit like that. Like, bro, I don't want to say like they're better than you, but they're your fucking teacher, man. Like show some sort of fucking respect. Even if they're an asshole, at that point, it's just like, man, you got to get through that. That's a part of fucking life. And that's what worries me with some people too, is the kid that acts like that and throws a chair at his teacher, he's never going to fucking go anywhere. Like, I'm not saying, oh, that's going to go on his job record. But if that's how he reacts when he has to do classwork and he doesn't want to do math, bro, tough shit. You're never going to make money. Like, you're never going to get a fucking job. Like, you got to deal with that shit on a daily basis. Part of school, I always say this, part of school isn't learning shit. Obviously, yeah, it's like learning the skills to problem solve. But a lot of school, too, is just learning how to do shit you don't want to do. Because that's a lot of life is unenjoyable bullshit. Like, just having to fucking do stupid stuff, right? Not even on just a job level. Dumb shit like going to the DMV, bro. Sitting in a DMV for fucking 4 hours. You know what prepared you for that? Sitting in a boring-ass English class. Sitting in a boring-ass English class every day for fucking 12 years. You know, now you can fucking sit, and now you can sit in a DMV, no problem. Just stare at a wall for fucking 4 hours, and you're good, right? If you never had to go through that, you'd be fucking in shambles having to, you know, deal with just stupid shit.
Faster than a parent taking away the iPad.
What? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
Dare you to come take your iPad. Leg sweep. Whoop! Take the iPad. Yoink it.
People have been sharing videos of their children literally having meltdowns after taking the iPad away from them. I mean, this one is literally picking up a chair to throw it.
But Gen Alpha kids who aren't lashing out are facing a different emotional problem.
Smack him? No, that's not what you do.
Depression.
I don't think like hitting your kid, because there's a different. The problem in my mind with like not beating your kid, but you know, spanking your kid, is it reinforces I shouldn't do this because there will be a pain as a result. They're not doing something because they don't want to do it. They're not doing it because they're scared of, you know, pain or punishment, versus somebody not doing something because they recognize that it's wrong.
2021, researchers found that high school kids who spend too much.
The worst thing ever, you ever have a parent tell you, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed? That's the best thing they could ever tell you. Because that shit gets you to your core. Because you want to, what you should want in your own brain is not necessarily to pander your parents, but you want to make your parents proud. And if they hit you with the, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed, you're like, oh, like it's soul crushing, you know? It's worse than if they just berated you.
Much time on TikTok experience memory loss, depression, stress, and anxiety. Sometimes even healthy teens start believing they have a mental disorder just because they saw it on TikTok.
Important story for parents to...
Bro, that was a big problem. I don't think that's as bad anymore, but there was a lot of people that were like self-diagnosing themselves on TikTok and claiming they had serious illnesses just because they saw like, here's 5 signs to know if you have Tourette's. And then somebody just goes, yeah, no, I have that. Like that one TikToker that just like said she had it. Here's 5 signs to know if you're schizophrenic. And then somebody, like, why are we even making those videos, number one? You got to go get fucking tested.
Here, rise in teens on TikTok self-diagnosing themselves with rare mental health disorders, in most cases that they don't have, after watching videos on the social platform.
But it doesn't stop at wrong diagnoses. In one bizarre case, teens actually developed physical symptoms.
Teenage girls showing up at their doctor's office with these strange tics, these strange movements and jerking movements. Nobody could figure out why.
Doctors were baffled. It took a team of investigative reporters to solve the mystery.
According to a recent Wall Street Journal article, doctors say all the girls have one thing in common. They're watching TikTok videos of people with Tourette's syndrome, which is a neurological disorder.
How many videos are they watching of people with Tourette's to develop tics themselves? That's not just one video on your For You page. That's every video all day. You're just constantly watching people with the same tics for you to start developing that yourself.
Can cause physical tics.
They're faking that? I don't know.
No wonder TikTok is called the worst social media platform of all. It's pure brain rot. This next brain rot problem destroys the innocence of kids. Inappropriate content for kids.
I think that's just part of the problem of TikTok. Has its value, but any short form media app that you can have mass media consumption very quickly will always have massive downsides just due to the amount of content they're able to consume. Any like YouTube, Twitch, any social media platform is going to have its negatives, but the quicker you're able to filter content, the worse that content will have on your mental, because the more you're going to see.
Kids who spend all their time online don't have to go looking for adult content.
Instagram Reels is worse. It's any short form, dude. It's YouTube Shorts, it's Instagram Reels, it's TikTok, fuck, Facebook, for anybody that uses that.
Finds them. First, they stumble upon viral memes that might be funny for an adult, but can be extremely harmful for a child. For example, there are plenty of instances of children quoting the Haktua meme without understanding what it means. There's even a children's...
Bro, there was some similar shit. Yo, you remember the ones, what's the one Flow Rida song where he goes, Blow my whistle, baby. I used to be singing that in the car. They used to play that on my bus. Whistle by fucking Flowrider. This shit. I'd be walking around. I'd be walking in the hallways singing that shit. No idea you're talking about. No idea what I'm talking about. Just.
Song about Haktua that stayed up on YouTube Kids.
Yeah, Josh Hutcherson. Bro, that's how y'all know it. Oh my God. No, y'all are actually brain rot.
For 3 days. We've also
no way I play that song, you immediately go, oh, the Josh Hutcherson video?
Seen kids making jokes about P. Diddy and baby oil. That's not something a child should know about, but inappropriate jokes are just the beginning.
Shit, though. No, there's no way. Nobody's making jokes about P. Diddy not knowing what's going on.
Once a kid falls into toxic content, it only gets worse. Some as young as 9 are addicted to mature videos. Others watch real-life gore and...
Bro, see, it's too easy to access. The pipeline I had when I was a kid, first, I used to Google nude beaches when I was like 10. Then I used to Google boobs on YouTube, right? Then you go through that platform, right? Now motherfuckers just know, right? Now they just know. When I was like 9, bro, I used to just be like, boobs. Boobs on YouTube. Literally, yeah, somebody said girls kissing.
Fetish content, and this exposure changes them. They start talking and acting differently. Some get so edgy they want to get physical with the cops.
And then he has to provide his ID.
Yeah, you know what? Y'all know what? The police, the Freemasons suck my.
Although TikTok, YouTube,
bro, that's not even a Gen Alpha guy though.
YouTube and Twitter try to filter the worst content, kids still find it because they're always online. Before we explain the next way brain rot is destroying Generation Alpha, there's one question we need to answer. If brain rot content is so bad, why do creators keep making it? Getting rich from brain rot. Brain rot isn't just about too much screen time. It's also about the fast, flashy content kids watch.
It's not even just about that, dude. The reason people are going to continue to make brain rot is because it's the easiest audience to captivate. You don't have to have a plot. You don't have to have any necessarily creative ideas. You just need very good animation, flashy, you know, visuals, and stupid sounds playing. And there's a lot of YouTube Shorts people that, with the lower CPM, make way more than I do because they just have that audience. And even then, if you have a long form brain rot audience, you make money because kids can get marketed to so many things that adults won't. Yeah, if you're, you know, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, you're going to get alcohol ads, you're going to get gambling ads, you're going to get insurance ads, and those are going to pay, you know, me and other creators that make YouTube. But if you're 5 and you're watching family-friendly fucking YouTube videos, you're going to get marketed Cocoa Pebbles and Cocoa Puffs and things where they have to pay a higher premium to get an audience that's able to see that. Because you're searching for, you're not searching for broad things. You're searching for a niche audience. And that's why like Nickelodeon and Disney Channel and those companies always have way different ads than anything else. Because it's very like consumer niche areas.
Online that messes with their brains.
You can use it in 2 ways. You could say that's brain rot, yes, or you can say that video gave me brain rot. 2 ways.
While brain rot content is destroying Gen Alpha, it's making those creating it filthy rich. Let's look at the numbers, starting with one of the worst offenders.
Oh my God, Cocomelon, bro.
Cocomelon.
300 mil a year.
Right now, Cocomelon's YouTube channel has 189 million subscribers and 1,400 videos. And those videos have been watched 196 billion times. And every single one of those views puts money in their pockets. However, their biggest payday came in 2021 when the studio behind Cocomelon was sold for
$3 billion. All right, Chad, I'm going to start being family friendly now.
For $3
No cursing here.
billion.
No cursing here.
But Cocomelon.
Fuck!
Ellen isn't the only show cashing in on brain rot. According to Forbes, the Baby Shark dance video earns around $283,000 each month. That's about 9,000.
Wait.
Earns around 200.
Just the Baby Shark video from like 6 years ago makes fucking what? Over $3 million every year.
And $83,000 each month. That's about $9,400 a day. We can't talk about brain rot shows without skipping.
And that's one of their videos.
Toilet.
Who the hell's playing Baby Shark in 2025?
It's a nonsensical YouTube series about toilets with human heads in the bowls, but it gets over 30 million views per video and could earn up to $23 million per year from YouTube alone. But it's not just videos. Even social media platforms are worsening brain rot by making their apps more addictive. Scrolling on TikTok has been compared to...
And they want to pay you, bro. They're trying to, and there's a battle. You don't see this shit. There's a battle going on with TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And the other fucking companies that are trying to pull viewers from TikToks are paying creators to help facilitate growth on their platforms because they recognize the amount of ad revenue that comes with bringing short-form viewers in. It's straight profit for the business itself, and it literally is just like nickel and diming the creators. The creators can make a lot of money if they're at the top, but a lot of the time short-form media isn't profitable unless you are literally pulling in tens of millions of views.
Playing a slot machine in a casino. Every short video gives a tiny hint of dopamine, making users more addicted. Now, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram are copying TikTok, pushing short videos to keep people hooked. And it's paying off. Here's a table showing how much social media platforms earn in 2024. It ranges from
No way Facebook makes the most.
$100 million.
That has to be from old people. How the hell does Reddit make money?
To 80 billion. Despite the warnings, nobody is stopping. If anything, they're doubling down because brain rot is a gold mine. This next problem.
How the hell does Reddit make money? Oh, just like watch page ads?
Gold mine. This next problem is serious because it affects Gen Alpha's daily life. A generation that can't communicate. Watch this video and see if you understand what this kid is saying.
Diddities and diddy men. Keep your phantom high, but Sigma's higher. And remember...
Yeah, that's my kid. I'm telling him to sit down, bro.
It's just alcohol!
Sounds like complete nonsense, right?
Nah, I understood every meme. I understood it. Yo, he was kind of spitting there. No lie. But at the same time... Yeah, that is dumb as hell. He stood up and had to give a speech about that.
But believe it or not, this is how many Gen Alpha kids talk now.
It's just slang. The problem is, here's the issue. We, right, even if you guys are Gen Alpha, I'm presuming the people here that are Gen Alpha are like 15, 16. We jokingly use meme terminology online. Maybe a little bit in person. But for the most part, you have actual conversations with people in real life. Kids only communicate using that terminology. That's their everyday slang. I'm not going out and hanging out with my friends and being like, the low taper fade, but they do.
It's called brain rot slang.
I do a GRWM for my OOTD, but I don't have the proper ring light they tell me I need.
This slang only makes sense if you're deep into online culture. Otherwise, it's gibberish. It's so frustrating that a TV show host brought her own Gen Alpha son on live television just to explain this bizarre way of speaking.
When you say skibbity toilet, what are you talking?
Oh my God, why do we have people that are so fucking socially unaware though as fucking talk show hosts? So when you say skibbity toilet, and I love how they act captivated in every way whatsoever. Dude, so when you say skibbity toilet, what do you mean by that? Yeah. So if I were to say, something is massive, what would your response be? Oh, wow. Okay. I think I'm understanding it now. So you can see here, folks, that, the meme knowledge is wide and vast amongst people that are in Gen Alpha. Like, shut the fuck up.
talking about? Are you just talking about that? Or is it just a funny thing to say?
But every brain rot word has a meaning. Riz is short for charisma, only in Ohio refers to anything that's strange or random, and skibbity can mean good.
Nobody uses only in Ohio, though. If you gotta be a dead meme, you gotta be a dead meme fucking guru there. If you're using only in Ohio in 2025, bro, what? Nobody's talking about that anymore.
Cool, bad, evil, or dumb, depending on the context. There are so many of these terms that someone started a brain rot dictionary to keep track. But brain rots
You needed to put a fucking definition for acoustic.
That someone started a brain rot dictionary to keep track. But brain rot slang is not a laughing matter. Many teachers have noticed that kids who speak brain rot struggle to switch back to normal English. It's like they're forgetting how to talk properly. But at least teenagers can still talk. Toddlers, on the other hand, are losing their ability to speak at all. A mother shared her experience with CoComelon, one of the—
Dude, chat, how often do you use, like, brain rot meme terminology in everyday conversation? I don't know. I feel like the difference is that a lot of people that are like, you know, high school and older now use it in an ironic way, right? You're being sarcastic. You're like, yeah, I'm trying to whiz, right? I'm trying to whiz the huzz, right? Like, you don't mean it. But the problem is, that's becoming a word that people actually use. And then once people are like unironically going, yo, I'm trying to riz. Like, ooh, fuck. Like, then it becomes cringe. I'll use riz or aura. I'll use aura. Aura's different, though. Well, I don't know. I don't think aura's brain rot. Would you guys say aura's brain rot? I think aura's a fine term to use. Because aura had other words that were similar to it prior. Like your presence. Like your presence is the same thing as saying aura. I don't know. I think that's a little different. Not as bad. I use mango. Aura kind of still means the same thing. Your brain rotted, premium brain rot. Aura's a word, though. That's what I'm saying. Aura's a real word, but aura in the way that we use it is different.
The worst brain rot shows.
How do you read chat this fast? I kind of not cross my eyes, but I glaze over, and then I'll just read random messages that, like, catch my eye.
My youngest was watching CoComelon almost every day, and I just thought he was taking a bit longer with his speech. But after I cut it out, his speech picked up almost instantly. He started saying simple words like mama and dada that he hadn't said before. There's a reason for this. For starters, the scenes in CoComelon change every 1 to 3 seconds.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
Well, it's not going to help your kid learn how to speak. You remember when you would watch, I mean, you don't remember it, but you would look back and see the shows that would help you learn, and it would be like Dora staring at the fucking camera with her soulless eyes going, "Can you say crayon?" And an awkward pause. Like, so long of a pause. Like, good. And then they would move on. But when you watch CoComelon, yeah, they're nursery rhymes and they're singing, but you don't see any mouths moving. They're not trying to prompt you to talk. They're not communicating with you. You're just like watching literally just stimulus.
2, 1.
It's so fast that kids—
That actually helps? Yeah. I'm saying it does. The interactive show shit. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse where you would stare at the camera. Oh!
barely have time to process what's happening on screen. Secondly, the colors in CoComelon are at maximum saturation, which can overwhelm a child's developing brain. Last but not least, CoComelon has repetitive songs and high-pitched sounds, all designed to grab and hold a child's focus.
And all of that is happening simultaneously. The child is being overstimulated.
And that overstimulation comes with consequences.
Instead of the child singing along or, rehearsing the lessons in the show, they are just mesmerized by what is happening, all of the different senses that are being...
Yeah, they have no time to think. There's no input output. It's just like straight input the entire time.
Stimulated in the moment of watching, and it actually causes them to become nonverbal.
It's a national crisis. A 2023 survey found that 1 in 5 children were behind with their talking and understanding of words. That's the highest number ever recorded. Talking is how people express themselves. So what happens when...
Get your kid to watch Dexter? That might be a bad show choice. That might be a rough show choice for a kid to watch a show about a serial killer. I don't know. I think you could get your kid to watch like older shows, right? Things that are meant for like, you know, more mature audiences, but not that. What's like an older show that you could watch, you could have your kid watch and it would be good for them? Animal Planet, bro. Animal Planet's not for kids. I feel like it's just for everybody, but it works. Yeah, like some cartoon. Happy Tree Friends? No. Yeah, older cartoons, animes, maybe not be bad. Breaking Bad? Definitely not. PBS? Naked and Afraid? Bro. So, what items did you bring? Just straight staring at his balls. So, what items did you bring?
An entire generation grows up only knowing how to speak in brain rot. Or worse, what happens when they can't speak at all? Following the cool kids. Brain rot has trained Gen Alpha not to think. So when a new TikTok trend goes viral, they don't stop to ask, is this a bad idea? They just jump in, and sometimes it ends in disaster. Take the outlet challenge. Kids were shoving coins into electric sockets just to make sparks fly. Or the devious licks challenge, where kids filmed themselves stealing from their own schools, and those who got caught got in trouble.
Friend's been expelled from school for riding his scooter after hours.
All right, but on another level, both are dumb. Devious Licks is not as dumb as your dumbass shoving a fucking butter knife into an outlet. One is you stealing a soap dispenser from your school. The other is you borderline killing yourself from an electrical shock because you wanted to see sparks come out of your fucking wall.
And stealing a handicap parking sign from the school.
And worst of them all, the blackout challenge. That one was fatal. This isn't just about dumb TikTok.
What the hell's the blackout challenge?
Blackout challenge. That one was fatal.
Just getting like blackout drunk?
This isn't just about dumb TikTok trends. It's about an entire generation of kids losing their ability to learn.
You would choke yourself till you pass out. Who the fuck would do that?
Dumb generation. Brain rot is messed.
That is not that's a trend. That was a trend where people would film themselves, hold their breath till they fainted.
With Gen Alpha's brains so badly, they can't even...
Why? You're not even getting anything out of that.
Study.
We are in a crisis mode in American schools.
On TikTok, videos about Gen Alpha struggling to read have almost 417 million views.
I teach 7th grade.
Bro, the fucking trend that they're doing on social media now, I want to do it one day. And I've seen Sham do it, and I think it's honestly, it's kind of dumb, but it's also like good, where you basically get your viewers on a Discord call to read complex paragraphs, and if they stutter, you ban them. And obviously you wouldn't get people that have like medical stutters or something like that, or like dyslexia or genuine reading problems, but it's basically like, it's making fun of people into learning how to read. Because people refuse to read, but then it's like, if you're made fun of because you don't know how to fucking pronounce soliloquy or some shit, like, then it's, you know, then you get fucking laughed at. That's evil. Well, they willingly do it, right? You don't even know? Bro, I'm saying they willingly do it. You don't even know? Soliloquy. You would have gotten banned? Yeah, well, I wasn't reading it, so it would have been different. It would have been... Lady Carlotta stepped out onto the platform of the small wayside station and took a turn or two up, and I can't even see the fucking rest of the word. Hold up. I need to find an actual paragraph that I can read. What should I look up? Stop saying banned, bro. The rest of the word was cut off. Stop. What do you look up to find a complex reading passages? Reading passages hard. Okay. Oh my god, it's trying to show me ads. Bro, can I just fucking find one that's like a PDF? Reading comprehension worksheets. No. Where do I find one that's rough? Okay, wait. I could do this one. Oh my god, I was zoomed in. Okay. Redo. Lady Carlotta stepped out onto the platform of the small wayside station, took a turn or two up and down its uninteresting length. To kill time till the train should be pleased. Wait, what? To kill time till the train should be pleased to proceed on its way. Then, in the roadway beyond, she saw a horse struggling with more than an ample load. Fuck. She saw a horse struggling with a more than ample... Nah, I'm trying to read too quick. No. Chat, run it back from here. The second Lady Carlotta. Lady Carlotta promptly betook her to the roadway Lady Carlotta promptly betook her to the roadway and put rather a different complexion on the struggle. Certain of her acquaintances were wont to give her plentiful admonition as to the undesirability of interfering on behalf of a distressed animal, such interference being none of her business. Only once... This isn't even a coherent fucking paragraph. I don't even know what I'm reading right now. Only once had she put the doctrine of non-interference into practice, when one of its most eloquent exponents had been besieged for nearly 3 hours in a small and extremely uncomfortable May tree by an angry boar pig, while Lady Carlotta on the other side of the fence had proceeded with watercolor sketch that she was engaged on and refused to interfere between the boar and his prisoner. It is to be feared that she lost the friendship of the ultimately rescued lady. On the occasion, she merely lost the train, which gave way to the first sign of impatience it had shown throughout the journey and steamed off without her. She bore the desertion with philosophical indifference. Her friends and relations were thoroughly well used to the fact of her luggage arriving without her. She wired a vague, non-committal message to her destination to say that she was coming on by another train. Before she had time to think what her next move might be, she was confronted by an imposingly attired lady who seemed to be taking a prolonged mental inventory of her clothes and looks. Nah, I locked the fuck in at the end. That was fire. Oh my god. No, I read that bitch perfectly at the end there. I read that bitch perfectly. What's another hard one? Expert reading passages. Reading passages with complex words. Read Shakespeare. Shakespeare's like old English almost, though. You want me to read a Shakespeare passage? Shakespeare passage. This shit's like too complex, though. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Lieu is not loan, which alters when its alteration finds or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no, these aren't even words, bro. These aren't even words. That's not even words. That's not even words. We're moving on. Now we got to do that though. Mod, send me reading passages I could have my chat read. I'll read one too. Nathan goes for the sub, Ants for the sub, Caleb for the 3. I don't know I don't know how to feel my autistic kid watches Cocomelon and through the repetitive songs that actually helped him learn some things. So I have mixed feelings about that. Answer for the sub, Alex for the 3. Do you look at chat? Do you look at chat and like read it but don't acknowledge it? Like how often? What do you mean? DVZ and Jericho for the sub, Smelly for the 4. I mean, I read chat as much as I can, but not all the time. Smelly for the 4. Trying all types of cereal, FW for the 3. Or stream idea, trying all types of cereal. I could. Marmor for the sub. I'm doing 7 hardcore method, smoking coke while watching Hawk 2, a cartoon. Walmart for the sub, Nathaniel for the 3. May you have the pleasure to put Give Me a Second by the Rich Kid in the next restroom break? No. Galaxy Big and Bagel for the sub, Posse for the 3. We should bring back being allowed to hit other people's kids. Hell no. Sty and Miss for the sub, Bartolozzi for the 3. Another parent trying to parent my kid, that would piss me the fuck off. If I had a kid and another random ass dude tried to like spank my kid, I would throw down right there. I'm Gen Alpha 2011. I grew up with older people. I also think the whole brain rot thing depends who you grew up with. Oh, for sure. Slow for the 3. Show them salad fingers and they'll stop. Right for the sub. MCW for the 3. Whatever happened to Sensei Wu? Don't know. Wee for the sub. Slow for the 3. I'm multitasking my vape while I'm watching the stream. Ansu and Alive for the sub. Flight for the 3. Nate for the sub. Goes for the sub. What did Flight say? That is not Steve Harvey. That's my daddy on my chain. Kyle for the 3. Chance to listen to song Break the Law by Mac Miller. Not listening to a song.
They are still performing on the 4th grade level.
Even the kids who can read can only handle simple sentences or scan headlines. But ask them to read something longer or more complex, they shut down. And then
I think I used to have really bad reading level, and then I kind of forced myself to read over time. The best thing to help you read well, for me at least, was genuinely philosophy, because not only is it more complex sentences, but what they're trying to convey to you, you have to truly understand. And so you have to reread shit a lot. And then that makes you better at reading. Alex for the 3. Like, you see something and you read it in your head but don't acknowledge it, asking for a friend. Nate for the sub. What do you mean asking for a friend? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'll look over at chat and see, like, what they're spamming maybe. But I'm never... If you ever see me pause is when I'm really, like, reading a chat. More than not, if I'm looking over, I'm just seeing if chat's, like, spamming something. I don't know what you mean. Am I looking over, though, and, like, recognizing what they're saying specifically? But, yeah. All right, lock back in.
there's the problem of low attention spans.
They can't even attend to a video. They can't even attend to a 3-minute video clip. I can play it, I can tell them what it's going to be about, I can summarize what the video did, and not a single one can tell me what the video was about.
As if being distracted and unable to read wasn't bad enough, Gen Alpha is also making their teachers' lives miserable.
Having to teach and work with you guys as children has been the most traumatic experience of my life. They don't respect any authority. You ask them, can you stand in your designated spot? They're telling you no and shut up.
In 2023,
that's for shitty parents, though. That's pack mentality, because if you let one kid, like, walk all over you, then all the other kids will do it. But it's also just shitty parents.
Reading and math scores among 13-year-olds in the US fell to their lowest levels in decades. That's solid proof brain rot is destroying the education of an entire
God, deadass, I cook y'all in addition. When we do Trivia Murder Party,
generation.
I cook y'all.
And we are expecting them to go to college and
That's cat, it's not cat.
obtain jobs when they cannot even comprehend basic skills.
Brain rot content won't disappear because it's too...
I'm an accounting major, I'd smoke your ass. Okay, well, you're not in my Trivia Murder Party game, so you're not gonna cook me.
profitable. But parents can control what their kids watch, and that choice changes everything. More importantly, kids need time away from their screens. And if you're Gen Alpha and you're watching this, here's my advice. Don't let brain rot ruin you.
What's 393 plus 925? Give me a second. It's 1,300 and... No, it's actually more. No, it's 1,300 and... say 18. No, let me double check, because 925 plus 300 is 1225 plus 93. We're gonna do plus 75. 93 minus 75 would be 18. So it is. Yeah, it's. Am I right? It's 1318. It's not 1700, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? 393 plus 925 is 1318, right? I don't know. Posse for the 3. Hasn't every older generation said the new generation is bad, then it always works out? Yeah, but that's on a social level where they're like, the old generation's a bunch of idiots, or the new generation's a bunch of idiots. But then when the new generation, Gen Alpha, is actually testing lower than any previous generation in math and reading, that is a problem. That's not them saying you're doing worse. That's Gen Alpha genuinely being dumber.
Your future. Visual venture.
All right. W video. Next. Do I think that's of everybody? No, but I think it's just a broad assumption of Gen Alpha. All right. Next. First attack on the Twin Towers. This is a Fern video.
It's 1992. A man is waiting in line to enter the United States. He has a fake Swedish passport. His real name is Ahmed Ajaj. In his bag are 6 blue manuals and 2 videotapes. Meanwhile, another man is in the queue as well. He wears a 3-piece silk suit and carries a British passport, also fake. His real name is Ramzi Youssef. The two are accomplices. They have traveled all the way from Pakistan to New York to execute a sinister plan.
Bro, you know what's wild, though, is we live in a time before, or like post-TSA. You used to be able to just check into a flight, check your bag, and get on a plane. And that was normal. You never had to get somebody to fucking metal detect you and, like, ask you a bunch of questions and shit. You used to just pull up like you were getting on a bus. Yeah, you had to have more documentation, but not by a lot.
The blue books include mixing formulas for explosives, and on the videotapes are instructional videos for building bombs. Together, they will launch a devastating attack on U.S. soil. This is the often forgotten first attack on the Twin Towers.
There was an attack on the Twin Towers in 1992.
This video is in part based on the fantastic podcast Operation Trade Bomb. Link is in the description. Ahmed Ajaj pulls out his fake Swedish passport. The immigration officer studies the document. He is suspicious. He decides to send Ajaj to a secondary inspection. Officers search his luggage and find the manuals. He gets arrested on the spot. His belongings are seized by the police. Ramzi Youssef is also sent to secondary screening. He abandons his fake British passport and instead claims to be an Iraqi citizen looking for political asylum. He too gets arrested, in this case for traveling without a visa, but the authorities release him on his own recognizance, meaning he's free to move if he appears to a court date for his asylum grant. As a result, he successfully enters the US. But with Ajaj in jail and the manual seized, Youssef has to execute their plan on his own. How Ramzi Youssef became radicalized remains a mystery to this day. However, throughout his life, he came into...
And what makes them target the Twin Towers in New York City? Just because that's like a workplace center of the world? I always wonder what made them choose those buildings. Yeah, big populous area. They're going to kill a lot of people. It's going to be a center of attention.
...to contact with multiple radical Islamists, each likely influencing his extremist beliefs. In New York, he wastes no time and immediately starts preparing the attack. He needs to build a massive bomb. Through a middleman, Youssef exchanges information with Ajaj, who is still sitting in jail. A court has ordered the government to release Ajaj's belongings, including his blue books. It is not clear why authorities would release the plans to build bombs. It was likely a pretty drastic oversight. Youssef sends...
Yeah, what the fuck? They're like, yeah, why don't you give that guy his books back? That detail how to fucking blow shit up. Why do you have that on a plane?
Someone to collect the manual.
There's gore at 12:22. No, there's not.
...for him. Now he needs accomplices. He will find them.
Oh, 1212.
And get out at the first leg of the train.
No, there's not. Okay, you guys are just fucking trolling. I'm done listening to chat.
Tries to send a judge to a second Iraqi citizen looking for political asylum if he leaves. It is not clear why authorities would release the plans to build bombs. It was likely a pretty drastic oversight. Youssef sent someone to
Stop typing stupid timestamps! Some people are typing 17th.
like the manuals for him.
Not falling for it this time.
Now he needs
Not falling for it.
accomplices. He will find them in Jersey. Youssef has a talent for manipulating people.
New Jersey.
He moves into a dormitory among members of the Islamic community. There he meets Mohammed Salameh, an illegal immigrant from Palestine. Salameh regularly attends a Jersey mosque known for preaching radical Islamist views. Around this mosque, Youssef recruits more people, all bound by a shared hatred towards America and its ally Israel. 3 new members, including a chemist, join his operation. Over the next few weeks, the group gathers the materials and chemicals needed to prepare the bomb. They keep everything hidden in a rented storage unit in Jersey.
From where? I don't understand how people source this shit. Even if you get a group of guys that are like, yeah, we know how to make a bomb, where are you going to get fucking vats of chemicals? Submarine Dent. Coda invalid for the sub. It is 1992, though, so there's probably less security clearance on that type of shit than now. Like, getting a hold of any chemicals that could blow shit up is probably way harder now. Has everybody already read that?
About 2 months after Youssef's arrival, the group rents a ground floor apartment. In this inconspicuous house,
Flex, yo, no more channel point redemptions, bro. Let's lock in for the video, dog. Yo, lock in. Motherfuckers tweaking about Flex and Dan. I want to watch this.
the group begins to assemble the device. The main ingredient is an explosive chemical called urea nitrate. Due to the toxic fumes, they wear surgical masks. The chemicals are very delicate. Over time, the wall paint changes from white to blue. The metal doorknobs start corroding. As detailed in the blue books, they add aluminum powder and other materials to increase the destructive power of the bomb. The apartment is a mess, but of course, you can't tell from the outside. Over months, no one realizes what these men are up to. No curious neighbors. Nobody. It's February 26, 1993.
What's also wild is right now there's people doing some shit like this. Maybe not on this level, but there are people in the U.S. actively preparing to do crazy ass shit. Like fucking terrorism. Whether it be like, you know, shootings or whatever it may be. But
Work is finally completed. Time for the next step. Carefully, the terrorists carry the parts piece by piece into a yellow van. Even the smallest mistake could cause a devastating explosion. An explosion they hope will cause the Twin Towers to collapse.
bro, why are people saying edible? Edible was not redeemed.
We can only tackle sensitive topics.
Juicy said, I'm going to put gum in between the pages at Barnes & Noble. Yeah, Zusi's been plotting this shit, dude. He's had mounds of Hubba Bubba just fucking chewing them. Yeah, he's getting ready. Vats of it. Just wet, sticky, warm fucking bubble gum. Just in a fucking 5-gallon bucket. He's just, he goes to bed one night. Wait, he has his fucking cat. Zuzi has his cat. He goes. And he's petting it. He goes, well. It looks like you've uncovered my masterful plan. Dude, why do you have vats of bubble gum? What do you mean? You don't already know?
Topics such as this one.
Barnes & Noble has been harassing me the past few years, and I've had enough.
Thanks to our long-term topic, without buildings in Lower Manhattan, 200,000. Click on the link in .org/furnition or scan this QR code right here. Here across the Hudson River, they are standing over 400 meters tall, built from 200,000 tons of steel. They are the heart of the World Trade Center, a complex of 7 buildings in Lower Manhattan. When completed in 1971, they became the tallest structures in the world.
I didn't know they were that tall in New York.
The iconic skyscrapers shape the skyline of New York City.
Are there buildings taller in New York now, or taller than the Twin Towers were in New York now?
There are
Why do people keep typing edible, bro? Dark side for the 3. Joke's on you. I just took the Macmillan Readers test, got upper intermediate. 360 for the 1,000 biddies. No, this off topic. How's the Siege Extras reveal? Did you talk with other Siege creators? Yeah, dude. All of them are fucking so nice. Valid and Coda for the sub. I was at a fucking rooftop bar with a bunch of them. We were just drinking and shit. It's fun as hell. Backs for the 3. How many PB&Js are too much in one sitting? 3. More than 2. Somebody redeemed Klaus, refund it.
Symbol of the prosperity and power of the
I'm not doing that to react.
US. Inside, there's a vibrant world of commerce and international relations. It's a city within a city. 19 restaurants, 80 shops, and countless offices housing 430 companies from 29 countries. Every day, around 50,000 people go to work here.
50,000 people went to work in the Twin Towers.
One of them is Janine
I would have guessed like 20.
Ali. Janine works as an office manager in finance. Her office is located on the 45th floor of the North Tower. It's lunchtime soon. The yellow van is driving through Manhattan, approaching its target. Inside sit Yusef and one of his accomplices.
Hold up, I gotta ban these stupid fucking chatters. Throw it in sub only for a little bit. Chat's getting a little rowdy, a little rambunctious.
The van
They're in sub only for a few minutes.
Pulls into an underground parking garage of the World Trade Center. It stops in a no parking zone on level B2. The men get out of the vehicle and open the back. The rear compartment holds multiple large barrels, some cardboard boxes, and a long rope. One of the men lights the fuse. A few meters from the van, another car is waiting with another accomplice. Yusef and the other man jump inside. Just before the exit, a truck appears. The men get nervous. A few moments later, the truck finally moves.
Oh, so they weren't trying to suicide bomb this shit. They were trying to get the fuck out of there. 360 for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you if you got a sub. Thank you for the fucking 10 gifteds, 360, bro. Appreciate that shit. How long is the goddamn fuse?
Tim Lang doesn't want to be here today, but he has to, for a 12:30 meeting on Wall Street. As he steps out of the vehicle and reaches for his jacket, Jenny notices that
How do they know? Because he would have died, surely.
suddenly the earth is shaking. Thick black smoke starts spreading through the air vents. What is happening? Slowly but surely, the office is starting to turn into a death trap. Janine and others realize how dangerous the situation is quickly becoming and try to leave. But the elevators aren't working. She leads a colleague down the emergency stairwell. It's pitch black. Lights are out and smoke is filling the air. It's becoming harder and harder to breathe. When Tim gains contact,
How many stories are they up? My dumbass would probably just go, and then haul ass downstairs and try and run down 45. You think you could get down 45 staircases in that amount of time? Well, you probably wouldn't want to run down there if you have no idea where you're going. No. You'd get way too tired. I'm getting down 3. I think one breath I could get down 10 staircases. 10 stories.
consciousness, his throat is burning. His head is ringing. He crawls through the debris towards his Toyota. The car is wrecked. His surroundings look like a war zone.
Oh, he didn't die?
Tim pulls his sweater over his nose and tries to find an exit. Still dizzy from the blast, he stays close to the ground. But eventually the smoke becomes too thick. With his last breath, he cries for help. Suddenly, a boot appears in front of Tim's face. He grabs it. 2 rescuers lift him up and drag him through the debris until they finally make it outside. Janine and her colleagues slowly make it down the stairs. Together, they count each step out loud to keep themselves from panicking. Then finally, they too reach daylight. As Tim and Janine walk out on the streets, they see smoke, firefighters, and faces covered in soot.
Yo, K-Bags and Jay for the sub, Dap for the 5. When's the Morfati merch coming out? I don't know, probably like 3 weeks or so.
They don't know it yet,
Take it out of
but
sub
they just
only.
survived an enormous terrorist attack
Did they kill anybody with this?
in the middle of the city. An attack aimed at the heart of America. The armada of police officers and firefighters at the scene evacuate 50,000 people. As the smoke starts to settle, the destruction of the bomb becomes clear. The blast created an enormous crater under the North Tower, a 60-meter deep and 30-meter wide hole going several
60-meter deep, and that guy was in line of sight of that fucking van and didn't die.
stories deep. Because of the smoke filling the building, helicopters evacuate people from the rooftop.
16 or 60.
Ultimately, over 1,000 people are injured, mostly from inhaling toxins. 6 people lose their lives almost immediately,
wow,
including a pregnant woman and her unborn child.
There was a man still sitting in his car, and you could tell he was dead.
But ultimately, the terrorist plan failed. They wanted to topple the North Tower with their bomb, causing it to fall into the South Tower. But the explosion did not even come close to causing the tower to collapse. Yet, if the
Bro, you would need a crazy-ass bomb to fucking just collapse a building.
van had been parked closer to the concrete foundations, and the bomb had been even a lot larger, the terrorists might have succeeded. After the attack, Ramzi Youssef is standing
Or a plane. I mean, they had 2 planes.
across the Hudson River. He's looking at the skyline of New York and is disappointed. The towers are still standing. On the same day, he takes a flight to Pakistan, leaving his co-conspirators behind. Meanwhile, the hunt for the terrorists is on. FBI agents from all over the country fly in to help, and very soon they will make their first arrest. A bomb technician finds evidence in the debris, a twisted piece of metal from a car chassis. They find a vehicle identification number engraved on it. The FBI is able to trace this number back to the original car. It belongs to a Ford Econoline cargo van, registered to a rental company. It has a slightly unusual color, yellow. They quickly uncovered who rented the van: Mohammed Salameh. A few hours after the attack, Salameh enters the rental company office and walks up to the counter. He knows that the van was blown to pieces, but he needs the deposit money to flee the country. Salameh says the van was stolen and requests the $400 deposit.
And the motherfucker's just gonna give him the money? I'd be like, bitch, what do you mean? I'm not just giving... Dude, the van was stolen, man. I'm sorry. Can I have my money back? No.
Employee tells him to file a report with the police and...
Yeah, for sure, dude. I'd be like, no, you gotta fucking file some shit. I'm gonna give you money back, bro. What the hell is this?
come back after that. A couple of days later, Salameh actually returns and tries again.
With a police report?
Only this time, the employee at the counter is an undercover FBI agent. Salameh tries to persuade the employee to refund his deposit. He's nervous, but since the van is missing, he only gets back half. In desperate need of money, Salameh takes the $200 and leaves. Just outside the door, an armada of FBI agents and police officers are waiting for him. But Salameh is...
Why'd they even fucking wait for his ass if they knew who he was? Why did they have to stage some fucking what would you do ass TV show setup for this? Why didn't they just go like, oh yeah, we know it was your van? They needed evidence? Bro, they knew it was his car though. It was on the fucking rental property.
He's just one guy, and the rest of the group is still out there. On February 27th, the day after the bombing, the New York Times receives a letter. We are the 5th Battalion in the Liberation Army. Declare our responsibility for the explosion on the mentioned building. The letter contains multiple demands to the...
This action was done in response for the American political, economic, and military support to Israel and the state of terrorism to the rest of the dictator countries of the region.
U.S. All aid to Israel and any interference in the Middle East should be stopped. The terrorists set an ultimatum. If our demands are not met, all of our functional groups in the Army will continue to execute our missions against the military and civilian targets in and out the United States. After Salameh's arrest, the FBI searches his apartment and finds evidence that links him to the other conspirators. Ultimately, Salameh's stupidity pulls the thread that uncovers the entire plot. Ahmed Ajaj finishes his sentence for passport fraud and is released from prison, but on March 9th, he is arrested again. The next day, a SWAT team raids the apartment of another member of the group, the chemist responsible for mixing the explosives. A third terrorist manages to escape to his hometown in Egypt, but local agents manage to capture him. After he confesses participation in the attack, he is extradited to the US, where he's taken into custody.
Oh god, and they probably sent these motherfuckers to like Guantanamo Bay, dude. These guys got fucking tortured, probably.
All 4 co-conspirators are found guilty. They are sentenced to 240 years in prison. But one man is still missing, the mastermind behind the attack. In the summer of 1994, Yusef travels to the Philippines under a new name. This is the start of the so-called Bojinka plot. Bombs are to be placed aboard 12 planes bound to the US. The plan is being funded by supposed allies of the notorious Osama bin Laden. Global terrorism is reaching a new dimension. Yusef's plan is set to work in 2 stages. His conspirators board the chosen flight, plant the bombs underneath their seats, and get out at the first leg of the trip.
What was the goal in the attacks against the United States in the Twin Towers? For the U.S. to stop aiding? Yeah, to kill people primarily. I know that. But I'm saying there had to be some sort of goal. Like, they're not going to assume they're going to take down the United States. More so just intimidation to try to drive America out of the Middle East. Maybe?
A timer
hurt the world economy, but what? Like, what is the point in that?
Will detonate the bombs during the second flight. To ensure the airline bombs function as intended.
You know, Osama bin Laden played CSGO? He had a lot of anime and shit on his computer and stuff, too, when he died.
Yusef assembles small explosives and conducts a series of test attacks. One bomb detonates.
Like, outside of all the terrorist stuff, people said I'm pretty sure he had, like, regular-ass shit on his computer.
In a movie theater in Manila, injuring several people. Another is planted underneath a passenger seat of an airplane. It explodes en route to Japan, killing a Japanese man. Yusef, on a relentless killing spree, plans to also assassinate Pope John Paul II during a scheduled visit to Manila. In January 1995...
That's just dumb. Because if you're gonna... You don't want to aggravate literally all of Christianity. Regardless of whether or not they're Catholic or what denomination of Christianity, killing the Pope is a terrible idea to get anything done cause-wise.
Just 2 weeks before the group wanted to execute the Bojinka plot, something goes wrong while building one of the bombs.
Why would they not fly into the White House instead? You're not really getting a lot done, and you're also not getting in White House airspace. It's a big thing. Even pre-TSA, you're not flying over the fucking White House. You're flying into the White House, they know.
Concerned neighbors call the fire department. The police searches the apartment and uncovers stunning evidence. Blueprints for the airline bombing plot and the plans for the assassination of the Pope. Evidence included a Bible, crucifixes, and priest clothing, all part of a disguise to be worn by a suicide bomber.
You're not getting anything done killing the Pope either? Oh, dude, 100%. You kill the Pope, they're just going to elect another Pope, right? They're going to go through that, lengthy process to get another Pope. But then in that moment of, aggravation, every Christian's going to be like, yeah, why don't we get those people? And then there's going to be literally full fucking government reign to basically wreak havoc upon the people that did that. That's just a bad idea.
Ultimately, Yusef's plans fail. Yet, he manages to...
Christians don't care about the Pope? I think if people from another religion were to kill the Pope, I think that would aggravate Christians greatly.
Escape. Again. This time to Pakistan.
Regardless of whether or not you're Catholic.
About 1 month later, a student he had attempted to recruit betrays him to the authorities in Islamabad. Ramzi Yusef is captured at last. Federal agents transport him back to the U.S.
Joe, it's Catholics? I know, but it's still Christians in general would care.
In January 1998, he is sentenced to life in prison, plus an additional 240 years. In March 1993, the South Tower reopens, followed by the North Tower 2 weeks later. Janine Ali, Tim Lang, and thousands of others go on with their lives and return to work in the World Trade Center. While Ramzi Yusef spends his days in a prison cell, his uncle, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, is involved in planning a different attack.
They survived both attacks on the World Trade Center. Tim Lang lost his sister and nephew. That's 2,977 people lost their lives. God damn, dude. That was a fucking good video. That was really short. In fact, people complained of smoke on the top floors of the building because an explosion in the basement should have already rung the bells about ventilation prior to 2001. Yeah, that's a problem if the fucking something explodes in the basement and all the way at the top you immediately have smoke flooding into your room. Never heard of this? I never knew about this either, literally. Like, I did not know there was an attack on the Twin Towers prior to 9/11. Animators in Fern's basement keep working harder and harder. Why do people spam adding Zeusy? Oh, stop pinging me. Yo, Mayor for the 3. Been watching you a lot this year. Love your philosophy of videos. You're one of the people I know that has similar beliefs to me. You help me a lot. Thank you. Thank you. K-Bags for the sub. All right, I gotta piss, and then we're gonna hop into the next fucking video. Oh. Let me cue a song. Count me down. We're back. Mayor for the 3. Next video. Lock it in. A brief history of energy drinks.
A person get tugged? Well, we have found the limit at extratug.com. How many times can a person get tugged?
Oh well,
we have found the limit at extratug.com, where you can see exclusive content that I say dirty things in.
What song was that? All for Nothing.
Go check it out. A long time ago, a woman at a state fair who was doing fortune telling told me that I was going to die of heart disease, which is a pretty easy guess to make. I think most Americans die like that, but it would be very funny if I died during the recording of this video while I'm talking about it.
Do fortune tellers actually tell you how you'll die? I feel like they always just do vague ass, like, you'll have good news soon. A family member, somebody you love will pass. And then a year later, somebody you know dies. Oh my God. She was right.
About energy drinks. If that happens, I don't know, tell people about me. So caffeine is one drug that we can all agree on, right? We're all cool here, right? 90% of Americans have some form of caffeine every single day, whether that be a cup of coffee or a caffeine pill.
Do you guys drink caffeine every day? I never did when I was in high school. Outside of maybe an energy drink, like here and there. Now I drink coffee or have an energy drink every day.
A cup of coffee, but instead this time it's going up your butt. For most of the 20th century, actually, coffee was our go-to jittery juice. When I think of someone sipping on a hot cup of joe, I usually think about, like, long-haul truckers, exhausted educators talking shit about their students in the teacher's lounge, and NASA scientists in short-sleeve shirts and long ties and glasses, smoking cigarettes and being racist and misogynist. I only know about NASA scientists from, like, period piece movies. But at the dawn of a new millennium, a new fatigue fighter entered that arena, and that fighter was brightly labeled, extremely advertised energy drinks. These
Yeah, dude, did they have in 2016, did they have like a lot of energy drinks? Yeah, they had Monster and Red Bull. I think Bang was starting out around then. But I don't remember like Ghost Energy or yeah, G Fuel was a thing. I don't remember like Rockstar being a thing then. Maybe it just wasn't something that I was interacting with. But I feel like I don't know. Like almost like 8-9 years ago, they didn't really have shit like that. C4. Are you on Prime Energy? I drink mainly, I mean, I used to drink a lot of G Fuel. Now I drink coffee in the morning, and then I probably have like a Ghost Energy. Or I'll drink Celsius or Alani, shit like that. But it's just so much caffeine. Some of you guys tell me you drink like fucking 3-4 energy drinks a day, and that shit would make me paralyzed. I wouldn't be able to walk. I would just be shaking. I would be convulsing on the floor.
Drinks aren't something you sip at your cubicle while looking over some goddamn spreadsheets. These are the kind of drinks you crush on your forehead before you pick up your skateboard and you go out and you do some cool skateboard tricks with your hood rat friends. I don't know anything about skating, but that seems pretty par for the course. The Western world is always getting more extreme. Everyone wants the most of everything, which is why you can't find normal Tylenol anymore. Seriously, it's all extra strength, which is kind of ruining the whole point of extra strength. But that mentality is also present in our ever-churning need to want bigger and bolder delivery systems for caffeine. But just how insane will energy drinks get? Well, hopefully not as—
One, caffeine's also the most common drug outside of alcohol. And then nicotine. People drink caffeine every day, and nobody ever recognizes it as like you're consuming drugs. Not hard drugs. It's not the same thing as doing meth, but you drinking coffee is you doing drugs. You smoking a cigarette, yeah, is doing drugs. Alcohol is a drug, right? Similar to weed or fucking anything for that matter. It's regulated, but it's also so weird to me that you can't drive, for obvious reasons, but it's still ironic to me, I guess. I don't know about ironic, but you're able to, drink 4 cups of coffee and drive a car, but you can't have 3 beers and drive a car. I'm not saying that they should allow that. I'm saying that there should be some sort of regulation on caffeine intake too, because there are people that will drink 3 energy drinks and drive. And have you ever tried to function off of 3 Red Bulls back to back? Fuck no. Yeah, like you could still get a DUI because you don't pass the fucking test if you're like driving funny. But at the same time, they're not really checking to see if you have fucking too much caffeine in your body. But that does affect your awareness. It might help initially, but there are people that are, slamming 3 5-hour energies and fucking getting behind a truck.
As insane as their beginnings. Do a flashback. Chris, do a flashback at it, please.
Oh my God, or when 4 Loko. Y'all remember when 4 Loko had fucking caffeine? Y'all don't remember that. I don't know why I'm saying this. I wasn't even able to drink when they did this, but I remember hearing stories about it. 4 Loko used to have caffeine in it. And it was even more, I think it was the same alcoholic level, but I think it was like 200 milligrams of caffeine and 6 or 7 standard drinks.
1886.
That's like a heart attack.
Atlanta chemist Dr. John Pemberton was working on a tonic for heartburn and nausea. And this was the 1800s, so the answer to such an issue was, of course, a ton of sugar in a carbonated beverage. And while Mr. Pemberton was fiddling around with the formula, he accidentally stumbled his way into inventing Coca-Cola. Of course, this predates the term energy drink by about an entire century, but there was no denying the energizing effects of this new-fangled beverage. Listen, I'm not going to dwell on the fact that—
How much caffeine does soda have, though? I'm never thinking about caffeine if I drink a soda. Like 50 milligrams, 40 milligrams, not a lot.
Coca-Cola originally had
less than a cup of coffee.
Had cocaine in it. Every toddler knows that fact, but it's worth mentioning. Originally, Coca-Cola contained cola nuts, which are jam-packed with caffeine, as well as coca leaves, which are cocaine. That's how you make cocaine. But at the time, like, people talk like it's a big deal. At the time, Coke was easy. You could get Coke. Cocaine was easy to get. It was a vitamin back then. Like Sigmund Freud, everyone who walked into his office, he was just like, do cocaine. It'll make you feel better. Do cocaine. You could get yourself a steady supply by going down to like the local drugstore and just picking it up.
I mean, yeah, Coke was easy and available then, but you could still get most drugs now with ease. The issue now is that they're fucking laced with everything.
Over the counter. No one was regulating this shit. But as the ill effects of the drug became better understood, regulation and eventually criminalization occurred because Uncle Sam is a narc. As early as 1903, Coca-Cola contained trace amounts of cocaine, and by 1929, Coca-Cola was fully cocaine-free. But I would love to try a Coca-Cola beverage between the years of 1903 and 1929 because I just like a little trace of that energizing buzz of
okay, do I want to do cocaine? No. Would I want to feel what it was like to be on Coca-Cola when it had cocaine in it? Yeah. What's all the huss about, right? What's all the fuss about? What's all the hype about? I need to know, you know? That's what people were drinking a lot of those. That's probably what really sparked the business model too, making you want to come back for more. You thought it was the sugar. Nope, it's the cocaine in it.
Cocaine.
And how much cocaine are they putting?
You know, just a little bit, just everything in moderation.
Somebody said I accidentally did cocaine once at Joe Bartolozzi. How the fuck do you accidentally do cocaine?
But when God opens a door, he closes a window. I didn't say that right. Just after 1 year after Pemberton's hit of Coca-Cola, Lazar and Alano.
How do you accidentally do cocaine? What did somebody go, oh, do you want sugar? Here.
Well, I think that's how you pronounce
Snort it.
That's it. A Romanian chemist.
Put it in your gums.
First synthesized amphetamines. You know, speed, that shit. And I didn't know the history of amphetamines, but if I had to guess someone were to invent it, it would be someone with this name, because that name is insane. It's getting late.
People inventing Coca-Cola and amphetamines, though, is still less of a story to me than the guy that invented acid. Imagine, who's the dude that invented acid? And there's like a story of him, Albert Hoffman. Albert Hoffman invented acid and then on his bike rode home on acid. Imagine that fucking bike ride, dude. No one's ever done acid before. Nobody's ever told you about an experience like that. And maybe mushrooms or something. And you just invent acid and you just take that shit. You're like, yup. Yup, this is it. All right. Time to get on my bike and go home now. I did it. I cracked the code. I think I'm seeing God. Oh, shit. And you fucking ride home. He has no idea how much he's supposed to take, too. Albert Hoffman bike ride. Yeah, it's the first search that comes up. Bicycle Day is an unofficial celebration on April 19th of the psychedelic revolution and the first psychedelic trip on LSD by Albert Hoffman. 1943, he rode his bike home from Sandoz Labs. Tripping. He took 250 micrograms. He experienced changes in his perception, and he had his laboratory assistant help get him home. Oh my God. He became anxious on his ride home when his field of vision wavered and distorted, and he couldn't, and everything seemed like he was in a fun house mirror. His condition rapidly deteriorated. He started struggling with anxiety, alternating in his beliefs that the next door neighbor was a malevolent witch and he was going insane. The LSD he made he thought had poisoned him. When a doctor arrived, they could detect no abnormalities. Soon his terror began to give way to good fortune. So he had a bad trip. I mean, yeah, no shit. You're the guy that fucking invents acid. You don't have no idea what you're taking.
I shouldn't be drinking.
It's like just drugging someone.
But Lazar wasn't that interested in his discovery of getting people tweaking like a motherfucker, and the concept of amphetamines was shelved for nearly 40 years. But in 1932, amphetamines were suddenly cool all of a sudden, because this is when Benzedrine inhalers were introduced as a nasal decongestant. And this was coincidentally around the same time, cocaine was banned. So, you know.
Mods, unban that guy and time him out for like a month. A guy who drew me for the sub or a day or so. I love the meat doll for the sub, Leo for the sub. Bro's spamming way too much. Watching it a lot. Love your philosophy videos. Or what other people? Oh, I already read that.
It seems like, I don't know, everyone's trying to get high all the time. Surely we'll get a grasp on that horrible concept at one point in human history, correct? So when you think of inhalers, you're thinking of a chubby little kid with asthma, but that's not what this is. These were practically just cotton swabs just dripping with amphetamine liquid. And I think it should come as no surprise that people liked them. People loved them. People loved their amphetamine cotton. Benzedrine inhalers were available over the counter without—
For kids? For kids? For children and adults? Oh my God, the advert is literally a kid inhaling amphetamines.
out of prescription, so they were super easy to abuse. Not only that, but
dude, everybody talks about how doctors used to like recommend cigarettes. They had this shit on ads.
Benzodrine salts found their way into medications for, you know, depression and weight loss, and it's hard to be fat and sad when you're practically taking the jet drug from Fallout. It was even widely administered to American soldiers during World War II, because if you need a soldier to run fast and aim well, you give them crank. By the time the war was over, it was estimated that 16 million Americans have been exposed to benzodrine pills. But this normalized Americans' obsession with, amphetamines, but also just getting a quick hit of energy throughout the day. And before we judge the old Americans for their amphetamine obsessions, how many of you are on Adderall right now? Ritalin, Vyvanse. Let judge lest ye be judged, you speed addicts. Chris.
I've never done those. I've always wondered what it would be like on Adderall, but I feel like Adderall, while it may not be physically addictive, it's something that gives you profound benefits that people would want to continue to take. And then when you're off of it, you can't like function normally.
So if you could put up a statement on the screen right now, Tug supports all form of mental health.
You don't need it. That's what I'm saying.
Health medication.
People that usually take Adderall are people with ADHD
and treatment. But don't put me saying that.
At the same time, though, I feel like I would say a lot. This is just a Joe Bart guess. 30 to 40% of people that take Adderall don't have ADHD.
In there, just put it on the screen. The amphetamine epidemic wasn't just a problem in America either. Japanese soldiers had been giving methamphetamines during the war, and the country faced its own post-war drug epidemic. In the 50s, the country passed a series of laws to curb drug use, and in the wake of these laws, the first modern energy drink was born. And I'm a little worried because I had to talk about a lot of drugs to get to the main focus of this video. I don't think YouTube likes that. Every time I do that, I get demonetized. So subscribe to Extra Talk, please. But now that we're talking about energy drinks, do you know what the first energy drink was called? Do you have any concept? You're probably
Go Juice. No, it's not a brand we know today. It's probably something that doesn't exist anymore. Go Juice.
Thinking something sexy like Fast Horse or Blazing Sun or some Well, no, actually, it was called Lipovitamin.
Yo, that looks like cough syrup, dude. 100 milliliters. This looks like some shit you'd get prescribed. Lipovitamin D. Is that a language there?
Lipovitamin D. Lipovitamin D. That's actually not that fun. And it actually wasn't really a drink. It was more of like a tonic syrup thing than a soda. So it was like lean, but it had the opposite effect of lean. Lipovitamin D was marketed to truck drivers and factory workers who pulled long shifts and needed a little extra something so that they wouldn't go the Hemingway. The main ingredient in this sweet, sweet syrup beverage is an amino acid called taurine, which, let me be honest, I love taurine. Oh my god. You probably can't zoom in far enough to see it, Chris, but it says taurine right here. If I'm looking at an energy drink in a store and it doesn't say taurine, I'm not buying it. This is like a miracle drug. Originally isolated from bull semen in 1827. What? What did that say? Taurine is now synthetically produced. Oh, okay. All right. Oh god, that was a close one. And some studies suggest it helps with athletic performance and overall energy. So bull nut or not, if this works. And although other energy beverages have outpaced the original, you can still buy some Liptovan. The biggest bottle of Lipovitamin D contains up to 300 milligrams of taurine, along with a warning.
For the whole bottle, though, I feel like most people that are consuming caffeine are consuming like 100 to 150 milligrams in a sitting. That's like 2 cups of coffee, or like 2 shots of espresso, something that you'd get at like a Dunkin'.
Label stating that people should not consume more than 100 milligrams a day. But hey, if that's the case,
shouldn't consume more than 100 milligrams a day. I feel like most energy drinks have like how much do most energy drinks have? Like 250. I feel like a Red Bull's probably like 120. 150.
Case, why would you give me all of it at once?
Monster could be more.
I'm a dumb American. I'm gonna drink that all right now. Moving forward, in 1976, a pharmacist called, I'm not even gonna try that one, created a new energy drink with caffeine,
Chalio Uvidia,
taurine, and B vitamins. He called it this, Crutting Dang, which loosely translates.
Oh my god, that's Red Bull. That's the start of Red Bull?
Crutting, which
it's a Red Bull.
Loosely translates to Red Bull. That's right, this shit isn't European at all. It comes from Asia. F you, Max Verstappen, and your European mentality. We're pissing in the ground. The toilets are built into the ground in Asia. But this version is, it's not the exact same thing as modern Red Bull. It really, the original one didn't have any carbonation, so it was just like a flat drink. Oh my God.
Ooh, drinking a flat energy drink would feel weird. You need some level of carbonation. If I'm just drinking flavored water.
For the next decade, the drink would spread across the continent.
It's an energy drink? That'd be gross.
And it's slowly becoming a fixture in Asia. And in 1984, an Australian marketing executive traveled to Bangkok and bought a bottle of Craig Ting Dang to fight his jet lag. And he was so impressed that he hit up the dudes whose name I couldn't pronounce and said, let's get in menu. We're getting into business right now. The white people would love this. They added some much needed carbonation along with a lot more sugar and caffeine, and then unleashed Red Bull into the European market in 1987. Doot, 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 doot. Max Verstappen, doot, 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 doot.
Yeah, why is that a song, by the way? Who the fuck made... Why? Like, nobody ever makes rave or funk songs about other random athletes or famous people. Why does Max Verstappen have his own song? He made that song? No, he didn't. I have that song in my playlist. I'll lift to that song. And half the song is... Doot, 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 Max Verstappen. And then it's a hard-ass bass drop. And it makes you feel like you could fucking lift a car.
I hope I'm matching.
Maybe it is for him. Maybe he listens to that shit. You know how badass he probably feels to have his own song?
In the pace of this.
Play it. Feels like I'm in a 2015 YouTube intro.
Song. I can't remember the BPM. Also, I hate Max Verstappen, by the way. Don't get it twisted. If you're a Max fan and a Big Tug fan, you are just a Max fan. I don't want you here. Get the out of here. Dude cannot drive. Dude crumbles when he has pressure. I hate him. So while Red Bull was spreading its wings across Europe, America was spinning its wheels with variations of tried and true methed up soda formulas. In 1985, Jolt Cola was created with all the branding of...
I mean, this is just horrible advertising. Actually, it's great advertising. I don't know. Then it was probably great. Now, if I see a guy holding a soda like this, I'm going, and I don't think I want to be. I don't think I want to be like this guy. all the sugar and what does that say? Something caffeine. Something caffeine. Twice the caffeine. All the sugar and twice the caffeine. Do they still sell Jolt Cola? It's probably too much. They probably had to discontinue that shit.
Of a battery. But this was 1985. They really had no... For some reason, they didn't know that sugar was killing them. They thought it was the fat in their food, and they kept making fat-free products that just made you shit yourself. But in terms of caffeine, Jolt definitely delivered. At 70 milligrams of caffeine per can, it contained...
Bro, that's nothing today. Holy shit, bro. People thought that was crazy. 70 milligrams? I don't think you could find an energy drink today that has 70 milligrams. Unless it's a small can.
Twice as much caffeine as Coke or Pepsi. But even then, it fell short of how much caffeine was in just one cup.
Chat's really slowing down. Yeah, because I'm timing out annoying-ass motherfuckers that are telling me to skip the video when I want to watch this shit. Also, it doesn't matter if chat's slowing down. You have to gauge whether or not you're enjoying a stream based on how fast the chat's going. Never makes sense to me why people complain about that. A guy in Jummy for the sub, the Meatball I loved, and Leo for the sub, RGP for the 510 bits as my goat. Thank you for the fucking 5.
Cup of coffee, which is surprising. I didn't expect that. That didn't stop people from wanting it, however, because within a year it had already reached $1 million in sales. Due to its high caffeine contents and aggressive marketing to young consumers, Jolt was often at the center of controversy and faced criticism from health advocates. And to be honest, critics were right, because it seemed like, 12-year-olds were bringing 6 packs of Jolts to sleepovers like they were bringing a 6-pack of beer to a day drink at a frat house. Ironically, Jolt, for all its flaws, was made with real sugar, while most major
I remember I had a sleepover with my friends when I was probably in 3rd grade, and one of my friends bought over a full bag of Dum Dum lollipops, and he ate like 12 of them, and then he threw up on my floor that night, and then tried to say that it wasn't him. And I talked to my mom about it, and she was like, yeah, your friend definitely threw up on the floor. Because there was just vomit on the floor. And I ended up asking him. He was like, no, dude, that wasn't me. He was like, I felt like shit. I didn't vomit on the floor. But he admitted that he vomited in the toilet. So I was like, so somebody else coincidentally threw up when you threw up, but they threw up on the floor. And he was like, yeah. Then we never talked about it again.
Soda brands we're using.
Were you still friends? For a while, yeah. I haven't spoken to him in fucking years. But I remember he threw up on my floor. And it was definitely because he ate like 12 Dum-Dums.
Highly processed corn syrup. However, they also added something else in the Jolt soda, which wasn't good.
Did you clean it up? Yeah, but we had a white carpet, and then it was stained orange.
That they were doing that. The original formula also contained small amounts of lithium citrate, which is a real drug. This is the stuff doctors give people with bipolar disorders. Like, it's not really something to be around with. This obviously made critics claim that, hey, you are drugging children. Stop that. And I get that, but also, you know, everyone, stop being a dick. Like, everyone needs some mood stabilizers every now and again, especially if you're drinking 70 milligrams of caffeine. Give the kid a little calming pill. Eventually, Jolt removed lithium from its formula, womp womp. But even though Jolt was able to deflect criticism long enough to keep their business steady, once Red Bull was introduced to America in 1997, it was pretty much lights out for Jolt, because Red Bull was flying away, no pun intended. And now...
I also love Red Bull's advertising, because they never have genuine marketing. It's never like, hey, you should try Red Bull. It tastes good. It's always just somebody like, I'm going to fucking jump off of a building and wingsuit through a fucking hole the size of my body. If I miss, I'll fucking die. And he just has the Red Bull logo on him. And that's it. That's the video. I'm going to break this world record on how far I could fucking jump on a ski lift.
We are obsessed with energy drinks, and let's just talk about America. Let's talk about America. We might act like Puritans a lot of the time, but almost...
Red Bull gives you wings. Yeah, they have those ads, but I haven't seen those in so long. Now, just Red Bull just does crazy shit. And it's like motorbikes, or fucking skiing, or F1.
Every single American is looking for a quick, cheap buzz almost all of the time. Once Red Bull gave a name to the need, we were ready...
Which is ironic, because most of Red Bull's consumers are unathletic. And that's not a diss. I'm just saying, you're marketing by showing crazy shit to people that are overweight and don't... gamers, right? I'm not saying all gamers, but that's the marketing basis, is right. Like, most people that are consuming energy drinks aren't full-blown athletes.
Ready to lap it up. Even though taurine started out with a bunch of scientists playing around with bull semen in a lab, which once again I was not aware of, from a
They think it's cool though? Yeah, true.
existent marketing.
Didn't they have ads for gamers? I don't know. I feel like the gamer space is dominated by G Fuel, Gamer Supps, shit like that. That's like literally specifically marketed for gamers. And then Gamer Supps also has like waifu shaker bottles. I have a few of those that they'll send me. It's just literally like an anime figure on it, and it's like, yeah, dude, a guy that plays League of Legends, he'll love this.
In 1997, energy drinks would top annual sales of $600 million by 2006, and they show no signs of slowing down. It is going straight up. Over the last 5 years, energy drink sales have grown by 73%, and in 2023 alone, energy drink companies have made $18.51 billion in the US. Now, are energy drinks good for you? Probably not, I would assume. I don't know. Apparently, the American Academy for Pediatrics think energy drinks are too dangerous to be consumed by teenagers, but I'm a grown-ass man, okay? Many energy drinks contain the basic same formulas, a blend of caffeine, sugar, guarana, whatever that is, and taurine. And these are usually healthy for adults to have.
I would say most energy drinks now have no sugar. They get rid of the sugar, and they put sucralose or stevia, something like that. This isn't even an energy drink. This is a fucking ketone drink. Oh, this doesn't have either. Oh, it has allulose, which is another. They always have artificial sweeteners.
To have in moderation, occasionally. I'm not doing that. I'm not enjoying an energy beverage.
They throw in whatever they want. I always just say the worst energy drink, bro, is Bang. If you're gonna drink an energy drink, dude, for the love of God, don't fucking get a Bang, dude. Super creatine. What the fuck is that? I haven't taken creatine in years, but I take creatine, used to, for fucking 4 years. The fuck is super creatine? That's not even a thing. It's something they made, and it sits in a fucking can.
Occasionally.
And you're not even working out, right? It's different if you're working out. Creatine's supposed to be something that you use for lifting. You're just consuming creatine. It's making you bloated. You're not lifting, and then you look fat.
I'll tell you that much. And that's the thing. Energy drinks aren't about...
That's my own personal opinion. It's not a diss on Bang Energy, the company. Everything I say is obviously a joke in my own opinion. I'm not saying anything that's relevant against the company of Bang Energy.
Moderation? They're about defying the odds. Energy drinks are the liquid version of Tony Hawk landing that 900.
Didn't you promote Bang? Fuck no. I tried to get sponsored by Bang when I was just doing TikTok because I had no money and I wasn't making money on social media at all. And I was like, dude, I see all these guys that get money from Bang Energy and all they have to do is show a Bang Energy can. Meanwhile, they all tell me the contract's terrible. And then now I would never promote that. The only energy company I worked with was G Fuel thus far, right? Did I work with any other energy brands? The partners that I had G Fuel, I worked with Feel Free, which was a kratom drink for a bit. I worked with Soylent, which was soy-based protein. I don't think that was I never worked with Gamer Subs. I would love to work with Gamer Subs. Factor, that doesn't do energy.
You know what I'm saying? It's like...
Red Bull isn't bad. Red Bull tastes really good. Red Bull just has sugar. But, you know, if you consume in moderate amounts, it's not bad. Soylent? Yeah, I worked with Soylent.
Whenever Doc Brown said you can do whatever you think about, I don't...
Ghost? No, I would love to be sponsored by Ghost Energy, bro. I love Ghost.
remember the exact quote.
If you put your mind to it,
their shit tastes too good.
Accomplish anything.
That is that mentality in a liquid form. And companies understand that. So that's why they crank up the numbers and give us exactly what we want. Which apparently, according to my research, is diabetes and heart attacks. Which whatever the people want, I guess. So I have a lot of statistics here, and this is the part where I turn off the reading comprehension part of my brain so I don't have a panic attack. So I'm just gonna kind of just vocally diarrhea real quick. To begin, on average, one energy drink meets or exceeds the recommended daily intake of sugar, which is 36 grams. Not ideal. One can of Red Bull has 27 grams of sugar.
Monster's the worst for you. By far. Consuming dude, some Monsters have like 60 grams of sugar and like 200 milligrams of caffeine. Drinking a Monster is like eating a bowl of ice cream in terms of sugar amounts. Having half a can of soda and then fucking chugging 2 5-hour energies.
Monster has
fucking going about your day.
54 and Rockstar has 62. And of course, these amounts can increase the risk of obesity and type 2 diabetes. We all know that. However, I drink the sugar-free versions of these sodas, and I'm in the clear because there are no downsides to drinking sugar-free.
Yeah, and the only downsides of drinking sugar-free sodas is cancer. Cancer, metabolic syndrome, kidney problems, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, liver problems. Yeah, they're also really bad for your cells.
Does great, Chris, take that down. Chris, why would you put that up?
That's false. It depends. But a lot of if you're pumping something with sucralose, it's generally not good for your like cells. Not necessarily contributing to cancer, but you could do a lot of research on how sucralose and those things affect your body.
While I'm making the opposite point. And then there's the topic of the large amounts of caffeine that come in energy drinks, which aside from the undesirable side effects like nausea, jitters, and restlessness, can cause spikes in blood pressure, which in most extreme cases can cause your blood vessels to rip or clot. Not to mention seizures, kidney stones, and muscle breakdown. Good lord, no one told me this about caffeine.
What's your favorite energy drink? Oh, I don't have one until further notice.
I didn't know it could be that dangerous.
Someone pay me.
Dangerous. And also,
someone pay me to promote your energy drink. Then you'll be my favorite energy drink.
Energy drinks have been linked to disruption with the heart's wiring, and this is where I stopped doing the research because I did not want to know what that meant because I'm in deep at this point, and knowing that information is not going to help me. But the next part of the script is about death, so it's not getting any easier. So at least 34 deaths have been directly linked to the energy drinks. 5-Hour Energy has been blamed.
Bro, I remember when 5-Hour Energy was building hype and that one kid took like 10 of them and died because each of them have like 250 milligrams or something.
For 22 of them,
yo, they were handing these out. Was anybody at TwitchCon? They were handing out 5-Hour Energies at TwitchCon for free. I grabbed like 3 of them. I didn't even take one. At TwitchCon, they were fucking. They had a bunch of stands. 5-Hour Energy was just posted up, and it was like gamer. It was like gamer branded. And it wasn't like Twitch branded, but it was like some gamer fuel, and they were just handing them out. They were like, you want one? I was like, yeah. Put it in my pocket. Walk to the other guy. You want one? Yeah. I still act like I make no money. I'm just like, free samples? For sure. I didn't even use any of them. I just saw an opportunity to get free shit. Got in line. You want one? Oh, 100%, dude. Oh, what are these? Oh, new 5-Hour Energy? Walk up to the next person. Oh, excuse me, sir. Have you heard of the 5? No, what are these? Oh, watermelon? Oh, wow, I'll try one of these later. Actually, could I have 2? put it in my pocket and walk away.
Monster 411. Does that add up to 34? 22 plus 11?
Are they good? I didn't try them. Left them in the hotel room.
Is that...
Didn't really have the opportunity to eat them. I was also dealing with the whole hive thing then. I was a little on edge. I was hungover most of the time, and then I would wake up covered in hives, and that sucked.
Is that 34? That would be 33. Am I wrong? That's 33. That's not... Okay. Maybe I got that... I probably wrote it down wrong in the script. Even Red Bull, the sweet-winged angel, has faced wrongful death lawsuits, which they choose to settle out of court. It's likely that the...
33-year-old man from Brooklyn died after a heart attack after drinking Red Bull between games. In 2014, Carti sued Red Bull for false advertising, claiming that he drank Red Bull for 10 years and experienced no improvement in his mental or physical performance. This is just loser shit, bro. Like, I don't know. I doubt this went through. There's no way this guy actually thought that Red Bull would make him fucking be more athletic.
Sweet-winged angel has faced wrongful death lawsuits, which they choose to settle out of court. It's likely that the amount of deaths associated with...
Dude, the Nike swoosh doesn't add speed to me? If I wear shoes with a Nike swoosh, it doesn't increase my aerodynamics? I'm not going to run faster?
Energy drinks are...
false advertising.
Way higher than what's available in the data. And also important to note that pre-existing cardiovascular conditions can contribute to the death spurred on by too much caffeine. And did someone say too much caffeine? I couldn't make this video without talking about that Panera poison lemonade that they released. Do we remember?
Bro, who the fuck eats at Panera Bread? I just gotta say that, bro. I've never seen somebody go to Panera Bread for fucking food. I've never eaten at a Panera Bread. Apart from all the time, dude. Who the fuck's eating at a goddamn Panera Bread? You're gonna get a $20 fucking piece of bread.
Remember that? Actually, you know what?
Waste of money.
Let's take a second to talk about
Panera Bread, too expensive.
All the crazy caffeine beverages that I have written down here because some of these were just straight up negligence. So in the pantheon of dangerous drinks, Panera managed to make lemonade one of the most deadly. Congratulations, Panera. When life handed you lemons, you decided to make everyone die. Very Cave Johnson of you, sir. You took the pure Americana of the lemonade stand and through the twisted funhouse mirror of capitalism, turned it into the juice a cult leader would give his followers. First, you sell us overpriced hospital food and you couldn't even stick the landing on the free drink that comes with the combo. A 30-ounce charged lemonade was reporting to
390 milligrams? Holy shit. Fucking hell, that ain't no charged lemonade, bro. Whenever I see charged lemonade, charged energy drink, that shit usually has like 60 milligrams. Maybe even like 40. 390
to contain 390 milligrams of caffeine. And I mean,
I miss them. Yeah, I wonder why.
30 ounces sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but that's just how big a large is at Panera. They are just giving you the slop. You order a large drink and get enough liquid to bathe a small child. A 32 ounce of Monster doesn't even have that much caffeine. And here's the kicker. Panera offers unlimited refills. And like, I know it's up to us as
Do you think there was anybody that was just slamming like 2 or 3 of those?
Consumers to, you know, not...
You would have to go to the hospital. That'd be 1,200 milligrams of caffeine.
Not decide to kill ourselves, but at the end of the day, if you offer me a free refill, I'm going to drink more than 1 cup because I'm an American and I'm not going to lose money on this deal. And we can't talk about dangerous caffeinated beverages without discussing the king of death, Four Loko, of course.
Oh my god, this is what I was fucking saying. They don't I don't think they have caffeine. Does Four Loko have caffeine anymore?
If you weren't around in the early 2000s,
yeah, it was then. Yeah. Way back.
Don't fully understand what a Four Loko was at its peak. Yes, they're still around today, but they are a shadow of their former selves. They have tamed down completely. This blend of energy drink and
They are not a shadow of their former selves. They used to be crazy. I mean, obviously, I wasn't drinking Four Lokos back when they were, you know, under different rule sets. Four Lokos now, they'll sell 14.8% Four Lokos that are like 7 standard drinks. And people will shotgun them. Like poke a hole in the bottom and chug it. And that's the equivalent of drinking over a 6-pack of beer in 30 seconds. People black out on Four Lokos. That's the only thing that's worse that people do in college is Borgs. Where you empty, and that's how, dude, people have died from Borgs. People have died or been hospitalized for Borgs. Borg is when you empty out half a gallon of water, and then you pour fucking vodka, straight vodka and the rest of it, and then fucking Mio. Edward 40 hands? No, I've done Edward 40 hands. I'm going to do Edward 40 hands on YouTube one day. That shit would get demonetized for sure. Edward 40 hands is when you just tape 2 fucking Colt 45s to your hands. And so it's like Edward scissor hands, but you can't do anything until you're done drinking the 40s. Then the worst, my friend always tries to get me to do this. I've never done one. Sidewalk Slammer. Sidewalk Slammer is the worst. That's where you get a Colt 45. And I've showed this before. You get a Colt 45, you drink however much you need to fill the gap with Four Loko. Then you pour an entire gold Four Loko into it, like tilt it so it like evenly disperses, and then chug it. And that's like 10 standard drinks. Maybe 11.
Alcohol nearly wiped millennials from the face of the earth. It seems inevitable that people would start mixing alcohol and caffeinated beverages. I mean, the vodka Red
Blackout farming? Dude, if I did that, I would have to go to the hospital. I'm so serious. If you just chug that in one sitting, you have to go to the hospital. Unless you're like literally 350 pounds, you're gonna have alcohol poisoning.
First hit the scene in the early 2000s, and it hasn't gone away. And Sparks, the first packaged alcohol energy drink, was available in 2002. But these were the guiding lights that inspired 3 frat brothers from Ohio State University to create Four Loko in 2005. And every single word in that sentence makes complete sense. I was not shocked about any of those words. The 4 in Four Loko comes from the 4 original ingredients: taurine, guarana, caffeine, and wormwood. Wormwood, that's kind of a rogue joker. You know, wormwood, the psychoactive substance found in absinthe. You know,
Wait, Four Loko used to have fucking hallucinogens in it? Because the psychedelic substance that makes you trip from absinthe is illegal in the U.S. Is that why they changed it?
The thing that makes you trip.
You used to have caffeine, alcohol, and wormwood.
The wormwood version of Four Loko, which only had 6% alcohol, was
Oh, okay, so it was a little less alcoholic. Still absinthe.
Failure, because wormwood usually tastes like shit, and they made a bad calculation. So the Buckeye Bros decided to ditch the lumber, pump up the ABV, and redesign the can so it looked like it was ready to head off for war. Their wormwood-free concoction boasted 12% alcohol and was sold in 23.5-ounce cans. One Four Loko was the equivalent of drinking 4 beers, a can of Red Bull, and a shot of espresso all at once. Now you might be thinking,
wow, dude, that's so much caffeine. That's so much caffeine.
Tucker, that's a lot going on in one beverage, and you'd be right, but you also have to remember that college kids exist, and they make things called blackout rage gallons, so they were drinking Four Loko.
Yeah, Borg.
Like it was free. Their new formula hit the shelves in 2008, and almost immediately college.
And those Borg parties, bro, they're so dumb. Borg. I gotta show it. Literally, Borg party. There's an image of it. And they have to name it. Okay, this part's pretty funny. They always have to do like a witty name. Justin Borgber. It's creative. Soldier Borg. Oh. See, you know, sometimes they'll come up with some creative stuff. Other time. Okay, another good one. Another good one here. Borgen Freeman. Drink until you Borgasm. A Borg Shin Clinic. Oh my God.
Kids started hitting the floor, and not in like a dancing way, in a call the doctor kind of way.
Joe Borgalozzi, that's not creative. That's literally just removing the first part of my last name and putting Borg.
Just died.
Dexter Borgen. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, I'm using that if I ever do a Borg again. I'm using that. No, actually, I'm using that. Thank you. Thank you.
Commonly referred to as liquid cocaine or black.
Dexter Borgen.
Out in a can. Four Loko was.
That's so creative. That's probably already been done a million times.
Sending kids to the emergency room dozens at a time. ERs across the country were treating college kids for a near fatal level of blood alcohol. The drink fucked up college kids so badly that police initially thought people who were drunk on Four Loko had been drugged. But it seemed to be working, because in 2010, an estimated 60 million cans of Four Loko were sold. And by the end of the epidemic, all told, Four Loko was blamed for suicides, people walking into traffic, fatal car accidents, and a ton of violent behavior. Hell yeah. College campuses started to ban it, and then states followed suit. And a New York politician apparently even staged a stunt where they drank 2 cans of Four Loko in an hour under doctor supervision, which I just to show it was dangerous, I guess, which we all knew, my guy. I feel like this guy just wanted to get drunk on the clock, and I gotta applaud him for that. And he puked everywhere, which is hilarious. That's funny that he did that. But Four Loko became an easy thing to dunk on in popular culture, and in that way it kind of fell apart. And it's very easy to dunk on because there is literally no justification for this product. There is no reason for this thing to exist. It's
even now, it's just disgusting. 14%. 14%, and it's like fucking 80, 90 grams of sugar.
Selling point was like, hey, this shit's f***ed up. Like,
and they taste like shit.
That was the whole bit. The FDA got involved, sending Four Loko a warning and essentially banning alcohol energy drinks entirely. By November 2010, Four Loko voluntarily removed the caffeine from their drinks, and the company had nearly $30 million worth of Four Loko that they couldn't sell. And every kid in my generation was dying to find these. It was like finding lewds, like from Wolf of Wall Street. Like, we knew these Four Lokos were out there. We just need to get our hands on them. We just needed to get f***ed up like that. Four Loko loyalists were scrambling across their city.
See now, bro, who's buying a fucking 12-pack of Four Loko oranges? I didn't even know you could do that. I only thought you would be able to buy solo cans. I've never seen a liquor store where you're able to buy a case of Four Lokos. Everybody, anytime I've ever drank with people, they pull up with one Four Loko and like that's their drink. And they're done that, maybe have a shot or two, and they're fucking hammered.
Cities and snatching up the last of the original formula.
Heisenberg.
Some people even held a candlelight vigil for it in Union Square, New York. While one New York City restaurant held a Four Loko night to send them off, and then the state came in and raided their shit and destroyed all their Four Loko. It was a wild time. And now we're here today. I really don't have a conclusion for this. The energy drink history is way more up than I thought it would be when I started writing this video. Well, Jimmy did a lot of the research. Put up Jimmy again.
Borg Freeman. We literally just read that one. Yo, SpongeBorg and Subaru.
And I gotta keep giving him shout-outs.
That's gonna be the next one.
He's so good. But if they're not adding alcohol to energy drinks, who knows what's next? I'm sure there's gonna be a Kratom Taurine mix soon. And no one get an idea from that, because don't do that. But whatever comes next, one thing for sure, it's gonna be insane. New videos every Saturday and Wednesday. Like, comment, and subscribe. Shout out to the Extra Tuglets for supporting me over on extratug.com. You can go over there right now and subscribe to get,
W video. Love Big Tug. Love the old version of medicine was just really high until you can't possibly feel sick anymore. We filled my friend's fridge and had a Four Loko party the night before they took away the caffeine. I woke up in a tent we made on his roof. That's literally some hangover shit, dude. What? My wife still has a can of the OG Four Loko she's kept since college. She said she's been saving it for a special occasion. Bro, that shit's rotten now. Carefully pack this thing several times for various moves we've done together over the years, and I swear it was the most important job every move. We've been together for 12 years. We've gotten married, had 2 kids, enjoyed all most important moments together you could have with an average family. Still, the can remains. What is she waiting for? What secrets lies in the shadow of the can? What would happen for her to crack that bitch open? Another fucking economy collapse. She goes, well, think we're going to break it out. Krakatoa for the sub. Emily for the 3. When I was 17, I would work at retail, and I would go to school at 9 a.m., chug coffee, chug a Monster. Then noon, I would have then go to work at 4, chug another Monster. Then my 30-minute break, another. Now I have heart murmur, and if any kind of caffeine, now I get depressed and my heart goes crazy. How much caffeine even is that you're consuming in an individual day? That is nuts. AJ and Lettuce for the sub. Sketty for the 3. A couple months ago, I mixed a Ghost with 2 scoops of pre-workout for powerlifting comp. 15 minutes later, I curled up on the floor, forcing myself to breathe. I don't drink pre anymore. I've never had pre-workout. Zombie and Kanye for the sub, Eternal for the sub. I used to sell it when I worked at GNC, but I never understood why people would just dry scoop like 200 milligrams of caffeine. All right, I got to piss again, then we got next video. Max Verstappen. Next. Why your brain blinds you for 2 hours every day. So fucking not infographics. Kurzgesagt video. And then we're going to watch the video of the guy. This is philosophy. This isn't really philosophy. Lock-in. No, not these types of videos. Bro, then I'm already going to time your ass out if you're going to complain. I'm already about to time your ass out. I'm not dealing with it, bro. I don't have the energy to deal with chatters that are just going to complain, dude. If you don't want to watch it, fuck off. Genuinely. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, by the way, video such time, game such tab. Aside from most of the videos that I watch games I play. I'm excited to watch this. People have been spamming this in the video session tab. This video was sent once, but I just wanted to respond to it because it's basically him bringing up the same thing that all the commenters are on the philosophy video I posted. But this we're going to watch first. But if you have any videos you want to watch, games to play, video such time, game such tab. Also, tomorrow, live at 4:30 EST, we are doing the Dave's Hot Chicken Spicy Challenge with Zeusy, as well as ranking the 18 most popular beer brands in the world on a tier list. Then, Saturday, we're going to be doing Beerio Kart, some random shit. Sunday's Reacts. Monday, Assassin's Creed for like 5 hours. Tuesday, I'm off. Wednesday, we're doing Schedule 1 and random games. Thursday, we're doing Stalk 2, other horror games, maybe Squirrel Stapler, and next Friday is the charity stream for Parkinson's. Sophia for the sub. Lock-in. Why your brain blinds you for 2 hours every day?
The world you see is not real. You're not living in this very moment that you're experiencing, and nothing is like it seems. It turns out your brain constructs your reality as you're experiencing it. It edits your memories as they happen. It lives in totally different time spheres and tells you a story about the world that feels real. What's going on and who's really in control of your life? The gap between reality...
The biggest thing that I always find fascinating is that what you remember isn't necessarily what you experienced. Because every time you remember something, it gets slightly distorted to where when you remember something that happened a long time ago, like if you talk to your grandparents about childhood memories of theirs, they might be able to describe them fairly accurately, but a lot of the things that they would say happened to them and truly believe happened to them didn't. And they prove this a lot with especially like monumental events like 9/11, where they ask people like, hey, did you see the Twin Towers collapse? And people will be like, yeah, I saw the fucking plane blow up, blah, 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 all this other stuff. They go back to the classroom they were in that moment, and it's not even facing the fucking Twin Towers. It's nowhere near where the plane blew up. They would not have ever seen it, but they think they did.
Reality and you. Vision is maybe our main source of information about the world, but in reality, we don't really see that much. Only a thumbnail-sized area of your visual field is in high resolution, while the rest is out of focus. If it doesn't feel like this, that's because it's made up by your brain, using a pretty neat trick. Each second, your eyes make 3 to 4 sudden jerky movements, saccades of 50 milliseconds, focusing...
Yeah, you always notice that shit when you're driving a car. Or not when you're driving a car, when you're in a car. I remember when I used to be a kid, I would sit in the passenger seat and try not to focus on something. It's so hard. It is so hard to let your eye, in a moving car, when you're driving by, you'll notice that you're literally going like this. And you're not even trying to, because your eyes, for you to be able to look at your environment, you constantly have to focus on something. And so for you to not, you literally have to go like this. Almost cross your eyes, like let your eyes glaze over, but then everything just looks blurry. It's literally not possible to focus on something without having your eyes dart
from one point to another, scanning your environment to get different sharp images that your brain then edits together. During a saccade, your brain shuts down your vision so you don't see a wild motion blur. This means that each day for around 2 hours, you're completely blind. If you could actually...
Wait, what?
Saccade, your brain shuts different sharp images that your brain then edits together. During a saccade, your brain shuts down...
During a saccade? What the fuck is that?
During a saccade, your brain...
Oh, a saccade.
Shuts down your vision so you don't see a wild motion blur. This means that each day for around 2 hours, you're completely blind. If you could actually see what your eyes see, it would look something like this. Brrr, brrr. Instead, your brain...
Wait, because you're trying to piece everything together that you're fucking pinging back and forth on, but your brain has to piece it together so it makes sense?
Fills this time.
It's like a slideshow.
With its best guesses of what happened during the blackness. But it does way more. It turns out that you're not really experiencing time correctly. What's really happening when you're stirring milk into a cup of coffee? As the spoon hits the ceramic, light reflects off it and hits your eyes after 1.3 nanoseconds. The ceramic vibrates and creates a shockwave of air molecules that travels to your ear in 1.2 milliseconds. Heat is picked up by fibers in your fingers that send a signal to your brain in 50 milliseconds.
Yeah, everything's always delayed by different margins. But even then, everything that you're experiencing is still just fabricated to help you understand your surroundings. What I actually look like is, number one, just a stupid question because that's based off of how humans would perceive me. But my universal face and how I am perceived depends on the person that's looking at me. But in the actual universe that we exist in, you don't look how you think you look. Your brain is just kind of making a convoluted sense of self or convoluted image of yourself to help make you understand the world around you. I've said this before, but it's the idea that, like, this isn't actually purple, right? This isn't purple and black. It just looks like that because of the way the light reflects off of, you know, the object and into your eyes, or in your case, your screen into your eyes. But this actually doesn't have a color. Nothing has a color. It's just how light reflects off of it into your iris is what gives it the illusion of looking purple and black. This actually isn't colorful at all. It's just unknown.
Three very
white and gold ass bottle. I mean, that's why other animals perceive things in different ways, because it's how their eyes can receive light in different wavelengths. So that's why dogs and cats and humans and elephants and dolphins will see the world differently, meaning that none of what we see is actually real.
different inputs, all processed in your brain at different times. You don't experience them separately, but as one smooth, simultaneous, and connected moment. Your brain takes a moment to process and then invents a reality, a present moment that's not real. What you feel is now is in fact a selectively edited version of the past. You really only consciously experience the world 0.3 to 0.5 seconds after things happened. Except this is also not really true, because your brain is editing time and space way more than that, and it makes decisions completely out of your conscious control. You're living in the...
I always get tripped out when they do like experiments on when you consciously think about doing something versus when you actually physically act on it. Have you ever been laying down and you don't want to get up and you're like, fuck, I gotta get up, give me a countdown, 3, 2, and you just stand up? You know at some point you're gonna stand up, but you never consciously go in your brain, I'm standing up right now, I'm standing up right now. Like if I just go, like I just did that, I didn't tell myself I'm gonna get up now, I just do it. Like I have a weird impulsive feeling that you just act on. You're not consciously commanding your body to do something. Or when you're walking, sometimes I'll be walking if I'm like, you know, outside or something and I'm walking for like a mile. And I'm walking, but I don't feel like I'm controlling my own body. I'm just moving, right? And I know I'm moving, and at any point I could consciously go, and I'm going to stop. But if I don't do that, I'll just continue to walk, even though I don't feel as if I'm the one that's moving.
Past? No. Future? No. A made-up future. Your present, what you experience right now, is kind of the future. Imagine for a second that you're a table tennis pro. In pro table tennis, balls whoosh around at 25 meters per second, which is pretty...
It's like I'm controlling a robot? No, it's not even like you're controlling a robot. It's like you're driving an automatic car that can switch to manual. Same thing with breathing. Now, I hate bringing that up because now everybody's going to be physically breathing or blinking or, you know, shit like that. But, okay, I'm sorry, but you were running on autopilot, right? You were running on autopilot. Now you're running manual. And there's moments where you're able to make that conscious switch.
Pretty fast, so let's slow down time. Light passes from the ball to your eye in nanoseconds, is converted into electrical impulses that reach your brain to be processed after 100 milliseconds. Meanwhile, the ball travels 2.5 meters through the air, the length of the table. If your brain showed you the past, where the ball was 100 milliseconds ago, it would hit you before you could react. So instead, your brain takes its location, speed, and direction and calculates where the ball should be in the future. By the time...
What? So you see the ball, even though you're seeing the ball in the past, your brain is basically formulating an image of where it would be so you can react in time.
The information reaches you, and then it creates a fictional version of it.
Yeah, you're predicting it.
This is what you see in your...
What the fuck? So I'm not actually seeing the ball move. My brain's fake fabricating an image of the ball moving, because if it actually tried to display the information that it's inputting, then I would just be I would be too slow to react to anything and I would die in the wilderness.
Fake present, a fake ball that's somewhere else. But you don't need to just see the ball. You want...
What? No. So when I'm playing ping pong, bro, I'm not seeing the ball. I'm seeing a fake, well, I'm seeing where the ball actually is, but I'm not genuinely seeing it because my brain's making that up so I can, you know, have the wherewithal to fucking swing my paddle and hit it.
Want to smash it back hard. If you acted now and started swinging your arm, you'd miss by a mile. Things are just too fast. So before the ball even touches your opponent...
Yo, but there's motherfuckers that play ping pong like that. There's people that are just that bad at sports. Maybe their brain can't do it. No, their brain can.
Opponent's bat,
they're just not good at it.
Your brain starts predicting where it will likely be in space after they hit, based on the other player's posture and your table tennis experience. But as it can't be sure if it will be correct, it prepares multiple different responses. Maybe the ball will be here, or even here. To be ready for all of these scenarios, your brain sends pre-programmed orders to the muscles you need to jump left.
Wow! So, yo, you literally, I know exactly what he's talking about. When you're standing there getting ready to hit the ball, you're like in a moment of, I don't know what the fuck's about to happen, but I'm ready. Like, you see the ball and you don't know if it's going to curve yet, but you're ready for whichever way it does. That's how people get faked out, though, when you, like, cross somebody up in basketball or something, because they picked right instead of left. And their brain had the three waves out in front of them, but the other person fooled your brain to program you to think that it was going the other way. Wow.
Left, right, or up, telling them to be ready for any of them at a moment's notice. For a short moment, multiple ghost versions of you exist, all equally real inside your brain. And then, as your opponent is about to lay into the swing, your brain decides on a single future that it thinks is most likely. All but one of the ghosts are deleted. You only ever experience the ghosts that won, never the potential ones. The order to the muscles to act out the winning movement is triggered even before the ball is hit back to you. You are totally oblivious to this. By the time you consciously see the ball coming at you and decide to hit it in a particular way, your body has already hit it back. In reality, your brain already made all the decisions. Your conscious experience is nothing more than an invented future, a prediction based on the information your brain received a fraction of a second ago. This is not just true for extreme sports like table tennis, but also for walking.
This is what I was just talking about.
Is time travel. After your game, you're walking back home, seemingly choosing your path and reacting to things. Meanwhile, your brain is operating in 3 different time spheres at once. It processes the sensory feedback of the past, it calculates the current state of your body, and it predicts your future. Because walking is intense. Before the signal from your foot touching the ground has even reached the brain, it's already sent the order to your foot to make the next step. And it's already calculated the muscle patterns.
And your brain's doing that for you entirely. You're never functionally doing it, right? You're never manually going right foot here, left foot here, right foot here. Unless you're moving in unison with other people that you don't have control over their own nervous system, like in Squid Games when they're going hut two, and they have to like count out loud and they have to all communicatively move in unison. You just do it automatically.
For the next 2. But what if something truly catastrophic happens? There's a banana peel and you step on it and slip. How did it get here? Listen, don't worry about it. It turns out your brain is ready for this. So far, we spoke of your brain making decisions for you, but this is not really true.
Well, that's also what level of reactability you have. That's dependent on the person and also usually age specifically. Older people's brains and nervous systems function much slower. If you're, you know, in your teens or 20s, 30s even, you slip on a banana, you're probably going to fucking catch yourself. But if you're like 80, you ever see an 80-year-old trip? They just fucking faceplant. Not only just because their muscles can't move fast enough, but their brain just does not react.
Ready for this? So far, we spoke of your brain making decisions for you, but this is not really true. You don't have a central control room where the world comes together. In reality, different parts of your body are aware of different things at different times. Your spinal cord usually knows stuff before your brain. And even within your brain, different regions process the same event at different speeds and make independent decisions. As your foot catches the peel, the gyroscope inside your ears notices a sudden change of your position in space. It submits this information to your brainstem and spinal cord, the "things must happen quickly" section of your body. They immediately trigger emergency recovery patterns and send orders to different muscle groups. Within 200 milliseconds, pre-programmed sequences activate to catch your fall. Your arms shoot out, your other leg stiffens to support your weight, your core muscles contract to stop.
Or when you're like standing on the edge of a pool and you're kind of testing how far you can lean back, and then you start pulling one of these. If I can catch yourself, you're about to fall on some shit.
Stabilize you. 100 milliseconds later, when you become aware that you're tripping, your body is already recovering. You are only just now catching up. Okay, so we've learned that your brain is constantly predicting reality around you, makes decisions about the best way to act, and then shows you an edited version, which totally makes sense. Would you really want to be in charge of all that? But your brain is not just predicting the external world. Right now, it's predicting a way more complex thing, you. Are you just a prediction of your brain?
Stop. Oh, stop. Fuck.
Why do you feel about the world the way you do?
I will always go, the one thing that I'll say, and I mean, we're going to get into this when we start watching this guy's video, but I always say that I don't have a soul and there's no part of me outside my physical being, and that, like, in a certain way, I don't even exist. But I have to, in some margin, to recognize that. For me to be able to derealize, there has to be some sort of foundational part of me that does exist, because I'm not capable of contemplating my own existence if I don't, right? But am I just in my brain thinking that? And because at the end of the day, I believe I'm my brain, and my brain is me. But there's parts of my brain that function that I have no control over, and I would arguably say vice versa. But my brain may have control over it. But I'm talking about it like my brain isn't me. Like there is a detached part of me that exists and resides within my brain that isn't just my functionality. Maybe it's just a different part of my brain, but I don't know.
Your sense of hunger, your energy level, and especially your emotions are not just objective reactions to what state you're in, but predictions. Your brain's prediction of what you'll need soon or need to be ready for. You're probably used to getting food or going to bed roughly around the same time. And as the time approaches, your brain releases hormones to prepare you.
Yeah, that's why you get real fucked up on... That's why I get fucked up on travel days, dude. Wake up at 3 in the morning, can't take a dump. Can't take a dump, dude. Then I'm fucking on the plane and it hits me. Check the time. It's dump time, right? It's poop time. It's when I'm always pooping. I just sounded like a dumbass there.
A fulfilling prophecy. You get hungry or tired because your brain assumes this is the time when this is needed. This is the most striking thing about your emotions. They aren't just reactions to the outside world, they're predictions. When you go to a party, your brain isn't waiting to see how you feel once you get there based on how the party actually is. It analyzes your experiences of past parties and who it...
I would say you're slightly reactive, though. You have expectations on how things are, so you're already walking in with an emotional prediction of how you'll be. But if it's not up to what your prediction is, then you will change.
Expects to be there. Maybe close friends you feel safe around. Maybe people you don't know who are a less socially secure bet. Maybe your brain remembers a party where you felt anxious and that experience stuck. This can be pretty annoying. If your brain predicts anxiousness, it adjusts your heart rate, hormone levels, and muscle tensions before you even enter the room. It prepares your body for anxiety, making you actually feel anxious, which then confirms the brain's prediction and gets saved for future reference. Does this make you feel like you're just along for the ride? Forced?
You're able to control that to a degree, though. That's what I'm saying is your brain, you and your brain, while they may be one and the same, are separate in that fashion that you're able, even if your brain is functionally giving you those anxiety cues, you're able to suppress them and recognize, hey, I'm not going into a dangerous scenario. Why am I nervous about going into a fucking social situation? It's going to be fine.
To experience whatever predictions your brain feeds you. Thankfully, it's not quite like that. Your conscious self is obviously not the decider of most things as you go through your day. But that is not what it's good at anyway. Your brain and all of these different organ systems decide a lot of things, but they're more like butlers taking care of all the busy work. You may not be in the driver's seat, but you are the passenger that decides where to go. What your conscious self is good at is long-term planning and abstract thinking. It's a storyteller that tells the story of your life to your brain and to yourself, wherever the edges of the...
Bro, and I be thanking my body sometimes. I be communicating with myself. No lie. If I'm ever hungover, yo, I'll literally audibly or mentally I'll go, I'm sorry. Because I know they're suffering, right? They're having a bad time. They're not having fun because I'm not having fun. If I'm not having fun, they're definitely not having fun. Because there could be times where I'm having fun and they're not. But if I'm not having fun, it's definitely fucking World War III down there, right? Who's them? My organs. The rest of my body, my brain.
These overlapping entities melt into each other. You are able to see the big picture that your internal prediction machine could never begin to grasp. You are the part of you that...
Bro said schizophrenic. Do you even know what schizophrenia is?
...can edit and write new predictions into the system. Sometimes you...
Even when you piss yourself? No, because then I'm not there, right? When I get really drunk, fall asleep, wake up, and I've never pissed myself, okay? So let's take a step back there. When I wake up and I pee in a drawer, right, or fucking pee in a corner or some shit, blah, 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 you know, the huge. I fucking, you know, the me that's right here, right now, talking to passenger, that brother's gone, right? He's taking a fucking paid leave. It's just the brain, right? Then I'm an animal that's just gotta pee. So I go pee, right? And I fall back asleep. Me, passenger, returns on wake up. And I go, what did other me do? Oh, he peed on a towel. Fuck.
You and your brain disagree on what's correct. But in the end, you are the person in power who tells the story about who you are in this world.
What do you mean the usual? It's a joke, bro. I've only pissed in a drawer once. Peed on a towel in a corner another time. Fell asleep in a bathtub 3 times. 2 times, not 3 times.
The story so convincing that you experience it as undeniable reality. And as a happy accident, your conscious self is great at being happy about ice cream, fascinated by internet videos, and thinking deeply about Pokemon types. What if you could train your brain to be more than just...
This is an ad! Is the rest of this an ad? I love that video. WVid though. WVid though, I'll hit that with a like. In video, so we have AI that generates fake frames to smooth things out. Brain, wait, that's my thing. Part of the reason practice is so important, it not only trains muscle memory, it gives a larger database for your brain to base decisions on. For sure, dude. All right. Next. All right, this is gonna be a fucking video. I know chat's gonna get mad, and it's whatever. I made a video on my philosophy channel, like, you know, I don't know how long ago, 4 or 5 days ago. It was probably 3-4 days ago. I don't even know when I fucking posted it. But it's basically just an overview of why I don't believe in God. So let's, you know, do a little PSA that I gave in the video there. If you believe in God, I'm not dissing you. I'm not dissing your religion. I'm not saying that you're wrong and I'm right. I'm not saying that I'm right and you're wrong. I am just sharing why I believe what I believe. This is a Christian influencer that obviously wants to kind of counter my point. And I'm going to watch it. I have not seen it yet. I think they came into my chat, or one of their viewers came into my chat, or somebody else came into my chat and asked me to watch it. It was also in the video session tab. So we're going to fucking give it a watch now. I will give my response. I'm going to say, this is the only time I am responding to this. I'm not doing a back and forth. I hate doing back and forths. I'll watch his response to my video, but then I'm not doing a response to his response to my response to his response of my video. I'm not doing that bullshit, right? This isn't going to be a response. I'm not doing the vegan teacher shit where I fucking make a video about vegan teacher, then she responds, and I respond to her video about me, and then she responds to my video about her responding to me. Fuck that, okay? I'm watching this. He's probably going to go into points on why he thinks I'm wrong and God exists, obviously. And then I, may agree with him, and I may disagree with him. I don't know. We're going to fucking see. Cool for the three. I'm going to keep it respectful, though, and I ask that you do the same, right? If you disagree with me, that is perfectly fine. And if you agree with me and you disagree with specific chatters, again, that is perfectly fine. This is philosophy. This is a faith-based argument. This is something that may individually be something that really matters to you, but universally is something that is subjective. It is faith. Right, is the strong belief in God or the doctrines of religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than the proof. Nothing of this is objective, right, even if it is to you. Let's lock in. Cool for the three. If the only thing that separates us from animals is our brain is more complex, if somebody gets in a car accident and loses parts of the brain, how do they lose their humanity? If not, does that mean we have a soul or something? What do you mean? Dongle for the sub. If they lose part of their brain and their functionality, I mean, you could look at people that have Alzheimer's and they start losing their memory. They start becoming different people. That's why it's one of the most tragic things that you could go through is having dementia or Alzheimer's. Don't go for the sub. Sketty for the three. Came home from the bar, blackout drunk, fell asleep. Next morning, my dad, to me, I slammed the front door, walked to the bathroom, kicked my boots in the shower, pissed on the floor, and went to bed. It's Blade Jazz and Fresh for the sub. Leo and Nyan for the sub. All right, lock in. Massive TikToker tells why he rejects Jesus. All right. We're clickbaiting this. Joe Bart TikToker. I clickbait all my shit. Can't judge.
So this guy has like 25 million followers on TikTok, one of the biggest creators on that platform. He has the YouTube channel.
Not at all, dude. There are people way bigger than me on that app.
About philosophy, and he's going to prove God's existence for me as we watch this video. If you can, try to keep track of how many times he contradicts himself. The first few minutes, he explains that
All right, little rude. Little rude off rip, I'm fine with it, but let's get into it. Not saying I'm right, boss. This was just my opinion,
Grew up in the Roman Catholic Church, so already we're off to a horrible start. If you grew up in the Roman Catholic Church, it's highly likely that you've never heard the gospel. This has been the testimony from many, many people who have grown up in that false church.
You could say that of anybody that's grew up in any denomination of Christianity whatsoever. Obviously, Roman Catholicism in general has also historically gotten a lot of hate, and people that were Catholics got, definitively prosecuted, even killed historically, as many denominations of Christians did. But I don't know. To say that just Catholicism is the reason why I don't believe in God, I would hard disagree with. It's not, I think the reason this is getting a lot of Christian comments is, number one, because the United States is majority Christian, and that's a lot of my audience. But also because I reference Christianity a lot in my argument, not even argument, in my reasoning on why I don't believe in God. Now, I wasn't just talking about Christianity. It was more just monotheism in general, right? Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, right, all believe in one God, right? They just have different names for that God.
And started reading the scriptures for themselves and found out, hey, Jesus is the Savior. He is all-powerful. He is Almighty God. His grace is sufficient for me. So yeah, I think he said he studied theology in college and philosophy.
A lot of the things that we talked about, I did not agree with what the church stood for. And it wasn't even necessarily this is referencing high school, not college. Every single thing that I could nitpick that they would say, it was more so the idea that they broadcasted, and many religions do this, you broadcast your religion as the universal objective morals that humans have to live. And I didn't see morality as that.
This is such a weak objection, like, oh my. People actually believe that the greatest commandment is to love God with all our hearts and souls and minds and with all our strength. And the second greatest commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. Wow, there's people out there who believe that this is objectively the right thing to do, to love God and to love your neighbor. Is that really such a bad thing?
No, it's not such a bad thing, but I would say the majority of people you see socially in the United States or just the world in general are not loving thy neighbor as they love theirself. They always say there is no greater hate than Christian love, and obviously that's something that you would probably be, very accustomed to, but Christians, not all Christians, I'm saying it's not uncommon, though, that when you do have people that are dissing specific people that they do not like, they use Christianity as a defense on why they're able to act that way, right? even if you are Christian, you don't agree with some way that people, you know, act upon themselves. I'm very supportive of the LGBTQ, and there are a lot of people that will come and literally hate on them and be abhorrently homophobic and then go, well, it's what my religion says. That's not what you're supposed to do. Religion in general, yes, I will agree. Most religions in general, and I say this in the video, most religions in general have innate value. He didn't show that part. Most religions have innate value that they show and spread love. They are there to help teach you to be a good person, right? I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying the moral teachings that I don't agree with in Catholicism in general is the idea of being gay, the idea of, you know, fucking abortion, all these other arguments that people could have. Those are just like foundational things that appear in politics, but I could just fucking nitpick a bunch of random things, but those are more venial sins, not mortal sins, right? That's just individual shit, though. The idea of cursing, right? Stuff like that, right? If you want me to go, I know the difference between venial and mortal sins. If you want me to get into those, I can, but it's just fucking nonsense, right? I gave a broad overview in my video on why, like reasoning based, hey, this is why I don't really believe in God, because a lot of people ask me, and then 99% of the comments were nice. Even the people that wanted me to turn to God, right? They gave, you know, a genuine response. But a lot of the comments were like, dude, you gave like no fucking reasoning whatsoever. Are you an idiot? You have a bad IQ. I'm like, yeah, number one, great response here, dude. Boss, you're fucking, wow, you're really converting me, man. You're fucking doing a great job. Number two, yeah, I'm not going to make a 4-hour fucking video essay on why I don't believe in God. It was just a, hey, quick 25-minute rant on, I'm going to list a bunch of things.
Yourself. Wow. There's people out there who believe that this is objectively the right thing to do, to love God and to love your neighbor. Is that really such a bad thing? No, it's not. Everybody who is a Christian should be portraying their religion as the objectively true religion, because that's what Jesus did. He is the...
And that's fine. I have nothing against that. And he's probably going to fucking nitpick this, but in some part of the video, somebody said that I was contradicting myself because I say to the person, you may have your individually objective morals, but to everybody else, it's subjective, right? And you can't have individually objective morals, but it be subjective to anybody else. I was basically nicely trying to put it in different words, saying that what you believe is subjective, right? It is something that you believe objectively applies to everybody, but not everybody agrees with you, right? Your objective morals might not be objective to me, right? Making them subjective. Morality is something that is, you know, agreeable or disagreeable depending on the society that you may live in, right?
The way, the truth, and the life. So this objection, as well as all,
especially not in Western countries, right?
All of the objections that he has in this video, they all boil down to, I just don't like the way that they do things. It's all feelings, no rationality. If anything,
it's not all feelings. It's not all feelings. It's the reason why I left. That I was giving a general reasoning why I started to question Catholicism in general, and then I go into why I don't believe in God in general.
An atheist should be able to recognize what Jesus taught and how he is God, he is the way, the truth, and the life, and everything. You should.
It's not that I don't recognize what Jesus taught, and he's probably going to get into this as well. And this might take me an hour to fucking react to this video. It's not that I'm not understanding what Jesus taught. It's that I just don't think that Jesus was God and man is the difference, right? I'm not saying that and also he keeps calling me an atheist, and obviously the video is, hey, I don't believe in God. I could more get behind the idea, and this is me just being flat out. I didn't want to fucking describe this in a video because then people would be like, you're contradicting yourself, to try and prove me wrong, to make themselves feel better about their own beliefs. And that's perfectly fine if you want to hound me to make your own faith stronger within your own life. But I could get behind the idea that God is the universe, but I don't think that God is a separate entity that created the universe. I think that if God does exist, which I'm not fully discrediting, I'm just saying that I don't think the Christian God exists. I don't believe that the monotheistic God that we teach today exists. I think that if God does exist, it's more a deism-based God, that he created the universe and then is a part of the universe and left in some manner, or he's one and the same, right? In that aspect.
See what Jesus taught and then look at what their followers teach and actually commend them for being consistent with what they believe. Yeah.
Also, I'm saying this for all the people that are typing out paragraphs right now. I'm probably not responding to any of you guys. I'm responding to this video. I'm seeing people just type out paragraphs of information to me right now, I'm not responding to it, okay? Normally, I'm very interactive with chat. I have to already respond to this guy. Now, I'm not going to be responding to 45 different chatters trying to convince me of something, okay? That's too many things going on, right? And I'm also noticing Zywash for the 1,005 videos. I know this is a little off topic. Last I asked this girl, and she said yes, and I'm totally happy that I've been able to. I wanted to chat, take risks in life, new things. Also, I noticed, what is that shirt this guy's wearing? It's a pizza shirt. Google it for the 3. Look at the guy in the video in his background. No, don't insult him. Google it. I'm not even reading the rest of your thing. That's just rude. Don't insult him physically. See, that is literally what we are not doing, Google. Google it. That actually just pissed me off that you did that. Don't even say look at him. He can disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. If he's a little bit rude to me, that's fucking perfectly fine. Don't be rude to this guy. Oh, look at what he's wearing. Who gives a fuck what he's wearing, dude? We're talking about this shit. It doesn't matter what he's fucking wearing or some shit. That's just rude. 2 for the 3. Glad I was able to help. I hope you're all right. Code for the 3. Already read that. Even tone for the 3. What I don't understand about God is why would they create a universe other pants to goal? I really, hey, this is the one that I'll read. Please do not send bits and a paragraph of information on what you want me to respond to. I really need to get through this video, and I already know I'm going to pause it every 10 seconds to respond to this guy, okay? So for the love of God, please just let me watch and wait, right? Like, I'm going to read what you said, but I'm just noticing there's paragraphs coming in. What I don't understand about Christianity is why would God create the universe and other planets if it only goes with Earth and humans? I don't know why he would create the horrors of the world and the tree of knowledge, basically giving Adam and Eve the trait, wanting to eat it. If he's also all-knowing, he would create the devil knowing he would betray him. Why would he do the same thing with Adam and Eve? IQ for the sub.
If you believe that
I don't know
Jesus is God, then yeah, what he says goes. Not just for Christians, but for everybody on the planet.
That's true. If I believe that Jesus is God, I would believe in the Bible. I don't.
Christians are just being consistent. This isn't an objection at all, honestly. It's just he doesn't like the way that Christianity presents itself.
This is even what I wrote my senior paper on in college, was that I think that morality is individually objective, right? It is true to you, but it is universally subjective.
Yes, the moral relativists just steal his wallet, and the best he has is, I don't think you should do that, rather than it's objectively wrong to do that.
No, I think that subjectively, you as an individual have your own moral precedents that you live your life on. You live your life on your own objective morals that you follow, that you think everybody else should, right? What I mean by that is that I will act on what I think is right? That's how I'll live my life. I will live my life based on what I think is right and wrong and what benefits society, not in a utilitarian standpoint where, oh, well, if I hurt somebody, it helps the whole, but I will act according to what I believe benefits myself and the world. Now, what I do in that accordance may not be your own opinion. You may disagree with me on how I should conduct myself to make the world a better place. That's where we have disagreements. Obviously, I would agree that murder is wrong, okay? I'm not saying that I think it's okay to just fucking go do things because, well, I think murder's wrong, but no, murder's wrong. You shouldn't just go up and fucking stab somebody. Okay, no fucking shit. I believe that, right? You shouldn't kill someone. But it's easier to say that on big topics. But a lot of things are time dependent, situation dependent. Who was there? What happened? Why did you do that? When did you do that? What were your motivations to do those things? What was your thought process behind acting that way, right? The biggest example is, hey, I stole. Stealing's bad. But if I stole because my kids are starving and I need to get them food, well, then it's more of a, hey, give and take. This is more of a subjective argument that we're going to have, right? That's what I'm just trying to convey. IQ for the subs, I watch for the 50s, but I don't like pepperoni pizza.
You shall not steal is what he's going to scream at the top of his lungs if someone steals his wallet. That's against the law, not just the law of the land of the United States, but it's just wrong inherently. If the United States or if the entire world decided that stealing was okay, would that make it okay? Such a waste of a senior paper. But let's just replay that.
It's not such a waste of a senior paper. Bro, like, yo, literally, bro, I'm not even going to be, I've been trying to be respectful now. You're being a dick, right? And this is some bullshit. Yo, if you want to read my paper, I'll send you my paper. And it wasn't even just about Christianity. It was me relating Friedrich Nietzsche's genealogy of morals to fucking Buddhism and how those two relate. And I crafted my own formulation on how I believe morality existed in today's world. It is something that societally exists, but it is something that is a necessary illusion. It is based on the individual society that you live in. And yes, obviously, no society is going to say that stealing's okay because nobody wants to be stolen from. And that goes back to, you know, treat others how you would want to be treated. But that is also dependent on the society that you live in. If you live in Singapore, how you're going to conduct yourself is drastically different than if you live in fucking Philadelphia.
That again, because, oh man, this is...
Oh yeah, let's rewatch it.
Bad.
Individually objective, right? It is true to you, but it is universally subjective.
Moral-
And I love how you're acting like I'm trying to disprove God's existence. I'm not disproving God's existence. God not existing and atheism. I'm not an atheist. I would not define myself as an atheist, by the way. I would say that I'm agnostic. But if you want to file me as an atheist, you want to file me as an atheist. Dude, what I'm saying here is, hey, this is why I don't believe in God. This is the neutral standpoint. Why am I always fighting tooth and nail to prove that God doesn't exist? Why am I proving anything? I don't believe that the Christian God exists. Your job is to prove he does to me. Why am I trying to do the opposite and then you make me feel like a dumbass because you're like, oh, this guy's, oh, that was what a waste of a senior paper. I got a fucking 99 on it. You want to read it? You want to read it? Oh, sorry. Well, a Christian professor didn't read and grade my paper. It was actually a Buddhist professor. He was actually a Buddhist professor. Oh, my apologies. A Buddhist professor did read and grade my paper, and not a Christian professor. Even so, I took literally Church and State in America, where it relates historically how the government and Christianity have battled against each other from the fucking dawn of the religion. The dawn of the religion, how they relate against one another, taught from a Christian professor, wrote and gave my own opinion, still did well. Because I'm not disregarding, I'm not shitting on the religion, bro. This is what you're not getting. I'm not dissing Christianity. I just don't believe in it.
Morality is objectively subjective to each individual person.
Bro, move on.
This is madness, guys. Either way, though, he is presupposing that there is such a thing as truth, as everybody does. And truth only makes sense within the Christian worldview. You know, if you believe that you have evolved from fish and all of your thoughts are merely chemicals, then you couldn't, and many atheists admit this, you couldn't know if you're thinking correctly. Undercutting literally every...
Bro, but evolution is scientifically proven. Scientifically proven. You can take DNA ancestral tests that date you back hundreds of thousands of years to other Homo sapiens. To deny evolution is literally just saying, okay, well, science isn't real. Look at our own human anatomy, and you can recognize that evolution exists. You can still have faith as a Christian that believes in evolution. But now you're basically just saying that, oh, I believe all my thoughts are chemical because I think that I came from fish. Number one, yeah, I do think that I came from the earliest fucking multicellular life and that through billions of years evolved through time and now I'm here through some miraculous means. And I think I'm lucky, right? And I'm happy for that. I'm thankful for that, right? That I exist now. I don't disregard my life. I don't live a lawless life because because I don't believe in a Christian God, right? But I also recognize, okay, we came from other shit. We didn't evolve. Okay, man. If you don't believe in evolution, I'm not even going to have that discussion right now. If you don't believe in evolution, I can't talk to you. I love doing philosophy, right? I love the subjective, conversations. There's a point where we can't talk, right? If we can't agree that we came from other animals, right? Not animals that exist now, animals that are long gone, and we have been, through thousands and thousands and billions of years, evolved to where we are now as Homo sapiens, where other animals and other species existed prior, then conversation's over. It's agree to disagree, right? And then we're not talking anymore. I'm going to keep watching this video, but off rip, I'm not liking the whole, you believe you came from fish. Yes.
claim that you could possibly make. So by rejecting the Christian God, you make knowledge impossible. You can't know anything at all. And this is
How do I make knowledge impossible? I don't make knowledge impossible. Knowledge, the act of knowing something is a lot of the time through trial and error. And part of the knowledge that we've gained through history has basically, and one of the reasons we are so smarter than other animals is our concept for, is the fact that you can understand what I'm saying right now. You can have shared knowledge through generations in other animals. That is shown through other animals where they're able to teach able to teach future generations that they have offspring for how to do specific things that they've learned from their ancestors. But it's very hard to do when you can't have a complex set of language that we do, where we're able to share, complex thoughts and problem-solving capabilities through schooling and other things. When you're able to communicate, that is what breeds, societies, and then morality, and then how to function, then friendships. You can go into Nicomachean ethics in Aristotle and talk about the 3 different types of friendships. I'm making a video about that right now. There are a million ways and a million posits that you could argue that morality existed beyond God. And I don't know. I'm starting to get physically upset. Like, this is just
ultimate skepticism.
Because I really tried to be respectful in my video there, and he's like it's just dissing.
You just question everything, and your answer is that you don't have any answers to anything, and that's your answer. These people are walking contradictions, because Proverbs chapter 1 says the fear of Yahweh is...
These people are walking contradictions.
Proverbs chapter 1 says the fear of Yahweh is the...
It doesn't matter. Oh my God. I really hope he gets into it. I really hope he does. This does not have anything to do with the conversation that we're having right now. You're proving to me that God exists. Why are you quoting the Bible? Why are you quoting something?
Beginning of knowledge. Unless you fear God, you don't have any knowledge. You're not wise. Unless you start with God, you cannot know anything at all.
What I believe is going to be... But historically, people did start without God. Religion is inherently man-made throughout history. You could say that Christianity always existed, but even before then, people didn't have Christianity. Even if you're saying evolution, even if you're denying evolution, they didn't believe in God pre-Judaism, right? You could say there were other different religions in Greek mythology and other things that they believed, but they didn't believe in a monotheistic God. They didn't believe in the God that you believe in, but they still had knowledge. Drastically different. They still transferred information between people. You can look at cave paintings from hundreds of thousands of years ago, from 50,000 years ago, where people were fucking painting their own hands and the animals around them, and they obviously were transitioning some sort of information to each other throughout generations from what you believe. You can look at skeletal structures of people that existed so long ago, and they have markings on their teeth that they used as a third hand, where they would shave leather and they would craft things, and they pass down that knowledge to other people. If you're saying universal philosophical knowledge, that's a different conversation, but you can pass down knowledge without God. And to say that one is true and the definitive belief set that we all have to live by is not something that I can get behind.
Question: is everybody supposed to think like this? Would it be better if everybody believed that morality was subjective? Is it objectively true that morality is subjective?
I don't know. I think religion has its place. I think it's really good that religion does exist. I think morality for many people comes from law. And I think law is influenced by religion in some manner, but not entirely, because a lot of the time law disagrees with religion. You see that now, where Christianity is the reigning, religion in the United States, and they're trying to overturn a lot of the things that the religion itself disagrees with in law currently. A lot of the things that the United States has legal does not follow suit with Christianity, and they're trying to revert that.
These are questions that he would have to answer. And in even attempting to answer the questions that we could ask him as Christians, he would be contradicting himself left and right, because atheism is an incoherent worldview. It's an irrational...
I'm not atheist! Yes, this is a video saying why I don't believe in God. And now I know you're just going to be like, well, he's contradicting himself again. I'm agnostic. At the end of the day, I would say I don't know. But I'm leaning towards God doesn't exist, right? I would also say the video itself is more, hey, this is why I don't believe in the monotheistic God that the three major religions portray, right? Not that, hey, I don't believe in any possibility that any God has ever existed. I'm not saying that, right? I know that's the title of the video. It's also clickbait.
Unreasonable worldview.
The idea of holding humans higher than other species really bothers me. I understand we are smarter and we're more capable of, you know, communicating and achieving progress within the world rather than a deer that just lives in the woods. But to say that we, on God's viewpoint, are better and handpicked to be the one animal that is going to go to heaven and be the one that's going to be judged and go through all of these different things is illogical to me.
On what basis? Ultimately, it's going to come down to he just doesn't like it. He doesn't like the Christian worldview. But here's the deal. I pointed out in a recent video that the first blessing ever found in scripture is in Genesis 1 verse 22. God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply.
Like, what are we doing, bro?
And fill the waters and the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth. And there was evening and there was morning, a fifth day. The first blessing ever recorded in scripture is for animals. God bless the animals. God loves his creation, including the animals, not just the human being. Psalm 36 says, your righteousness is like the mountains of God. Your judgments are like a great deep. O Yahweh, you save man and beast. We see an example of this at the end of Jonah. Should I not have pity on Nineveh, the great city in which there are more than 120,000 persons who do not know the difference between their right and their left hand, as well as many animals? I know it's very traditional to think that animals are just so much lower than humans and they don't have souls, and humans have souls. We're made in the image of God and we're just better than all of God's creation. That's not really the biblical picture, though. Yes, humans are unique. They only have been created in the image of God to be his representatives on the planet, to rule and subdue the earth with righteousness and peace. And so given their unique status.
But if I just never understand that. If we've been created in the image of God, why does God inflict so many horrors upon humanity to people that don't deserve it?
In God's creation,
God being all powerful and all good, why do some of my chatters that are, 14 years old have fucking stage 4 leukemia and they're gonna fucking die? They've never done anything wrong in their entire life, and they've been given a life, and now they're gonna die, right? It's fucking terrible. Like, why you can't posit the answer. And you could say, well, God has his reasons, God has his ways, and that's faith, right? And at the end of the day, I can respect that. But from somebody that's not in the faith, I look at that and I go, that God can't be all good to create people to effectively torture and kill many of them, not even at the hand of other humans, but nature itself.
Yes, they have been given certain laws that they must obey, and they're going to be either judged or rewarded for their conduct. Again, like, what is the objection here? Like, God judges righteously on the earth and he tells humans what they should be doing. I think this just comes from a misunderstanding of biblical theology. And if you grow,
and hey, no, I'll give him that. That was a bad point on my end. That was a bad point on my end. The idea that we value humans more than other animals. He did provide some, I know I was making funny faces, but that's because he was making funny faces of what I was saying. You pull up some good, biblical things. You're effectively changing my viewpoint on what the Bible does say, but that's not going to help me believe in God. That's just what the Bible says.
Grow up in the Roman Catholic Church.
I foundationally disagree, not with the Bible, but with the premise that the Christian God exists.
Church, you obviously wouldn't be getting that. You're just going to be hearing a whole bunch of what priests say rather than what the Bible says, because they don't believe that the Bible is the ultimate authority. They believe that Rome is the ultimate authority.
This goes down to whether or not you believe in evolution, but to say that we, a species that evolved from random mammals that lived in holes during the dinosaur age.
Yeah, so evolution, Darwinism, it's been proven false many times.
No, see, I can't. I literally. This is just the, I don't know, man. This is where I cut off. You can't say, you could say Darwinism has its flaws, but to say that evolution doesn't exist, we see it. We see it in our own anatomy. You could see it every day. You could see it in experiments through animals that reproduce at rapid rates, how fast they'll evolve, how fast they'll change. You could see it on small, a lot of Christians will agree that, like, very small natural environmental changes will take place. A big one that I'm not saying all Christians agree with, but a big one that, you know, people will posit today is, hey, there are a lot of birds that used to have very long wings that enabled them to have very long flight patterns, right? And they were able to, you know, fly for very far periods of time, and it enabled them to, you know, conserve energy. They get hit by cars a lot. They get hit by cars a lot. And so birds with smaller wings are able to maneuver very quickly. So when they see an oncoming car, they fucking get out of the way, right? That's why sometimes when you see a bird on the road, they'll move last minute. You don't hit them because the ones that weren't able to are fucking dead and they didn't reproduce. So birds, you know, that's not necessarily long-term evolution, but it's a showcase of something changing over a small period of time. But a lot of Christians will agree with that, but not like long-form evolution of like, hey, we've evolved from different species over, you know, a very extended period of time.
So I've done it a few times on this channel if you want to check out my previous videos on that. But
I may actually watch one off stream, but I can't watch that right now. I'm only 7 minutes into this video.
this is just an example of people standing on man's word rather than God's word. People made up the story about our origins in the past, you know, evolution of the gaps. We can't accept God's word about the origins, so we're going to have to just make up a story and then try to...
But how do you describe... see, what I don't understand is somebody, and this is going to sound stupid to somebody that doesn't believe in evolution, but I don't give a fuck because I really just disagree with you. If you don't believe in evolution, how do you describe fossils of animals that don't exist and point towards... you know, a clearly linear evolution towards animals that do exist today? How do you describe that? Or the fact that we have a tailbone or certain anatomical things that we have today that we have no use for that we did previously.
Fit all of the evidence that we see with this theory. That's exactly what they do. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be about the evidence. It's going to be about how you're interpreting the evidence. Are you going to interpret the evidence in light of the story that you've been told, evolution, Darwinism, or are you going to interpret...
But I could say the same thing. I'm interpreting the story that I've been told just as you are. You're being told the story of God. You're being told the story of the Bible. You're being told the story of religion from previous people that have crafted that, you know, and transitioned that through time. I'm just as illogical as you are from a foundational basis. Similarly to when I say, hey, the universe may have always existed, and people go, well, there has to be a creator. Have you seen? Hey, Joe, the universe can't always exist. Something can't come from nothing. God did. Okay, where did God come from? Well, God always existed. You could say, well, God is different from the universe and transcends that, and he's not physical matter, which is different from the laws of the universe where matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. And I can get that, but my point still stands where it's like, you're literally just making the same assumption I am. I'm just not positing that God created the universe and then that God always existed. I'm just removing God and just saying, well, the universe always existed.
The evidence like the fossil record and astronomy, light speed, and light.
And I want to say, dude, too, I'm not shitting on Christianity. I'm not shitting on monotheism. If you believe in God, I respect your belief. I was trying to advocate that in the first one. I'm just getting a little riled up because he's, you know, trying to make me, he's not trying to make me stupid. He's acting like the fucking jab at the senior paper really pissed me off, and then I think I kind of went down a rabbit hole. I gotta calm down.
Of God's infallible word. Those are the two choices, and you should make the correct choice, right?
Yes, we get more intelligent and we are better than other species, but that doesn't mean that we are handpicked by God. That means we got fucking lucky, is how I see it.
So there is actually no such thing as luck. Proverbs 16 says.
But I don't believe in. We keep going back to this. You're talking about the book. I don't want to skip this. I'm gonna watch it. But like you're saying, there's no such thing as luck because the Bible says this. I could go, well, the Bible doesn't exist because Darwin says this, right? I could do the same thing. I'm not going to, but if you want to have a discussion on does God exist, you have to do that without the Bible, because you're walking, we're standing on two different planes here, right? And we have to leave those planes and talk on an equal ground, right? You're coming from a predetermined bias, right? You believe in the Bible because you believe in God. If I don't believe in God, you can't convince me of God's existence using the Bible. I first need to believe in God to believe in the Bible, not believe in the Bible to believe in God. Because God, if God doesn't exist, the Bible's not real, right? The Bible is not true, right? So I feel like we're doing the reverse here.
The lot is cast into the lap, but its every judgment is from Yahweh in modern terms.
And that's why I mentioned in this video, I don't know if he's going to watch that part because his video is around the length that my video was, so he skips around, obviously. But I say, like, people like David Hume, there's a lot of philosophers that try to, and very accurately, like, a lot of them have very convincing arguments of God's existence a priori, right? Without bias, without any preconceived knowledge or things they've been told. They try to prove that God exists purely through reason. And doing that is possible, right? You can convince somebody of it. And there are many people that have been convinced of it. But Hume's not a great philosopher, IMO. I'm just saying, I'm using him as an example. I'm saying there are people that do it all the time. And there are historically people that have been very good at it.
We would say the dice,
and they don't quote the Bible once. They just use straight up reason and be like, well, if this is true and we can believe this, then we have to believe this, and then God exists, right? And they go down a little path. They bring you down their own thought process, and it's very convincing comparably. And I think that's just the difference between me and other people. I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody. I'm saying that it's just your own individual reasoning is going to convince you of something or not, right? And how you convey your own religion to someone else, you have to go through different paths, right? I've talked to pastors that can have great conversations given and morph depending on the person. If you're talking to somebody that wants to hear more about the Bible, the pastor will talk more about the Bible. If the pastor sees somebody that wants more of a reason-based argument, they'll give that. I feel like you're just quoting the Bible to me, and that's not convincing.
Can roll, and its every judgment is from Yahweh. I can flip a coin, whether it's heads or tails. That's not my decision. That is God's decision. Also, later on, he's going to emphasize that
it's physics.
He doesn't have the answers to everything, and he's not hating on religion. But 15 minutes earlier in this video, he's asserting evolution as fact. We got
evolution is both a fact and a theory. It's an incontrovertible fact that organisms have changed or evolved during the history of life on Earth, and biologists have identified and investigated mechanisms that can explain the major patterns of change. Yeah, I'm positing that evolution is definitively true. And if we disagree on that, then we disagree, right? And that's something that I don't think is up for discussion. I'm willing to have that discussion, but I really don't. I think the evidence is overwhelming that we are not purely here. We did not spawn in.
Lucky. Okay, so you have the answers in regards to our...
You are lucky regardless of whether or not evolution is real. Well, he thinks that God is... He's saying that God is the reason that everything is here. God put me here, right? But I would say that I'm lucky because the odds of my existence through the 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, if any of them fucked at any given date differently, and a different sperm reached the egg, they didn't survive long enough to reproduce, didn't meet the exact person they needed, my odds of existence are less than me winning the lottery fucking 10 times over.
Origins, but you don't have the answers in regards to the meaning of life or anything? Okay. Once again, we just need to be able to...
He's hardly being respectful for you. Well, I don't want to be a dick, bro, because at the end of the day, I know a lot of you guys are Christian. I know a lot of you guys are Jewish. I know a lot of you guys follow Islam and the Quran, and I'm not against that, right? Like, I don't want to say that they don't have value. I don't want to say that your religion is wrong because it's not, right? I don't believe in it, but I can't definitively be right, right? I have no idea whether or not I'm right or wrong. I won't know until I'm dead. And if there's nothing, well, then I'm right, right? But if I die and then I'm still alive in some form or manner, well, then clearly I was wrong, right? But there's no way in me knowing until that moment. And because no one has ever died and came back, we will never know. And don't bring up near-death experiences because those are scientifically inaccurate and not able to use as evidence, because every single religion has ever been proved using near-death experiences, including atheism, because people have died and come back in NDEs and said that they saw nothing because your heart stopped, not your brain.
To notice the contradictory behavior in the atheist and simply point it out. That's all we're doing. Don't need to be name calling or throwing out emotional arguments. Just here's what you're saying, and it's not lining up with what you're saying. You have an incoherent worldview.
Another thing is the belief in a soul. I don't think I have anything that transcends beyond death.
So here's another one. Biblically speaking, animals have souls, humans have souls. Soul just means life. Over and over and over again, the Bible teaches that animals have souls. You just won't be able to see that very easily in the English translations, but that's a minor misunderstanding though. Let's move on.
Another big reason why I kind of fell out of religion and more Christianity specifically was the idea of heaven and hell. I don't like that hell exists. I think that it is a means to deter people from doing bad. Not necessarily fear-mongering, but it puts the fear of God in your eyes.
So I would correct him on this. Yes, it is fear-mongering. Yes, we want people to fear God. We want more fear in our lives in regards to God, so that we don't fear anything else in the world. When troubles come our way...
The problem is then they're not being good to be good. Then they're not being good to be good. If you're openly saying that Christianity and hell is fear-mongering, which is literally what you just said, then people that are being good out of that fear of God are not being good because they want to be good. They're being good because they're scared of the consequences if they are not good. Which would, then you could have the argument, is that person a good person? Because are they doing good because they truly believe that they need to do good, or are they doing good because they have fear of what will happen if they do not?
Disease, tribulations, we have nothing to fear because we are in God's.
I would feel like a lot of, I don't know, but from my own talks with other Christians, I have never heard a Christian openly say that hell is fear-mongering, because I would say that most people would disagree with that.
Hands. He will protect us. He will keep us standing throughout our life so that we can do good, righteously live, and give glory to God and give thanks to God. And again, the first words that came out of his mouth were, I don't like that it exists. Well, it doesn't really matter what we like. I can not like it when the cop...
No, dude, I know. If I believed in God, yeah, I might not like that hell exists. I didn't like that hell exists when I was Christian. I'm saying I don't like that aspect of the religion as part of the reason why I don't believe in it. I can't believe that God created humans in his own image to then send the majority of them to hell. It's illogical from something that's all powerful, all knowing, and all good. Why would you create humans to then give them, the majority of them, eternal, pain? Or not pain, but I don't know what to say. Hell, right?
Pulls me over when I'm...
You have free will, though? Yeah, that is then the response.
Speeding, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
And that has a good result in that people will act correctly, but they do the right thing for the wrong reason.
The right thing according to who? You are the objective subjectivist when it comes to morality. What do you mean what's right? It's only right to you, so what are you even talking about? If you say that someone's...
No, I'm saying that if you are, I literally just said this. Do I have to repeat myself? I'm not repeating myself.
Doing the right thing for the wrong reason, I can easily just say they're doing the right thing for the right reason. And who are you to...
Well, no, because if you are not killing people because you're scared of God, that's not... Yes, it's good that you're not killing people, but that's not as good as if you're not killing people because you don't want to kill people. Motivation is part of everything. If you do good deeds for false reasons, you're not a good person. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would agree with that too. Like if you believe you're a good person, but everything you ever do in life is good for the sole purpose of self-benefit, you're selfish. You're only doing good deeds because you think they'll benefit you. Even if they're not benefiting you in your current life, you believe they'll get you to heaven, right? And that's not you being good to be good. You're being good for your own self-gain. That's being selfish.
to say that I'm wrong. Oh, you can't, because you're the objective subjectivist.
People are going to say hell and heaven are different from how most people perceive them. Hell is not just an eternal burning. It's more generally a lack of God. You are not with God. You are in a place that God is not.
So this comes from people trying to soften hell when the Bible doesn't command you to do that. It was Spurgeon who said, why would the wicked care about metaphorical fires? Why should I care about someone who's metaphorically going to punch me in the face? I don't care. No, biblically, hell is real. It is fire and brimstone. That's the biblical description. Now, just for a very quick overview of the biblical afterlife, there's a lot of misconceptions. It's not, you die and then you go to heaven or hell. The scriptures teach...
How do you fucking sit there? I can't understand how you sit there, though, and recognize that the majority of people you know in your own life are going to burn for eternity, in eternal torture. How can you... I'm asking, not saying my chat, I'm saying you, this guy, as a Christian... No, I don't know who you know, right? But there's probably a bunch of people that you know that you might posit are good, moral people, but are not Christian, and they're going to burn forever. I can't sit there and look at them and go, yeah, that makes sense. And obviously, I might not understand God's reasoning, but I disagree. Whatever it may be, I disagree. I don't think that's fair. And obviously, fair in the eyes of God doesn't matter, but I'm saying... If God created me and gave me free will and my own reasoning, obviously he created some sort of version of me, the me that exists now, to question that. Why would God do that to people?
When Jesus returns, all who are in the tombs will hear his voice. Those who are, dead in the ground, not awake and alive in heaven or hell or something. No, they have died and they're...
I don't think most people go to hell. There's probably got to be some statistic on this, because it's how many people you would say are, accepting Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior and also living a moral life. It's got to be a very high percentage. Obviously, you also have to take into account the people that have never heard the word of Jesus, and therefore they have the infancy of a child, and so they cannot be judged by God if they have never heard of them, which is also bringing me to a point that I've made before, which I hate making, but then you're arguing that Christian missionaries that speak the word of God to people that have never heard of it, yet fail to convert them, are effectively condemning those people to hell, which would in turn make them be doing more bad than good. But I don't know.
They're still dead. They're in the tombs, and they will come forth. Those who did the good deeds to a resurrection of life, those who committed the evil deeds to a resurrection of judgment. So on Judgment Day, this is when Jesus returns in the future. This hasn't happened yet. You're going to be raised from the dead. So he's right when he says, I believe I'm just going to die and nothing's going to happen to me. Well, yeah, that's going to happen. You're going to...
Yo, Parsley sucked, Owen, Cast, and Shrek for the sub, Solo, and Matan for the sub, Nain, and Brass for the sub, Joan for the 3. I'm Christian, but I do know there's a lot of disrespectful Christians. I admire you for keeping it respectful. Bro, I know I've said this already. I respect y'all's faith. Like, I have said that in the video. I literally say, I wish I could be Christian. I wish I could believe in that shit, bro. I'm jealous of that. Like, having that level and closeness with God in your own mind is... amazing, right? And it makes you have a better outlook on life. I just can't do it. Respectable as I wish other Christians are, I find it infuriating they can't let people have their own opinion. 72 for the 3. I think the reason people deny evolution is because they can't grasp the concept of billions of years. I don't think that might be a partial reason. I don't think it's everything though. A Krauts and Chalker for the sub, Dylan for the 3. I know you want to do a charity for autism. I know the Eagles have an Eagle Autism Foundation's great charity. Go Birds. Jack for the sub. Is it on Tiltify? Shrek for the sub.
Gonna die and go to the ground, but you're not gonna stay dead forever.
If you dedicate it to, you can. It's not if I dedicate to it. I don't believe in it, right? And people always make the foundational argument, well, hey, it's better to believe in God. They do it in Young Sheldon too. That's why Young Sheldon was a Christian, because it made more sense to believe in God because there's only benefits for believing in God, right? If you're a Christian and you're a good Christian and God doesn't exist, well, you just cease to exist, right? You were going to do that either way. But if God does exist, then you're in the right. Yes, that logically makes sense to me, but that doesn't make me inherently believe in God. That just makes me statistically think believing in God is a good option. Which is also selfish, right? Because then I'm banking for my own personal gain.
You're actually going to come back to life. And for the believers, of course, it's going to be everlasting life. We are going to live forever on earth. Okay. Now, as for the non-believers, the people who did not get
on earth physically or on earth in another plane, because the universe is going to collapse in, I don't know how long, but in some amount of years.
Their sins forgiven, they will be sent into hell, weeping and gnashing their teeth. And the Bible says, fear God, who is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Revelation chapter 21 says that it's the lake that burns with fire and brimstone, which is the second death, right? So non-believers, when they die, they don't just go to hell. No, they die, they get raised from the dead for judgment day, because you can't get judged if, you know, you're in the ground. Like, haha, dead body in the ground, you're judged, you're sentenced to death. Like, no, that doesn't happen. So God raises people.
What if you're cremated?
From the dead, judges them according to their deeds, and then sends them to hell to weep and gnash their teeth, tormented with fire and brimstone, to die for the second time. And that's eternal punishment. They're never
That was a dumb comment. That was a stupid comment. You could just be like, oh, well, your soul
going to come back to life. They missed out on eternal life. Okay. The common view is that they're actually going to be.
My counterpoint with that would be that humans created the idea of everlasting life to combat their own fear of death. And the ceasing to exist is something that has been scary to every human that has ever existed. And so to make yourself feel better about that, you go, well, when I die, I don't actually die. And you go, oh, well, I'll exist forever.
Be given eternal life, to be tortured forever. And
that's why in the video as well, I don't want to say I compliment, but I say if I were to believe in anything right now, it would be the idea of Buddhist nirvana, the idea of reincarnation and cyclical death and rebirth, and the idea that life is torture and all you want to do is cease to exist, and at some point you will reach that moment.
Oh, but that's made up. The Bible just does not teach that. But back to the video.
Just believe in it. I can't. I physically can't. I am jealous of people that have religious belief because you can just believe in it, right? I'm not dissing you. I'm not saying that you're dumb or anything. I'm jealous of you that you're able to sit down and believe in something without physical or reasonable proof.
Physical proof. All right. I don't have physical proof of his mom. I've never seen his mom. Therefore, I don't believe that his mom exists. I have also never physically seen gravity or the center of the sun. Nah, we can't use empiricism.
Yeah, but you could use, if you're saying, oh, you've never seen my mom, you've never seen the sun, you've never seen gravity, you can use scientific trial and error and math and definitive things to prove that that is real, right? And you could see that evidence yourself. And now you could conversely say, hey, you could see the evidence of God existing yourself through the Bible, but I could just say, well, a human wrote that, right? And that would be my response. You're making a valid point where it's like, well, yes, you yourself haven't seen the sun, the center of the sun, but I don't know. Like, I don't know how to give a counterpoint to that. Like, you could say, oh yeah, valid, but I don't know. I feel like they're on different levels there, man.
As our ultimate proof, it's nonsense. That's why he has to add reasonable proof. Well, reason according to who? Reason according to him?
To me.
According to him, all of my moral claims are subjectively objective anyways. So what if I just said, I don't need a good reason? You can't tell?
Yeah, I'm just bouncing on the walls like the fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs bird, dude. I'm Sunny. Cuckoo, cuckoo. And I'm just fucking ping-ponging around because everything's objectively subjective. And nothing makes sense to me.
I mean, I'm wrong for that.
I understand Jesus existed, and they told us in high school he was one of the 3 L's, Lord, Liar, or Lunatic. Regardless, I don't even know if he was any of those, right? To say that he was Lord, Liar, or Lunatic. People may have just misinterpreted him, right? The Bible has been translated so many times. It was made thousands of years ago. To say what Jesus said is still in existence today, may that be true? I don't know.
Once again, this is skepticism. The religion. I don't know. Can't prove that. Can't prove this. But you know what this proves? This proves that God exists. Your desire for proof at all proves that God exists.
No, it's my desire for proof because I want to believe in God because that would make me feel a hell of a lot better about dying. I want to believe in God selfishly. I want to believe in God because if God does exist, that's fucking golden for me, right? That's fucking yes, right? That'd be a score, but I can't believe in it unless I was convinced of it, right? And that's because God gave me free will off of what you're saying, right? I have the free will and the reason in my own brain to, you know, not believe in it. And I currently don't.
Why do you desire proof? Is proof a good thing? Once you recognize this as Christians, you can watch videos like this all the time and recognize that these people are behaving in such a way that ultimately is going to abound greatly to the glory of God. Again, in the atheistic worldview, chemicals in our brain, why would we want proof? If it's just survival of the fittest, then why wouldn't we just be seeking to survive? No, the Christian worldview can explain his behavior here.
That's what you do. You're seeking to survive, so you believe in a religion that convinces you that you'll live forever. That's what you're literally saying what I'm saying. You're literally saying what I'm saying. We also stop saying these people. I am I and all humans purpose innately is, you know, to live a long, happy life, I would say, right? And be kind to those around you. On a biological perspective, you exist as an animal to fuck, reproduce, raise those offspring to ensure that they can do the same and then die. That you are to spread your genes because you are also biologically afraid of death. Your cells want to transfer to offspring so a fraction of them survives. You are philosophically and biologically afraid of death.
Not the atheistic one. The Christian worldview says that we're made in the image of God. We know we should be acting rationally. We should be obeying God's law, like you shall not murder, you shall not steal. We know we should be acting correctly, objectively correctly, that is. And so we have this desire for proof and reason and logic because that's baked into our nature. We know God's mind in a certain way. We are meant to be reflecting his mind. We are in his image, right? So the atheist, whenever he asks for any proof or reason at all, he's presupposing that reason and proof is objectively good. We should be thinking correctly, not just subjectively correctly, even though that's what he's going to say. It's all subjective, and then that's an objective claim. So yeah, just recognize that anytime an atheist asks for proof, they're proving that God exists, because only the Christian worldview can account for any human's desire.
How am I proving God's existence by asking for proof?
Recognize that anytime an atheist asks for proof, they're proving that God exists, because only the Christian worldview can account for any human's desire for proof at all.
Right, that's why I love philosophy. I love the subjectivity of it, and I love the only a Christian world can account. What did he say?
Only the Christian worldview can account for any human's desire for proof at all.
I would hard disagree with that. I would say any religion is effectively doing that. Any religion is trying to understand the world around them using faith-based belief. That's not just Christianity. That's Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, even like more philosophical ideologies like Confucianism or something. Like there are countless people and religions and, you know, denominations that are trying to make sense of what the world is. Right. That's why I love philosophy. That's why I respect all of them, because at the end of the day, people that are religious are having the same struggle as myself. They may have found their answer prior to me, but everybody is innately wanting to know why we are here. Right. So I can agree to disagree with somebody that I don't believe the same thing that you do, but I understand your aspiration to find a reasoning. I feel like you're acting like you're acting like because I question it, that means that the Christian God exists. I love the subjectivity of it, and I love I've seen you wear a cross before. Yeah, I used to be Christian. The reason-based proof. I don't like having a conversation with someone where they try to prove the existence of God with the Bible. It's a circus. This was 4 years ago. I haven't worn a cross since like 2021, 2020. Bad for the sub. Julia for the sub. N17 for the sub. Sophie for the 3. I know you're religious. Would you say you have any religious trauma that drove you away from it? No. Shaq and Parsley for the sub. Argument. To tell somebody like me that doesn't believe in a religion that when did you stop believing and why? Brother. Read the room, man. Literally. What are we doing right now? You're going to prove your religion with your religious text is illogical, because if I don't believe in your religion, I therefore don't believe in your religious text.
So a lot of people don't get challenged on this issue at all. But here's the deal. There's an atheist out there trying.
Oh shit, dude. Is he gonna fucking literally do what I just said? Like, I mean, this was probably a half hour ago at this point. Somebody like me that doesn't believe in a religion. Oh my God, he's gonna do it. You're going to prove your religion with your religious text is illogical, because if I don't believe in your religion, I therefore don't believe in your religious text.
So a lot of people don't get challenged on this issue at all.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. There's an atheist out there trying to prove atheism by his atheism. Hey, Joe Bart philosophy, I don't believe you exist. Try to prove to me that you exist without using yourself. That's the type of argument this is. There's nothing fallacious about standing.
Yeah, well, trying to prove that you're conscious, that's literally a philosophical fucking problem. Like, I've had whole classes where it's like, try to prove to somebody else that you exist. If I ask you, hey, prove to me that you exist, it's hard to fucking do it, right?
On the hill that you're defending. This is the best illustration I can give. Most people can understand this. Jesus commands us to stand on his word, the Bible.
Yeah.
All right, this is the Bible over here. But Joe Bart, he's standing on the sand over here. This is his word. Or the philosophy teachers that he learned from. He's standing over here. What he wants you to do,
yeah, because we're both disagreeing. This is my viewpoint and this is your viewpoint.
as a Christian, is to get off of God's word so you can first prove God's word to be true based on his way of thinking. Hey,
No. I'm not trying to get you to get off God's word and come on the sand of Joe Bart's funky philosopher religion here. I'm trying to get you to come to a neutral standpoint here, up here, wherever this fucking imaginary area is. Let me use my examples. I have an icebreaker gum thing here and a pack of dental floss. Now, this is me and this is you, right? You're standing on the Bible. I'm just here. I want you to come to the Sony Cap lens with me, where we can debate with no bias. If you try to prove God's existence using the Bible, you are using bias. It is a circular argument. You are proving, if you tell me, God, hey, why does God exist? And you start reading biblical passages to me, that doesn't prove to me that God exists. I want you to give me a reason-based argument why God exists. If you go, well, the Bible's real, well, I could just go, well, God didn't make that. You could go, yeah, he did. And then you start reading stuff about the Bible. Well, I could just go, well, somebody else wrote that. And we could just go down an infinite rabbit hole of me just trying to disprove the Bible. I don't want to do that, right? So instead, I say, hey, let's have a reason-based discussion where you can prove to me that logically God exists, and then I can faith-based believe in him, right? You can still have reason and logic in the belief in God. It's not just faith, right? You could still reasonably have faith in God. So you could have that discussion with me in a different plane. I'm not trying to get you to come to the atheist thing. Also, I wanted to say I'm at the neutral standpoint. A human spawning into the world does not believe in God. They might start believing in specific gods or religions and come up with their own reasonings on why things happen, because that's the God of the gaps, trying to make sense of the world because humans are innately curious. But if you spawned a child in and they just lived their life and you never told them about any religion, they might create some religion of their own, but they're not going to believe in anything likely.
I'm going to accept this being true on my own terms, okay? And you know what can happen? You can actually win this argument in philosophy, but here's the deal. They're all going to be man-made arguments, not God-breathed arguments from Scripture. And
But that's not God-breathed arguments. They're still written in human words, and God is not human. We can't understand God. We can only understand God through the lens of human reasoning. So why would it be illogical to use human reasoning to posit why God exists and then faithfully believe in him when we're reading human words? We're reading a language that we made up.
here's the deal. They're all going to be man-made arguments, not God-breathed arguments from Scripture. And so let's say you convince him that God is real, the Bible is true on his own terms. You know what happens? All that happens in that situation is that the Bible is just on top of his foundation. So he's still standing on this foundation, and he's just going to hear a bunch of other arguments to just throw away the Bible. Hey, now I'm convinced that the Bible's not true anymore. And this is exactly what happens when people fall.
No, it's just, if you're trying to prove to me that God exists, a monotheistic God, which could fall into the category of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, you could have that argument without any of those texts. You could have that reasonable argument, hey, God exists, Allah exists, right? Yahweh exists without, you know, the Quran, without the Bible, without the Torah. You can convince, that's what philosophers do. There are Christian philosophers that don't use the Bible to try to prove God's existence. They go, hey, I'm not going to use religious text. I'm going to convince you that God exists, and then I'm going to give you the religious text.
All away from the faith. They never truly
I don't think he's understanding what I'm saying. I mean, he's going to say, I don't understand what he's saying, but and then that's just agree to disagree.
have this as their foundation. They were always standing on this. On the surface, they said, yeah, I believe the Bible is true based on X, Y, and Z. And all of that is their own reasoning. They are always thinking that they can judge the scriptures by themselves. They see themselves as the judge. So even if you could prove the Bible to be true on their foundation, that's the problem. It's their foundation. And
it's not that the Bible's true. The Bible is inherently true if God is real. If you were to convince, you would have no problem convincing me that the Bible's true if God is real. I don't disagree that the Bible's real. I've looked at the Bible. I've read passages of the Bible. I've had it in my hands. It exists. It was written, right? It's been very meticulously kept intact and translated so people can read what was meant to be said thousands of years ago. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying, hey, I don't know if this is from God. I don't know if God is even real. And you can't open the book and then start reading it and then going, well, yeah, it is because this. Because that still doesn't, that's not making me believe in that. I feel like we're fundamentally disagreeing.
and they can just throw it out whenever they want to. And
why don't we just all eat sardines? Facts.
anyway, his foundation is he is the ultimate reasoner. He thinks this, he thinks that, he likes this, he likes that. The fact is, it's impossible to go from I am the ultimate reasoner and I have reasoned that there is an ultimate authority above me, God, who tells me that I should be thinking in this way. We should not be encouraging non-believers to start with their own selves, their own minds, to then prove that God exists. Rather, we should be pointing out to them that proof makes no sense without God. Unless you start with God, the idea of proof becomes incomprehensible and ultimately subjective. And so we can just make up whatever proofs we want, but that's not right, is it?
A lot of the time, they attribute the bad things and the small things that they accomplish, right, or do wrong to themselves, and the things that they achieve greatly to God. At the end of the day, you can thank God, but at the end of the day, thank yourself as well. You are strong. To say that you're weak-minded and you have to attribute every single thing that you accomplish to God, I can't do that. Right? That's another thing. Like when as stupid as it is, I was not the greatest track runner in high school, but when I ran track in high school, there was times that I would win events. There was times that I made it to nationals, and I'm not sitting there. I wore the cross at the time, right? I was a Christian then. I wasn't sitting there going, oh, God, let me win this event. I was going, I did this, right? It took me a year of practice, weightlifting, running, conditioning, eating well to be able to compete and do this. I can't attribute that to somebody else other than myself.
Selfishness is what that is. Romans chapter 1 says, they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worship.
Yeah, let me just fucking guilt the shit out of myself. That's selfishness, to attribute my own successes to the hard work that I put in. How's that selfish? I see, like, this is, bro, this is, I'm done. Let's just keep watching.
Worshipped and served the creature rather than the creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. Even though they knew God, they did not glorify him as God or give thanks, but they became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish heart was darkened. He said that he was a Christian in the past, but what do Christians believe? Christians believe that all things are being worked together for good, and everything that's happening is part of God's plan. So yes, everything that you do, God allowed you to do it. Christians aren't thanking themselves.
But I have free will! What do you mean? How am I going to attribute that? He's stepping away. I am doing everything with him. He gives me the option to live the life that I want to live. Yes, he sees my conception to the day I die instantaneously. He could see the entire life that I will ever live. Any life, not any life. He will see the life that I will live in its entirety right now. Right? God, you're saying that God will see everything that I have done and I will do. But how are you going to say that God is the reason that I won that track event if he didn't even fucking touch me? He did not sit there and, yes, he may be the reason I exist, but he's not the reason I won the event. He just watched me win it. He let me win it? Is that what you're saying? Like, I have to be thankful because he allowed it?
And praising themselves for what they do. No. And again, he's presupposing that there are good things that you can do that you should be thanking yourself for. Well, where'd you get this idea of good? Now, of course, he's going to say that it's subjectively objective or whatever.
Oh my God! How many times I'm never going to use those words again. I'm never going to use those words again. I'm done using the word subjective and objective. I'm just going to start talking out of my fucking ass. That's like literally, bro, I said that in the first minute of the video.
But 1 Corinthians 15 says, by the grace of God, I am what I am, and his grace toward me did not prove vain, but I labored
The
even
wording
more.
was bad? It was, but it's been the whole fucking point. And every time he's like, oh, well, subjectively objective. Oh my God.
More than all of them, yet not I.
I was trying to be nice, man. I was trying to be nice. It's objective to you. That's what I was saying. It's objective to you. I didn't want to just be like, oh yeah, well, morality's subjective, so.
But the grace of God with me. Yes, this is a denial of self-righteousness. Like, he's literally pushing self-righteousness. I'm a good person. I did this. I did that. Christianity is just so anti that. And again, he just doesn't like that. He believes that he should get the credit for goodness in himself, if there is any. But biblically, again, he's just complaining that Christians are being consistent. They're giving thanks to God. They're giving credit to God whenever they accomplish something. We believe in Jesus. And he said, no one is good but God alone. Only God is truly good. So if there is someone doing something that is objectively good, that's going to be because God is working through them, not because that person is good in and of themselves. And that person should be.
So then, but then why, what? So if anything I ever do that's bad is me, anything I ever do that's good is God working through me. So I just exist as a puppeteer where God can perform good acts through myself, but anything I ever do that's bad is my own fault.
Be praising themselves for doing good.
I've kind of come to recognize that I think there will be nothing after I die. I think life will make no sense. I will live a random, confusing life on this earth, and I'll die. The only thing that I understand and can recognize is that I should be good to those around me because other people are going through the same exact thing that I am, and every one of us, in my opinion... Why are you making that face? Why are you making that face? Nah, I need to hear what he's about to say. One short life. Why are you making that face? What do you mean? I feel like that's a fucking point. And we might as well be kind to the people around us.
All right, so that's pretty much it. But notice that. Random, confused life. Well, what's random? Certainly not gravity. It works 1 second, and it continues to work the next second. Atheists teach that we're in a, chance universe, random, but they don't actually live like that. They don't wake up one morning and think, gravity might not work today. I don't know.
No, I'm saying chance universe, meaning I might get hit by a fucking car and die. I might get hit by a car and die. I might have a heart attack right now. I live in a random universe. You might get fired from your job. Your friend might stop being your friend. You might lose money gambling one day. Right? You live in a chance universe. A lot of the things that happen in your life you have no control over.
Chance universe. No, they know things.
It's like the butterfly effect. It's a random world. You look back at the choices that you made. A lot of those choices lead you down a path where you never thought you would go.
Things are not random. Why? Not because the universe just is that way and we can't explain anything and we just don't know anything at all. No, they know this because they know something of the character of God, the nature of God. He's consistent and he upholds nature by the word of his power. He's a rational God and he has told us to live in a certain way. Again, we just live this random, confused life. We might as well just do good and to one another. Good according to who? Again, are you really a moral subjectivist? No, nobody really is, because the moral law is written on our hearts. We know right from wrong. We just don't get.
Yeah, we know right from wrong, but we know right from wrong based off how we're societally grown up. I know right from wrong in my own heart, and I have obviously done wrong things and right things just as everybody else. But if you were born in a different area, grew up with different parents, and lived an entirely different life in a different society, what you believe in your heart is right and wrong might be drastically different from somebody else. People, obviously in the United States, we have a similar consensus because we live under the same government with the same laws and very similar cultural opinions. But if you lived in China or Mongolia or Russia or fucking Lesotho or random different countries that have different rule sets and different cultures and different opinions and different societies and different religions, what you believe is right and wrong in your heart might be different. That's why I say it's individually objective, but universally subjective. And I know that's a stupid point to make, but you know what I mean.
So this guy has
All
25.
right. That was a good video. I enjoyed watching that, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll post this on the Philosophy channel, but I'm not doing a back and forth. I gotta say that. I'm not doing a back and forth. I'm happy he responded. Okay, I'm happy he took the time out, and I wanted to hear his opinion. And he was right on the animal thing. I think he was right on a lot of things, but I still foundationally disagree, man. And that's, end of story. Judd for the 3. It's still very interesting, though. I enjoyed watching that. Frey for the sub, Judd for the 3. Can you say Mackenzie smells like poo? Poo for the 3, but watching for you inspired me to get interested in philosophy and religion. I want to take those things in college. Family is Christian, say I could take it, but I'll be poor, no job. I want a philosophy major, so you give me your opinion. I would be very thankful. Man, that's up to you. You got to look at the job capacities that you're able to go down. Bad and Duty for the sub. N17 Julia for the sub. Sophia for the 3. But yeah, W stream chat. We're going to fucking call that there. I hope you guys had fun watching. I had a fun time fucking streaming. If you have any videos you want to watch or games you want me to play, video suggestion tab, game suggestion tab. It's how I find most of the videos that I watch and the games that I play. So if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, send those there. I'll be live tomorrow at 4:30 EST with Zeusy, IRL. We're going to be doing the Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge. And then I got to do my outro. I have to pee so bad. I had to pee literally halfway through that video chat. Please. We're doing Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge at no, literally don't even tickle me. I'm going to piss myself. I'm so serious. I'm literally going to run up and go to the bathroom after this. 4:30 EST, Dave's Hot Chicken Challenge, and we're ranking the most popular beer brands in the world with Zeusy. Tomorrow, that's tomorrow. Saturday, I'm doing Burial Cart random games with Zeusy as well. So we got a 2-day IRL collab. Sunday is going to be Reacts. Monday, I have Assassin's Creed for 5 hours. Tuesday, I'm not live. Wednesday, I'm going to be doing Schedule 1 and maybe some random sim games. Thursday, I'm going to be doing Stalk 2 and Squirrel Stapler, maybe some other horror games. Next Friday is the charity stream for Parkinson's Foundation. And the next one we'll do is for autism awareness, but I don't know. I don't have that one scheduled yet. And then next Saturday is Black Wars for Women's Month as well. A lot of the people on my team are women, so that'll be great. But yeah, appreciate y'all. Hope you had fun. Go watch the YouTube videos. I'm going to be posting the main in the gaming. Thank you for the followed, sub, donor, etc. Thank you for the stuck around as well. I really do appreciate y'all for watching me react to that video and obviously the other semi-philosophy video that we watched. Still almost 4,000 people here. And again, I wanted to repeat. I'm not disrespecting anybody's religion. I had no mean or no obviously intent to do so. So I hope you're not offended. But it is obviously something that I've been struggling with my own life. I am trying to find my own purpose in what I believe in. And it is, a never-ending journey. So, yeah. But outside of that, let's fucking raid. Who do we raid?
And she says it's 10 milligrams.
Who do we raid? Handsome? What the fuck is Handsome doing? He's playing until dawn. Yeah, we could raid him. All right, I gotta piss so fucking bad, chat. Oh my god. All right, count me down 30 seconds, bro. I gotta pee. Or why am I saying count me? Oh my god, I'm literally losing my mind. I'm literally ending stream. What the fuck am I saying? What the fuck am I saying right now? We're ending stream, bro. What am I doing? Literally, we're raiding in 5 seconds, bro. Goodbye. I'll